Section 12 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 11. The next morning, which was Sunday, I went to Mr. Watling's house in Fillmore Street, a new residence at that time, being admired as the dernier cri in architecture. It had a medieval look, queer dormers in a steep roof of red tiles, leaded windows buried deep in walls of rough stone. Emerging from the recessed vestibule on a level with the street were the Watling twins, aglow with health, dressed in identical costumes of blue. They had made their bow to society that winter. "Why, here's Hugh," said Frances. "Doesn't he look pleased with himself?" "He's come to take us to church," said Janet. "Oh, he's much too important," said Frances. "He's made a killing of some sort, haven't you, Hugh?" I rang the bell and stood watching them as they departed, reflecting that I was 32 years of age and unmarried. Mr. Watling, surrounded with newspapers and seated before his library fire, glanced up at me with a welcoming smile. How had I borne the legislative baptism of fire? Such, I knew, was its implication. "Everything went according to schedule, eh? Well, I congratulate you, Hugh," he said. "Oh, I didn't have much to do with it," I answered, smiling back at him. "I kept out of sight." "That's an art in itself." I had an opportunity, at close range, to study the methods in our lawmakers. "They're not particularly edifying," Mr. Watling replied, "but they seem, unfortunately, to be necessary." Such had been my own thought. "Who is this man Krebs?" he inquired suddenly. "And why didn't Varney get hold of him and make him listen to reason?" "I'm afraid it wouldn't have been any use," I replied. "He was in my class at Harvard. I knew him slightly. He worked his way through, and had a pretty hard time of it. I imagine it affected his ideas." "What is he, a socialist?" "Something of the sort." In Theodore Watling's vigorous, sanity-exhaling presence, Krebs's act appeared fantastic, ridiculous. He has queer notions about a new kind of democracy, which he says is coming. I think he is the kind of man who would be willing to die for it." "What, in these days?" Mr. Watling looked at me incredulously. "If that's so, we must keep an eye on him. A sincere fanatic is a good deal more dangerous than a reformer who wants something. There are such men," he added, "but they are rare. How was the governor, Trulise?" he asked suddenly. "Tractable?" "Behaved like a lamb, although he insisted upon going through with his little humbug," I said. Mr. Watling laughed. "They always do," he observed, "and waste a lot of valuable time. You'll find some light cigars in the corner, Hugh." I sat down beside him and we spent the morning going over the details of the Ribblevale suit, Mr. Watling delegating to me certain matters connected with it of a kind with which I had not hitherto been entrusted. And he spoke again before I left of his intention of taking me into the firm as soon as the affair could be arranged. Walking homeward with my mind intent upon things to come, I met my mother at the corner of Lime Street, coming from church. Her face lighted up at sight of me. "Have you been working today, Hugh?" she asked. I explained that I had spent the morning with Mr. Watling. "I'll tell you a secret, Mother. I'm going to be taken into the firm." "Oh, my dear, I'm so glad!" she exclaimed. "I often think if only your father were alive, how happy he would be, and how proud of you. I wish he could know. Perhaps he does know." Theodore Watling had once said to me that the man who can best keep his own counsel is the best counsel for other men to keep. I did not go about boasting of the part I had played in originating the now famous Bill No. 709, the passage of which had brought about the capitulation of the Ribblevale Steel Company to our clients. But Ralph Hambleton knew of it, of course. "That was a pretty good thing you pulled off, Hughie," he said. "I didn't think you had it in you." It was rank patronage, of course, yet I was secretly pleased. As the years went on, I was thrown more and more with him, though in boyhood there had been between us no bond of sympathy. About this time he was beginning to increase very considerably the Hambleton fortune, and a little later I became counsel for the Crescent Gas and Electric Company, in which he had shrewdly gained a controlling interest. Even toward the colossal game of modern finance, his attitude was characteristically that of the dilettante, of the amateur. He played it, as it were, contemptuously, even as he had played poker at Harvard, with a cynical audacity that had a peculiarly disturbing effect upon his companions. He bluffed, he raised the limit in spite of protests, and when he lost, one always had the feeling that he would ultimately get his money back twice over. At the conferences in the Boyne Club, which he often attended, his manner toward Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Scherer, and even toward Miller Gorse, was frequently one of thinly veiled amusement at their seriousness. I often wondered that they did not resent it. But he was a privileged person. His cousin, Ham Durrett, whose inheritance was even greater than Ralph's had been, had also become a privileged person, whose comings and goings and more reputable doings were often recorded in the newspapers. Ham had attained to what Jean Hollister aptly but inadvertently called notoriety. As Ralph wittily remarked, Ham gave to polo and women that which might have gone into high finance. He spent much of his time in the East. His conduct there and at home would once have created a black scandal in our community, but we were gradually leaving our Calvinism behind us and growing more tolerant. We were ready to forgive much to wealth, especially if it was inherited. Hostesses lamented the fact that Ham was wild, but they asked him to dinners and dances to meet their daughters. If some moralist better educated and more far-seeing than Perry Blackwood, for Perry had become a moralist, had told these hostesses that Hambleton Durrett was a victim of our new civilization, they would have raised their eyebrows. They deplored while they coveted. If Ham had been told he was a victim of any sort, he would have laughed. He enjoyed life. He was genial and jovial, both lavish and parsimonious, this latter characteristic being the curious survival of the trait of the ancestors to which he owed his millions. He was growing even heavier, and decidedly red in the face. Perry used to take Ralph to task for not saving Ham from his iniquities, and Ralph would reply that Ham was going to the devil anyway, and not even the devil himself could stop him. "You can stop him, and you know it," Perry retorted indignantly. "What do you want me to do with him?" asked Ralph. "Convert him to the saintly life I lead?" This was a poser. "That's a fact," said Perry. "You're no better than he is." "I don't know what you mean by better," retorted Ralph, grinning. "I'm wiser, that's all." We had been talking about the ethics of business when Perry had switched off to Ham. "I believe at least in restraint of trade. Ham doesn't believe in restraint of any kind." When, therefore, the news suddenly began to be circulated in the Boyne Club that Ham was showing a tendency to straighten up, surprise and incredulity were genuine. He was drinking less, much less, and it was said that he had severed certain ties that need not again be definitely mentioned. The theory of religious regeneration not being tenable, it was naturally supposed that he had fallen in love, the identity of the unknown lady becoming a fruitful subject of speculation among the feminine portion of society. The announcement of the marriage of Hambleton Durrett would be news of the first magnitude, to be absorbed eagerly by the many who had not the honour of his acquaintance, comparable only to that of a devastating flood, or a murder mystery, or a change in the tariff. Being absorbed in affairs that seemed more important, the subject did not interest me greatly. But one Sunday afternoon, as I made my way, in answer to her invitation, to see Nancy Willett, I found myself wondering idly whether she might not be by way of making a shrewd guess as to the object of Hambleton's affections. It was well known that he had entertained a hopeless infatuation for her, and some were inclined to attribute his later lapses to her lack of response. He still called on her, and her lectures, which she delivered like a great aunt with a recondite knowledge of the world, he took meekly, but even she had seemed powerless to alter his habits. Powell Street, that happy hunting ground of my youth, had changed its character, become contracted and unfamiliar, sooty. The Macallaries and other old families who had not decayed with the neighbourhood were rapidly deserting it, moving out to the new residence district known as the Heights. I came to the Willett house. That, too, had an air of shabbiness, of well-tended shabbiness, to be sure. The stone steps had been scrupulously scrubbed, but one of them was cracked clear across, and the silver on the polished name-plate was wearing off. Even the act of pulling the knob of a doorbell was becoming obsolete, so used had we grown to pushing porcelain buttons in bright new vestibules. As I waited for my summons to be answered, it struck me as remarkable that neither Nancy nor her father had been contaminated by the shabbiness that surrounded them. She had managed, rather marvellously, to redeem one room from the old-fashioned severity of the rest of the house, the library behind the big parlour. It was Nancy's room, eloquent of her daintiness and taste, of her essential modernity and luxuriousness, and that evening as I was ushered into it, this quality of luxuriousness, of being able to shut out the disagreeable aspects of life that surrounded and threatened her, particularly impressed me. She had not lacked opportunities to escape. I wondered uneasily, as I waited, why she had not embraced them. I strayed about the room. A coal fire burned in the grate. The red-shaded lamps gave a subdued but cheerful light. Some impulse led me to cross over to the windows and draw aside the heavy hangings. Dusk was gathering over that garden, bleak and frozen now, where we had romped together as children. How queer the place seemed, how shriveled. Once it had had the wide range of a park. There, still weathering the elements, was the old-fashioned latticed summer-house, but the fruit-trees that I recalled as clouds of pink and white were gone. A touch of poignancy was in these memories. I dropped the curtain and turned to confront Nancy, who had entered noiselessly. "Well, Hugh, were you dreaming?" she said. "Not exactly," I replied, embarrassed. "I was looking at the garden." "The soot has ruined it. My life seems to be one continual struggle against the soot. The blacks, as the English call them. It's a more expressive term. They are like an army, you know, overwhelming in their relentless invasion. Well, do sit down. It is nice of you to come. You'll have some tea, won't you?" The maid had brought in the tray. Afternoon tea was still rather a new custom with us, more of a ceremony than a meal, and as Nancy handed me my cup and the thinnest of slices of bread and butter, I found the intimacy of the situation a little disquieting. Her manner was indeed intimate, and yet it had the odd and disturbing effect of making her seem more remote. As she chatted, I answered her perfunctorily, while all the time I was asking myself why I had ceased to desire her, whether the old longing for her might not return, was not, even now, returning. I might indeed go far afield to find a wife so suited to me as Nancy. She had beauty, distinction, and position. She was a woman of whom any man might be proud. "I haven't congratulated you yet, Hugh," she said suddenly. "Now that you are a partner of Mr. Watling's, I hear on all sides that you are on the high road to a great success." "Of course I'm glad to be in the firm," I admitted. It was a new tack for Nancy, rather a disquieting one, this discussion of my affairs, which she had so long avoided or ignored. "You are getting what you have always wanted, aren't you?" I wondered in some trepidation whether by that word always she was making a deliberate reference to the past. Always, I repeated, rather fatuously. Nearly always, ever since you have been a man. I was incapable of taking advantage of the opening, if it were one. She was baffling. "A man likes to succeed in his profession, of course," I said. "And you made up your mind to succeed more deliberately than most men. I needn't ask if you are satisfied, Hugh. Success seems to agree with you, although I imagine you will never be satisfied." "Why do you say that?" I demanded. "I haven't known you all your life for nothing. I think I know you much better than you know yourself." "You haven't acted as if you did," I exclaimed. She smiled. "Have you been interested in what I thought about you?" she asked. "That isn't quite fair, Nancy," I protested. "You haven't given me much evidence that you think about me." "Have I received much encouragement to do so?" she inquired. "But you haven't seemed to invite. You've kept me at arm's length." "Oh, don't fence!" she cried rather sharply. I had become agitated, but her next words gave me a shock that was momentarily paralyzing. "I asked you to come here today, Hugh, because I wished you to know that I have made up my mind to marry Hambleton Durrett." "Hambleton Durrett?" I echoed stupidly. "Hambleton Durrett. Why not?" Have you accepted him?" "No, but I mean to do so." You love him?" "I don't see what right you have to ask." "But you just said that you invited me here to talk frankly." "No, I don't love him." "Then why, in heaven's name, are you going to marry him?" She lay back in her chair, regarding me, her lips slightly parted. All at once the full flavour of her, the superfine quality, was revealed after years of blindness. Nor can I describe the sudden rebellion, the revulsion that I experienced. Hambleton Durrett! It was an outrage, a sacrilege. I got up and put my hand on the mantel. Nancy remained motionless, inert, her head lying back against the chair. Could it be that she were enjoying my discomfiture? There is no need to confess that I knew next to nothing of women. Had I been less excited, I might have made the discovery that I still regarded them sentimentally. Certain romantic axioms concerning them, garnered from Victorian literature, passed current in my mind for wisdom, and one of these declared that they were prone to remain true to an early love. Did Nancy still care for me? The query, coming as it did on top of my emotion, brought with it a strange and overwhelming perplexity. Did I really care for her? The many years during which I had practised the habit of caution began to exert an inhibiting pressure. Here was a situation, an opportunity suddenly thrust upon me, which might never return, and which I was utterly unprepared to meet. Would I be happy with Nancy, after all? Her expression was still enigmatic. "Why shouldn't I marry him?" she demanded. "Because he's not good enough for you." "Good!" she exclaimed and laughed. "He loves me. He wants me without reservation or calculation." There was a sting in this. "And is he any worse," she asked slowly, "than many others who might be mentioned?" "No," I agreed. I did not intend to be led into the thankless and disagreeable position of condemning Hambleton Durrett. "But why have you waited all these years if you did not mean to marry a man of ability, a man who has made something of himself?" "A man like you, Hugh?" she said gently. I flushed. "That isn't quite fair, Nancy." "What are you working for?" she suddenly inquired, straightening up. what any man works for, I suppose. Ah, there, you've hit it. What any man works for in our world. Power, personal power. You want to be somebody. Isn't that it? Not the noblest ambition, you'll have to admit. Not the kind of thing we used to dream about, when we did dream. Well, when we find we can't realize our dreams, we take the next best thing. And I fail to see why you should blame me for taking it, when you yourself have taken it. Hambleton Durrett can give it to me. He'll accept me on my own terms. He won't interfere with me. I shan't be disillusionized, and I shall have a position which I could not hope to have if I remained unmarried, a very marked position as Hambleton Durrett's wife. I am 30, you know. Her frankness appalled me. The trouble with you, Hugh, is that you still deceive yourself. You throw a glamour over things. You want to keep your cake and eat it too. I don't see why you say that. And marriage especially. She took me up. Marriage! What other career is open to a woman, unless she is married, and married well, according to the money standard you men have set up? She's nobody. We can't all be Florence Nightingales, and I am unable to imagine myself a Julia Ward Howe or a Harriet Beecher Stowe. What is left? Nothing but marriage. I'm hard and cynical, you will say, but I have thought, and I'm not afraid, as I have told you, to look things in the face. There are very few women, I think, who would not take the real thing if they had the chance before it were too late, who wouldn't be willing to do their own cooking in order to get it. She fell silent suddenly. I began to pace the room. For God's sake, don't do this, Nancy, I begged, but she continued to stare into the fire as though she had not heard me. If you'd made up your mind to do it, why did you tell me? I asked. Sentiment, I suppose. I am paying a tribute to what I once was, to what you once were, she said. A sort of good-bye to sentiment. Nancy, I said hoarsely. She shook her head. No, Hugh, surely you can't misjudge me so, she answered reproachfully. Do you think I should have sent for you if I had meant that? No, I don't think so. But why not? You cared once, and you tell me plainly you don't love him. It was all a terrible mistake. We were meant for each other. I did love you then, she said. You never knew how much, and there is nothing I wouldn't give to bring it all back again. But I can't. It's gone. You're gone and I'm gone. I mean, what we were. Oh, why did you change? It was you who changed, I declared, bewildered. Couldn't you see? Can't you see now what you did? But perhaps you couldn't help it. Perhaps it was just you, after all. What I did? Why couldn't you have held fast to your faith? If you had, you would have known what it was I adored in you. Oh, I don't mind telling you now. It was just that faith, Hugh, that faith you had in life, that faith you had in me. You weren't cynical and calculating like Ralph Hambleton. You had imagination. I dreamed too. And do you remember the time when you made the boat and we went to Logan's Pond and you sank in her? And you stayed, I went on, when all the others ran away. You ran down the hill like a whirlwind. She laughed. And then you came here one day to a party and said you were going to Harvard and quarreled with me. Why did you doubt me? I asked agitatedly. Why didn't you let me see that you still cared? Because that wasn't you, Hugh. That wasn't your real self. Do you suppose it mattered to me whether you went to Harvard with the others? Oh, I was foolish too, I know. I shouldn't have said what I did. But what is the use of regrets? She exclaimed. We've both run after the practical gods, and the others have hidden their faces from us. It may be that we are not to blame, either of us. that the practical gods are too strong. We've learned to love and worship them, and now we can't do without them." "We can try, Nancy," I pleaded. "No," she answered in a low voice. "That's the difference between you and me. I know myself better than you know yourself, and I know you better." She smiled again. "Unless we could have it all back again, I shouldn't want any of it. You do not love me." I started once more to protest. "No, no, don't say it," she cried. "You may think you do just this moment, but it's only because you've been moved, and what you believe you want isn't me. It's what I was, but I'm not that any more. I'm simply recalling that, don't you see? And even then you wouldn't wish me now as I was. That sounds involved, but you must understand. You want a woman who will be wrapped up in your career, Hugh, and yet you will not share it. Who will devote herself body and soul to what you have become. A woman whom you can shape, and you won't really love her, but only just so much of her as may become the incarnation of you. Well, I'm not that kind of woman. I might have been, had you been different. I'm not at all sure. Certainly I'm not that kind now, even though I know in my heart that the sort of career you have made for yourself, and that I intend to make for myself, is all dross. But now I can't do without it." "And yet you're going to marry Hambleton Durrett," I said. She understood me, although I regretted my words at once. "Yes, I am going to marry him." There was a shade of bitterness, of defiance in her voice. "Surely you are not offering me the other thing now? Oh, Hugh." "I am willing to abandon it all, Nancy." "No," she said, "you're not, and I'm not. What you can't see and won't see is that it has become part of you. Oh, you are successful. You will be more and more successful. And you think I should be somebody as your wife, Hugh? More, perhaps, eventually, than I shall be as Hambleton's. But I should be nobody, too. I couldn't stand it now, my dear. You must realize that, as soon as you have time to think it over. We shall be friends." The sudden gentleness in her voice pierced me through and through. She held out her hand. Something in her grasp spoke of a resolution which could not be shaken. "And besides," she added sadly, "I don't love you any more, Hugh. I'm mourning for something that's gone. I wanted to have just this one talk with you. But we shan't mention it again. We'll close the book." At that I fled out of the house, and at first the thought of her as another man's wife, as Hambleton Durrett's wife, was seemingly not to be borne. It was incredible. "We'll close the book." I found myself repeating the phrase, and it seemed then as though something within me I had believed dead, something that formerly had been all of me, had revived again to throb with pain. It is not surprising that the acuteness of my suffering was of short duration, though I remember certain sharp twinges when the announcement of the engagement burst on the city. There was much controversy over the question as to whether or not Ham Durrett's reform would be permanent, but most people were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. It was time he settled down and took the position in the community that was to be expected of one of his name. And as for Nancy, it was generally agreed that she had done well for herself. She was not made for poverty, and who so well as she was fitted for the social leadership of our community. They were married in Trinity Church in the month of May, and I was one of Ham's attendants. Ralph was best man. For the last time the old Willett mansion in Powell Street wore the gala air of former days. Carpets were spread over the sidewalk, and red and white awnings. Rooms were filled with flower and flung open to hundreds of guests. I found the wedding something of an ordeal. I do not like to dwell upon it, especially upon that moment when I came to congratulate Nancy as she stood beside Ham at the end of the long parlour. She seemed to have no regrets. I don't know what I expected of her, certainly not tears and tragedy. She seemed taller than ever, and very beautiful in her veil and white satin gown and the diamonds Ham had given her, very much mistress of herself, quite a contrast to Ham, who made no secret of his elation. She smiled when I wished her happiness. "We'll be home in the autumn, Hugh, and expect to see a great deal of you," she said. As I paused in a corner of the room, my eye fell upon Nancy's father. McAlery Willett's elation seemed even greater than Ham's. With a gardenia in his frock coat and a glass of champagne in his hand, he went from group to group, and his familiar laughter, which once had seemed so full of merriment and fun, gave me today a somewhat scandalized feeling. I heard Ralph's voice, and turned to discover him standing beside me, his long legs thrust slightly apart, his hands in his pockets, overlooking the scene with typical semi-contemptuous amusement. "This lets old McAlery out, anyway," he said. "What do you mean?" I demanded. "One or two little notes of his will be cancelled, sooner or later, that's all." For a moment I was unable to speak. "And you think that that Nancy found out?" I stammered. "Well, I'd be willing to take that end of the bet," he replied. "Why the deuce should she marry Ham? You ought to know her well enough to understand how she'd feel if she discovered some of McAlery's financial coups. Of course, it's not a thing to talk about, you understand. Are you going to the club?" "No, I'm going home," I said. I was aware of his somewhat compassionate smile as I left him. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 12, Part 1. One November day, nearly 2 years after my admission as junior member of the firm of Watling, Fowndes and Ripon, 7 gentlemen met at luncheon in the Boyne Club. Mr. Barber, president of the railroad, Mr. Scherer, of the Boyne Iron Works and other corporations, Mr. Leonard Dickinson, of the Corn National Bank, Mr. Halsey, a prominent banker from the other great city of the state, Mr. Grunwald, chairman of the Republican State Committee, and Mr. Frederick Grierson, who had become a very important man in our community. At 4 o'clock they emerged from the club. Citizens in Boyne Street who saw them chatting amicably on the steps little suspected that in the last 3 hours these gentlemen had chosen and practically elected the man who was to succeed Mr. Wade as United States Senator in Washington. Those were the days in which great affairs were simply and efficiently handled. No democratic nonsense about leaving the choice to an electorate that did not know what it wanted. The man chosen to fill this high position was Theodore Watling. He said he would think about the matter. In the nation at large, through the defection of certain northern states, neither so conservative nor fortunate as ours, the Democratic Party was in power, which naturally implies financial depression. There was no question about our ability to send a Republican senator. The choice in the Boyne Club was final. But before the legislature should ratify it, a year or so hence, it were just as well that the people of the state should be convinced that they desired Mr. Watling more than any other man. And surely enough, in a little while such a conviction sprang up spontaneously. In offices and restaurants and hotels, men began to suggest to each other what a fine thing it would be if Theodore Watling might be persuaded to accept the toga. At the banks, when customers called to renew their notes and tight money was discussed and Democrats excoriated, it was generally agreed that the obvious thing to do was to get a safe man in the Senate. From the very first, Watling's sentiment stirred like spring sap after a hard winter. The country newspapers, watered by providential rains, began to put forth tender little editorial shoots, which Mr. Judah B. Tallant presently collected and presented in a charming bouquet in the Morning Era. "The Voice of the State Press," thus was the column headed, and the remarks of the Honourable Fitch Truesdale of the St. Helens Messenger were given a special prominence. Mr. Truesdale was the first in his section to be inspired by the happy thought that the one man preeminently fitted to represent the state in the present crisis, when her great industries had been crippled by democratic folly, was Mr. Theodore Watling. The Rossiter Banner, the Elkington Star, the Belfast Recorder, and I know not how many others, simultaneously began to sing Mr. Watling's praises. "Not since the troublous times of the Civil War," declared the Morning Era, "had the demand for any man been so unanimous." As a proof of it, there were the country newspapers, which reflected the sober opinion of the firesides of the common people. There are certain industrious gentlemen to whom little credit is given, and who, unlike the average citizen who reserves his enthusiasm for election time, are patriotic enough to labour for their country's good all the year round. When in town it was their habit to pay a friendly call on the counsel for the railroad, Mr. Miller Gorse, in the Corn Bank building. He was never too busy to converse with them, or, it might be better said, to listen to them converse. Let some legally and politically ambitious young man observe Mr. Gorse's method. Did he inquire what the party worker thought of Mr. Watling for the Senate? Not at all. But before the party worker left, he was telling Mr. Gorse that public sentiment demanded Mr. Watling. After leaving Mr. Gorse, they wended their way to the Durrett Building and handed their cards over the rail of the offices of Watling, Fowndes and Ripon. Mr. Watling shook hands with scores of them, and they departed, well satisfied with the flavour of his cigars and intoxicated by his personality. He had a marvellous way of cutting short an interview without giving offence. Some of them he turned over to Mr. Paret, whom he particularly desired they should know. Thus Mr. Paret acquired many valuable additions to his acquaintance, cultivated a memory for names and faces that was to stand him in good stead, and kept, besides, an indexed notebook into which he put various bits of interesting information concerning each. Though not immediately lucrative, it was all, no doubt, part of a lawyer's education. During the summer and the following winter, Colonel Paul Varney came often to town and spent much of his time in Mr. Paret's office, smoking Mr. Watling's cigars and discussing the coming campaign, in which he took a whole-souled interest. "Say, Hugh, this is going slick," he would exclaim, his eyes glittering like round buttons of jet. "I never saw a campaign where they fell in the way they're doing now. If it was anybody else but Theodore Watling, it would scare me. You ought to have been in Jim Broadhurst's campaign," he added, referring to the junior senator. "They wouldn't wood up at all. They was just listless. But Gorse and Barber and the rest wanted him, and we had to put him over. I reckon he is useful down there in Washington. But say, do you know what he always reminded me of? One of those mud turtles I used to play with as a boy up in Columbia County. Shuts up tight soon as he sees you coming. Now, Theodore Watling ain't like that. Any way of speaking, we can get up some enthusiasm for a man of his sort. He's liberal and big. He's made his pile, and he don't begrudge some of it to the fellows who do the work. Mark my words, when you see a man who wants a big office cheap, look out for him." This and much more wisdom I imbibed while assenting to my chief's greatness. For Mr. Varney was right. One could feel enthusiasm for Theodore Watling, and my growing intimacy with him, the sense that I was having a part in his career, a share in his success, became for the moment the passion of my life. As the campaign progressed, I gave more and more time to it, and made frequent trips of a confidential nature to the different counties of the state. The whole of my being was energized. The national fever had thoroughly pervaded my blood. The national fever to win, prosperity, writ large, demanded it, and Theodore Watling personified, incarnated the cause. I had neither the time nor the desire to philosophize on this national fever which animated all my associates. Animated, I might say, the nation, which was beginning to get into a fever about games. If I remember rightly, it was about this time that golf was introduced. Tennis had become a commonplace. Professional baseball was in full swing. Ham Durrett had even organized a local polo team. The man who failed to win something tangible in sport or law or business or politics was counted out. Such was the spirit of America in the closing years of the 19th century. And yet, when one has said this, one has failed to express the national Geist in all its subtlety. In brief, the great American sport was not so much to win the game as to beat it. The evasion of rules challenged our ingenuity, and having won, we set about devising methods whereby it would be less and less possible for us winners to lose in the future. No better illustration of this tendency could be given than the development which had recently taken place in the field of our city politics. Hitherto the battleground of Irish politicians, who had fought one another for supremacy, individualism had been rampant, competition the custom. You bought an alderman, or a boss who owned 4 or 5 aldermen, and then you never could be sure you were to get what you wanted, or that the aldermen and the bosses would stay bought. But now a genius had appeared, an American genius who had arisen swiftly and almost silently, who appealed to the imagination, and whose name was often mentioned in a whisper. The Honorable Judd Jason, sometimes known as the Spider, who organized the City Hall and capitalized it, an ultimate and logical effect, if one had considered it, of the Manchester School of Economics. Enlightened self-interest, stripped of sentiment, ends on Judd Jason's. He ran the city even as Mr. Sherrill ran his department store. You paid your price. It was very convenient. Being a genius, Mr. Jason did not wholly break with tradition, but retained those elements of the old muddled system that had their value, chartering steamboats for outings on the river, giving colossal picnics in Lowry Park. The poor and the wanderer and the criminal, of the male sex at least, were cared for, but he was not loved, as the rough and tumble Irishman had been loved. He did not make himself common. He was surrounded by an aura of mystery, which I confess had not failed of effect on me. Once, and only once during my legal apprenticeship, he had been pointed out to me on the street, where he rarely ventured. His appearance was not impressive. Mr. Jason could not, of course, prevent Mr. Watling's election, even did he so desire, but he did command the allegiance of several city candidates, both Democratic and Republican, for the state legislature, who had as yet failed to announce their preferences for United States Senator. It was important that Mr. Watling's vote should be large, as indicative of a public reaction and repudiation of democratic national folly. This matter, among others, was the subject of discussion one July morning when the Republican state chairman was in the city. Mr. Grunwald expressed anxiety over Mr. Jason's continued silence. It was expedient that somebody should see the boss. "Why not Paret?" suggested Leonard Dickinson. Mr. Watling was not present at this conference. "Paret seems to be running Watling's campaign anyway." It was settled that I should be the emissary. With lively sensations of curiosity and excitement, tempered by a certain anxiety as to my ability to match wits with the Spider, I made my way to his lair over Monahan's saloon, situated in a district that was anything but respectable. The saloon on the ground floor had 2 apartments, the bar room proper where Mike Monahan, chamberlain of the establishment, was wont to stand, red-faced and smiling, to greet the courtiers, big and little, the party workers, the district leaders, the hangers-on ready to be hired, the city officials, the police judges, yes, and the dignified members of the state courts, whose elections depended on Mr. Jason's favour. Even Judge Bering, whose acquaintance I had made the day I had come as a law student to Mr. Watling's office, unbent from time to time sufficiently to call there for a small glass of rye and water, and to relate, with his owl-like gravity, an anecdote to the boys. The saloon represented democracy, so dear to the American public. Here all were welcome, even the light-fingered gentlemen who enjoyed the privilege of police protection, and who sometimes, through fortuitous circumstances, were hauled before the very magistrates with whom they had rubbed elbows on the polished rail. Behind the bar-room, and separated from it by swinging doors only the elite ventured to thrust apart, was an audience chamber whither Mr. Jason occasionally descended. Anecdote and political reminiscence gave place here to matters of high policy. I had several times come to the saloon in the days of my apprenticeship in search of some judge or official, and once I had run down here the city auditor himself. Mike Monahan, whose affair it was to know everyone, recognized me. It was part of his business also to understand that I was now a member of the firm of Watling, Fowndes and Ripon. "Good morning to you, Mr. Paret," he said suavely. We held a colloquy in undertones over the bar, eyed by the 2 or 3 customers who were present. Mr. Monahan disappeared, but presently returned to whisper, "Sure, he'll see you," to lead the way through the swinging doors and up a dark stairway. I came suddenly on a room in the greatest disorder, its tables and chairs piled high with newspapers and letters, its windows streaked with soot. From an open door on its farther side issued a voice. "Is that you, Mr. Paret? Come in here." It was little less than a command. "Heard of you, Mr. Paret. Glad to know you. Sit down, won't you?" The inner room was almost dark. I made out a bed in the corner, and propped up in the bed a man, but for the moment I was most aware of a pair of eyes that flared up when the man spoke, and died down again when he became silent. They reminded me of those insects which in my childhood days we called lightning bugs. Mr. Jason gave me a hand like a woman's. I expressed my pleasure at meeting him, and took a chair beside the bed. "I believe you're a partner of Theodore Watling's now, aren't you? Smart man, Watling." "He'll make a good senator," I replied, accepting the opening. "You think he'll get elected, do you?" Mr. Jason inquired. I laughed. "Well, there isn't much doubt about that, I imagine." Don't know. Seen some dead sure things go wrong in my time." "What's going to defeat him?" I asked pleasantly. "I don't say anything," Mr. Jason replied, "but I've known funny things to happen. Never does to be dead sure." "Oh, well, we're as sure as it's humanly possible to be," I declared. The eyes continued to fascinate me. They had a peculiar disquieting effect. Now they died down, and it was as if the man's very presence had gone out, as though I had been left alone, and I found it exceedingly difficult, under the circumstances, to continue to address him. Suddenly he flared up again. "Watling send you over here?" he demanded. "No, as a matter of fact, he's out of town. Some of Mr. Watling's friends, Mr. Grunwald and Mr. Dickinson, Mr. Gorse and others, suggested that I see you, Mr. Jason." There came a grunt from the bed. "Mr. Watling has always valued your friendship and support," I said. "What makes him think he ain't going to get it?" "He hasn't a doubt of it," I went on diplomatically. "But we felt, and I felt personally, that we ought to be in touch with you, to work along with you, to keep informed how things are going in the city." "What things?" "Well, there are 1 or 2 representatives, friends of yours, who haven't come out for Mr. Watling. We aren't worrying. We know you'll do the right thing, but we feel that it would have a good deal of influence in some other parts of the state if they declared themselves. And then you know as well as I do that this isn't a year when any of us can afford to recognize too closely party lines. The Democratic administration has brought on a panic. The businessmen in that party are down on it, and it ought to be rebuked. And we feel, too, that some of the city's Democrats ought to be loyal to Mr. Watling. Not that we expect them to vote for him in caucus, but when it comes to the joint ballot—" "Who?" demanded Mr. Jason. "Senator Dowse and Jim Maher, for instance," I suggested. "Jim voted for Bill 709 all right, didn't he?" said Mr. Jason abruptly. "That's just it," I put in boldly. "We'd like to induce him to come in with us this time, but we feel that the inducement would better come through you." I thought Mr. Jason smiled. By this time I had grown accustomed to the darkness. The face and figure of the man in the bed had become discernible. Power, I remember thinking, chooses odd houses for itself. Here was no overbearing, full-blooded ward ruffian brimming with vitality, but a thin, sallow little man in a cotton nightshirt, with iron-grey hair and a wiry mustache. He might have been an overworked clerk behind a dry-goods counter, and yet somehow, now that I had talked to him, I realized that he never could have been. Those extraordinary eyes of his, when they were functioning, marked his individuality as unique. It were almost too dramatic to say that he required darkness to make his effect, but so it seemed. I should never forget him. He had, in truth, been well named the Spider. "Of course, we haven't tried to get in touch with them. We are leaving them to you," I added. "Paret," he said suddenly, "I don't care a damn about Grunwald. Never did. I'd turn him down for 10 cents. But you can tell Theodore Watling for me, and Dickinson, that I guess the inducement can be fixed." I felt a certain relief that the interview had come to an end, that the moment had arrived for amenities. To my surprise, Mr. Jason anticipated me. "I have been interested in you, Mr. Paret," he observed. "Know who you are, of course. Knew you were in Watling's office. Then some of the boys spoke about you when you were down at the legislature on that Ribblevale matter. Guess you had more to do with that bill than came out in the newspapers, eh?" I was taken off my guard. "Oh, that's talk," I said. "All right, it's talk then. But I guess you and I will have some more talk after a while, after Theodore Watling gets to be United States Senator. Give him my regards and come in when I can do anything for you, Mr. Paret." Thanking him, I groped my way downstairs and let myself out by a side door Monahan had shown me into an alleyway, thus avoiding the saloon. As I walked slowly back to the office, seeking the shade of the awnings, the figure in the darkened room took on a sinister aspect that troubled me. End of section 13. Section 14 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 12, Part 2. The autumn arrived, the campaign was on with a whoop, and I had my first taste of stump politics. The acrid smell of red fire brings it back to me. It was a medley of railroad travel, of committees provided with badges, and cigars, of open carriages slowly drawn between lines of bewildered citizens, of Lincoln clubs and other clubs, marching in serried ranks, uniformed and helmeted, stalwarts carrying torches and banners. And then there were the draughty opera houses with the sylvan scenery pushed back, and plush chairs and sofas pushed forward, with an ominous table, a pitcher of water on it, and a glass near the footlights. The houses were packed with more bewildered citizens. What a wonderful study of mob psychology it would have offered! men who had not thought of the grand old Republican party for 2 years, and who had not cared much about it when they had entered the Dooms, after an hour or so went mad with fervour. The Honourable Joseph Mecklin, ex-Speaker of the House, with whom I travelled on occasions, had a speech referring to the martyred president, ending with an appeal to the Revolutionary fathers who followed Washington with bleeding feet. The Honourable Joseph possessed the most valuable of political gifts, presence, and when with quivering voice he finished his peroration, citizens wept with him. What it all had to do with the tariff was not quite clear, yet nobody seemed to miss the connection. We were all of us most concerned, of course, about the working man and his dinner pail, whom the Democrats had wantonly thrown out of employment for the sake of a doctrinaire theory. They had put him in competition with the serf of Europe. Such was the subject matter of my own modest addresses in this, my maiden campaign. I had the sense to see myself in perspective, to recognize that not for me, a dignified and substantial lawyer of affairs, were the rhetorical flights of the Honourable Joseph Mecklin. I spoke with a certain restraint, not too dryly, I hope, but I sought to curb my sentiments, my indignation at the manner in which the working man had been treated, to appeal to the common sense rather than to the passions of my audiences. Here were the statistics, drawn, by the way, from the Republican campaign book. Unscrupulous demagogues, democratic of course, had sought to twist and evade them. Let this terrible record of lack of employment and misery be compared with the prosperity under Republican rule. One of the most effective speakers in this campaign for the restoration of prosperity, said the Rossiter Banner, is Mr. Hugh Paret, of the firm of Watling, Fowndes and Ripon. Mr. Paret's speech at the Opera House last evening made a most favourable impression. Mr. Paret deals with facts, and his thoughtful analysis of the situation into which the Democratic Party has brought this country should convince any sane-minded voter that the time has come for a change. I began to keep a scrapbook, though I locked it up in the drawer of my desk. In it are to be found many clippings in a similarly gratifying tenor. Mecklin and I were well contrasted. In this way, incidentally, I made many valuable acquaintances among the solid men of the state, the local capitalists and manufacturers, with whom my manner of dealing with public questions was in particular favour. These were practical men. They rather patronized the Honourable Joseph, thus estimating to a nicety a man's value, or solidity, or specific gravity, it might better be said, since our universe was one of checks and balances. The Honourable Joseph and his like, skyrocketing through the air, were somehow necessary in the scheme of things, but not to be taken too seriously. Me they did take seriously, these provincial lords, inviting me to their houses and opening their hearts. Thus, when we came to Elkington, Mr. Mecklin reposed in the commercial house on the noisy main street. Fortunately for him, the clanging of trolley cars never interfered with his slumbers. I slept in a wide chamber in the mansion of Mr. Ezra Hutchins. There were many Hutchinses in Elkington, brothers and cousins and uncles and great-uncles, and all were connected with the woolen mills. But there is always one supreme Hutchins, and Ezra was he, tall, self-contained, elderly, but well preserved through frugal living, essentially American and typical of his class. When he entered the lobby of the commercial house that afternoon, the babble of political discussion was suddenly hushed. Politicians, travelling salesmen, and the members of the local committee made a lane for him. To him the Honourable Joseph and I were introduced. Mr. Hutchins knew what we wanted. He was cordial to Mr. Mecklin, but he took me. We entered a most respectable surrey with tassels, driven by a raw-boned coachman in a black overcoat, drawn by 2 sleek horses. "How is this thing going, Paret?" he asked. I gave him Mr. Grunwald's estimated majority. What do you think? He demanded, a shrewd, humorous look in his blue eyes. Well, I think we'll carry the state. I haven't had Grunwald's experience in estimating. Ezra Hutchins smiled appreciatively. What does Watling think? He doesn't seem to be worrying much. Ever been in Elkington before? I said I hadn't. Well, a drive will do you good. It was about 4 o'clock on a mild October afternoon. The little town of 15,000 inhabitants or so had a wonderful setting in the widening valley of the Scopanong, whose swiftly running waters furnished the power for the mills. We drove to these through a gateway over which the words "No Admittance" were conspicuously painted, past long brick buildings that bordered the canals, and in the windows I caught sight of drab figures of men and women bending over the machines. Half of the buildings, as Mr. Hutchins pointed out, were closed, mute witnesses of tariff-tinkering madness. Even more eloquent of democratic folly was that part of the town through which we presently passed, streets lined with rows of dreary houses where the workers lived. Children were playing on the sidewalks, but theirs seemed a listless play. Listless, too, were the men and women who sat on the steps, listless and somewhat sullen as they watched us passing. Ezra Hutchins seemed to read my thought. Since the unions got in here, I've had nothing but trouble, he said. I've tried to do my duty by my people, God knows, but they won't see which side their bread's buttered on. They oppose me at every step. They vote against their own interests. Some years ago they put up a job on us and sent a scatter-brained radical to the legislature. Krebs. Do you know him? Slightly. He was in my class at Harvard. Is he still here? I asked after a pause. Oh, yes, but he hasn't gone to the legislature this time. We've seen to that. His father was a respectable old German who had a little shop and made eyeglasses. The son is an example of too much education. He's a notoriety seeker. Oh, he's clever, in a way. He's given us a good deal of trouble, too, in the courts with damage cases. We came to a brighter, more spacious, well-to-do portion of the town, where the residences faced the river. In a little while the waters widened into a lake, which was surrounded by a park, a gift to the city of the Hutchins family. Facing it on one side was the Hutchins library. On the other, across a wide street, where the maples were turning, were the Hutchinsons' residences of various dates of construction, from that of the younger George, who had lately married a wife, and built in bright yellow brick, to the old-fashioned mansion of Ezra himself. This, he told me, had been good enough for his father and was good enough for him. The picture of it comes back to me now with singular attractiveness. It was of brick, and I suppose a modification of the Georgian, the kind of house one still sees in the out-of-way corners of London, with a sort of Dickensy flavour, high and square and uncompromising, with small-paned windows, with a flat roof surrounded by a low balustrade, and many substantial chimneys. The third story was lower than the others, separated from them by a distinct line. On one side was a wide porch. Yellow and red leaves, the day's fall, scattered the well-kept lawn. Standing in the doorway of the house was a girl in white, and as we descended from the surrey, she came down the walk to meet us. She was young, about 20. Her hair was the colour of the russet maple leaves. "This is Mr. Paret, Maud." Mr. Hutchins looked at his watch, as does a man accustomed to live by it. "If you'll excuse me, Mr. Paret, I have something important to attend to. Perhaps Mr. Paret would like to look about the grounds." He addressed his daughter. I said I should be delighted, though I had no idea what grounds were meant. As I followed Maud around the house, she explained that all the Hutchins connection had a common backyard, as she expressed it. In reality, there were about 2 blocks of the property, extending behind all the houses. There were great trees with swings, groves, orchards where the late apples glistened between the leaves, an old-fashioned flower garden, loath to relinquish its blooming. In the distance the shadowed western ridge hung like a curtain of deep blue velvet against the sunset. "What a wonderful spot!" I exclaimed. "Yes, it is nice," she agreed. "We were all brought up here. I mean my cousins and myself. There are dozens of us, and dozens left," she added, as the shouts and laughter of children broke the stillness. A boy came running around the corner of the path. He struck out at Maude. With a remarkably swift movement she retaliated. "Ouch!" he exclaimed. "You got him that time," I laughed, and, being detected, she suddenly blushed. It was this act that drew my attention to her, that defined her as an individual. Before that I had regarded her merely as a shy and provincial girl. Now she was brimming with an unsuspected vitality. A certain interest was aroused. Although her shyness towards me was not altered, I found it rather a flattering shyness. "It's Hugh," she explained. "He's always trying to be funny. Speak to Mr. Paret, Hugh." "Why, that's my name, too," I said. "Is it?" "She knocked my hat off a little while ago," said Hugh. "I was only getting square." "Well, you didn't get square, did you?" I asked. "Are you going to speak in the town hall tonight?" the boy demanded. I admitted it. He went off, pausing once to stare back at me. Maude and I walked on. "It must be exciting to speak before a large audience," she said. "If I were a man, I think I should like to be in politics." "I cannot imagine you in politics," I answered. She laughed. "I said if I were a man." "Are you going to the meeting?" "Oh, yes. Father promised to take me. He has a box." I thought it would be pleasant to have her there. "I'm afraid you'll find what I have to say rather dry," I said. "A woman can't expect to understand everything," she answered quickly. This remark struck me favorably. I glanced at her sideways. She was not a beauty, but she was distinctly well-formed and strong. Her face was oval, her features not quite regular, giving them a certain charm. Her color was fresh, her eyes blue, the lighter blue one sees on Chinese ware, not a poetic comparison, but so I thought of them. She was apparently not sophisticated, as were most of the young women at home whom I knew intimately. As were the Watling twins, for example, with one of whom, Frances, I had had, by the way, rather a lively flirtation the spring before. She seemed refreshingly original, impressionable, and plastic. We walked slowly back to the house, and in the hallway I met Mrs. Hutchins, a bustling housewifely lady, inclined to stoutness, whose creased and kindly face bore witness to long acquiescence in the discipline of matrimony, to the contentment that results from an essentially circumscribed and comfortable life. She was, I learned later, the second Mrs. Hutchins, and Maude their only child. The children of the first marriage, all girls, had married and scattered. Supper was a decorous but heterogeneous meal of the old-fashioned sort that gives one the choice between tea and cocoa. It was something of an occasion, I suspected. The minister was there, the Reverend Mr. Doddridge, who would have made, in appearance at least, a perfect Puritan divine in a steeple hat and a tippet, only he was no longer the leader of the community, and even in his grace he had the air of deferring to the man who provided the bounties of which we were about to partake, rather than to the Almighty. Young George was there, Mr. Hutchins' nephew, who was daily becoming more and more of a factor in the management of the mills, and had built the house of yellow brick that stood out so incongruously among the older Hutchinses' mansions, and marked a transition. I thought him rather a yellow brick gentleman himself for his assumption of cosmopolitan manners. His wife was a pretty, discontented little woman who plainly deplored her environment, longed for larger fields of conquest. George, she said, must remain where he was, for the present at least. Uncle Ezra depended on him. But Elkington was a prosy place, and Mrs. George gave the impression that she did not belong here. They went to the city on occasions, both cities, and when she told me we had a common acquaintance in Mrs. Hambleton Durrett, whom she thought so lovely, I knew that she had taken Nancy as an ideal. Nancy, the social leader of what was to Mrs. George a metropolis. Presently the talk became general among the men, the subject being the campaign, and I, the authority, bombarded with questions I strove to answer judiciously. What was the situation in this county and in that, the national situation? George indulged in rather a vigorous arraignment of the demagogues, national and state, who were hurting business in order to obtain political power. The Reverend Mr. Doddridge assented, deploring the poverty that the local people had brought on themselves by heeding the advice of agitators, and Mrs. Hutchins, who spent much of her time in charity work, agreed with the minister when he declared that the trouble was largely due to a decline in Christian belief. Ezra Hutchins, too, nodded at this. "Take that man Krebs, for example," the minister went on, stimulated by this encouragement. "He's an atheist, pure and simple." A sympathetic shudder went around the table at the word. George alone smiled. "Old Krebs was a free-thinker. I used to get my glasses of him. He was at least a conscientious man, a good workman, which is more than can be said for the son. Young Krebs has talent, and if only he had devoted himself to the honest practice of law, instead of stirring up dissatisfaction among these people, he would be a successful man today." Mr. Hutchins explained that I was at college with Krebs. "These people must like him," I said, "or they wouldn't have sent him to the legislature." "Well, a good many of them do like him," the minister admitted. "You see, he actually lives among them. They believe his socialistic doctrines because he's a friend of theirs." "He won't represent this town again, that's sure," exclaimed George. "You didn't see in the papers that he was nominated, did you, Paret?" "But if the mill people wanted him, George, how could it be prevented?" his wife demanded. George winked at me. "There are more ways of skinning a cat than one," he said cryptically. "Well, it's time to go to the meeting, I guess," remarked Ezra, rising. Once more he looked at his watch. We were packed into several family carriages and started off. In front of the hall the inevitable red fire was burning, its quivering light reflected on the faces of the crowd that blocked the street. They stood silent, strangely apathetic as we pushed through them to the curb, and the red fire went out suddenly as we descended. My temporary sense of depression, however, deserted me as we entered the hall, which was well lighted and filled with people who clapped when the Honourable Joseph and I, accompanied by Mr. Doddridge and the Honourable Henry Clay Mellish from Pottstown, with the local chairman, walked out on the stage. A glance over the audience sufficed to ascertain that that portion of the population whose dinner pails we longed to fill was evidently not present in large numbers. But the farmers had driven in from the hills, while the merchants and storekeepers of Elkington had turned out loyally. The chairman, in introducing me, proclaimed me as a coming man, and declared that I had already achieved in the campaign considerable notoriety. As I spoke, I was pleasantly aware of Maud Hutchins leaning forward a little across the rail of the right-hand stage box, for the town hall was half opera house. Her attitude was one of semi-absorbed admiration, and the thought that I had made an impression on her stimulated me. I spoke with more aplomb. Somewhat to my surprise, I found myself making occasional, unexpected witticisms that drew laughter and applause. Suddenly, from the back of the hall, a voice called out, "How about House Bill 709?" There was a silence, then a stirring and craning of necks. It was my first experience of heckling, and for the moment I was taken aback. I thought of Krebs. He had indeed been in my mind since I had risen to my feet, and I had scanned the faces before me in search of his. But it was not his voice. "Well, what about Bill 709?" I demanded. "You ought to know something about it, I guess," the voice responded. "Put him out," came from the various portions of the hall. Inwardly I was shaken, not in orthodox language from any conviction of sin, yet it was my first intimation that my part in the legislation referred to was known to any save a select few. I blamed Krebs, and a hot anger arose within me against him. After all, what could they prove? "No, don't put him out," I said. "Let him come up here to the platform. I'll yield to him, and I'm entirely willing to discuss with him and defend any measures passed in the legislature of this state by a Republican majority. Perhaps," I added, "the gentleman has a copy of the law in his pocket, that I may know what he is talking about and answer him intelligently." At this there was wild applause. I had the audience with me. The offender remained silent, and presently I finished my speech. After that Mr. Mecklin made them cheer and weep, and Mr. Mellish made them laugh. The meeting had been highly successful. "You polished him off all right," said George Hutchins as he took my hand. "Who was he?" "Oh, one of the local soreheads. Krebs put him up to it, of course." "Was Krebs here?" I asked. "Sitting in the corner of the balcony. That meeting must have made him feel sick." George bent forward and whispered in my ear. "I thought Bill 709 was Watling's idea." "Oh, I happened to be in the Potts house about that time," I explained. George, of whom it may be gathered that he was not wholly unsophisticated, grinned at me appreciatively. "Say, Paret," he replied, putting his hand through my arm, "there's a little legal business in prospect down here that will require some handling, and I wish you'd come down after the campaign and talk it over with us. I've just about made up my mind that you're the man to tackle it." "All right, I'll come," I said. "And stay with me," said George. We went to his yellow brick house for refreshments, salad and ice cream, and, in the face of the Hutchins traditions, champagne. Others had been invited in, some 20 persons. Once in a while, when I looked up, I met Maud's eyes across the room. I walked home with her slowly, the length of the Hutchinses' block. Floating over the lake was a waning October moon that cast through the thinning maples a lacework of shadows at our feet. I had the feeling of well-being that comes to heroes, and the presence of Maud Hutchins was an incense, a vestal incense, far from unpleasing. Yet she had reservations which appealed to me. Hers was not a gushing provincialism like that of Mrs. George. "I liked your speech so much, Mr. Paret," she told me. "It seemed so sensible and controlled compared to the others. I have never thought a great deal about these things, of course, and I never understood before why taking away the tariff caused so much misery. You made that quite plain." "If so, I'm glad," I said. She was silent a moment. "The working people here have had a hard time during the last year," she went on. "Some of the mills had to be shut down, you know. It has troubled me. Indeed, it has troubled all of us. And what has made it more difficult, more painful, is that many of them seem actually to dislike us. They think it's father's fault, and that he can run all the mills if he wanted to. I've been around a little with mother, and sometimes the women wouldn't accept any help from us. They said they'd rather starve than take charity, that they had the right to work. But father couldn't run the mills at a loss, could he?" "Certainly not," I replied. "And then there's Mr. Krebs. of whom we were speaking at supper, and who puts all kinds of queer notions into their heads. Father says he's an anarchist. I heard Father say at supper that he was at Harvard with you. Did you like him?" "Well," I answered hesitatingly, "I didn't know him very well." "Of course not," she put in. "I suppose you couldn't have." "He's got these notions," I explained, "that are mischievous and crazy. But I don't dislike him." "I'm glad to hear you say that," she answered quietly. "I like him too. He seems so kind, so understanding." "Do you know him?" "Well," she hesitated, "I feel as though I do. I've only met him once, and that was by accident. It was the day the big strike began last spring, and I'd been shopping and started for the mills to get Father to walk home with me, as I used to do. I saw the crowds blocking the streets around the canal. At first I paid no attention to them, but after a while I began to be a little uneasy. There were places where I had to squeeze through, and I couldn't help seeing that something was wrong, and that the people were angry. Men and women were talking in loud voices. One woman stared at me and called my name and said something that frightened me terribly. I went into a doorway, and then I saw Mr. Krebs. I didn't know who he was. He just said, 'You'd better come with me, Miss Hutchins,' and I went with him. I thought afterwards that it was a very courageous thing for him to do, because he was so popular with the mill people, and they had such a feeling against us. Yet they didn't seem to resent it, and made way for us, and Mr. Krebs spoke to many of them as we passed. After we got to State Street, I asked him his name, and when he told me I was speechless. He took off his hat and went away. He had such a nice face, not at all ugly when you look at it twice, and kind eyes, that I just couldn't believe him to be as bad as Father and George think he is. Of course, he is mistaken," she added hastily, "but I am sure he is sincere, and honestly thinks he can help those people by telling them what he does." The question shot at me during the meeting rankled still. I wanted to believe that Krebs had inspired it, and her championship of him gave me a twinge of jealousy. The slightest twinge, to be sure, yet a perceptible one. At the same time, the unaccountable liking I had for the man stirred to life. The act she described had been so characteristic. "He's one of the born rebels against society," I said glibly. "Yet I do think he's sincere." Maud was grave. "I should be sorry to think he wasn't," she replied. After I had bidden her good night at the foot of the stairs and gone to my room, I reflected how absurd it was to be jealous of Krebs. What was Maud Hutchins to me? And even if she had been something to me, she never could be anything to Krebs. All the forces of our civilization stood between the two, nor was she of a nature to take plunges of that sort. The next day, as I lay back in my seat in the parlour car and gazed at the autumn landscape, I indulged in a luxurious contemplation of the picture she had made as she stood on the lawn under the trees in the early morning light, when my carriage had driven away, and I had turned to perceive that her eyes had followed me. I was not in love with her, of course. I did not wish to return at once to Elkington, but I dwelt with a pleasant anticipation upon my visit when the campaign should be over with George. End of section 14. Section 15 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 13. The good old days of the Watling campaign, as Colonel Paul Varney is wont to call them, are gone forever, and the Colonel himself, who stuck to his gods, has been through the burning, fiery furnace of investigation, and has come out unscathed and unrepentant. The flames of investigation, as a matter of fact, passed over his head in their vain attempt to reach the man higher up, whose feet they licked, but him they did not devour either. A veteran in retirement, the Colonel is living under his vine and fig tree on the lake at Rossiter. The vine bears Catawba grapes, of which he is passionately fond. The fig tree, the Bartlett pears, he gives to his friends. He has saved something from the spoils of war, but other veterans I could mention are not so fortunate. The old warriors have retired, and many are dead. The good old methods are becoming obsolete. We never bothered about those mischievous things called primaries. Our country committees, our state committees, chose the candidates for the conventions, which turned around and chose the committees. Both the committees and the conventions, under advice, chose the candidates. Why, pray, should the people complain when they had everything done for them? The benevolent parties, both Democratic and Republican, even undertook the expense of printing the ballots. And generous ballots they were, 20 inches long and 5 wide, distributed before election in order that the voters might have the opportunity of studying and preparing them, in order that Democrats of delicate feelings might take the pains to scratch out all the Democratic candidates and write in the names of the Republican candidates. Patriotism could go no farther than this. I spent the week before election in the city, where I had the opportunity of observing what may be called the charitable side of politics. For a whole month or more, the burden of existence had been lifted from the shoulders of the homeless. No church or organization looked out for these frowsy, blear-eyed, and ragged wanderers who had failed to find a place in the scale of efficiency. For a whole month, I say, Mr. Judd Jason and his lieutenants made them their especial care, supported them in lodging-houses, induced the night clerks to give them attention, took the greatest pains to ensure them the birthright which, as American citizens, was theirs, that of voting. They were not only given homes for a period, but they were registered, and in the abundance of good feeling that reigned during this time of cheer, even the foreigners were registered. On election day they were driven, like visiting notables, in carryalls and carriages, to the polls. Some of them, as though in compensation for ills endured between elections, voted not once, but many times, exercising judicial functions for which they should be given credit. For instance, they were convinced that the Honorable W. Trulease had made a good governor, and they were Watling enthusiasts, intent on sending men to the legislature who would vote for him for senator. Yet there were cases in which, for the minor offices, the Democrat was the better man. It was a memorable day, in spite of Mr. Lawler's pilot, which was as a voice crying in the wilderness. Citizens who had wives and homes and responsibilities, business men and clerks, went to the voting booths and recorded their choice for Trulease, Watling, and Prosperity, and working men followed suit. Victory was in the air. Even the policemen wore happy smiles, and in some instances the election officers themselves, in absent-minded exuberance, thrust bunches of ballots into the boxes. In response to an insistent demand from his fellow citizens, Mr. Watling, the Saturday evening before, had made a speech in the auditorium, decked with bunting and filled with people. For once the Morning Era did not exaggerate when it declared that the ovation had lasted fully 10 minutes. A remarkable proof, it went on to say, of the esteem and confidence in which our fellow citizen is held by those who know him best, his neighbours in the city where he has given so many instances of his public spirit, where he has achieved such distinction in the practice of the law. He holds the sound American conviction that the office should seek the man. His address is printed in another column, and we believe it will appeal to the intelligence and sober judgment of the state. It is replete with modesty and wisdom. Mr. Watling was introduced by Mr. Bering of the State Supreme Court, a candidate for re-election, who spoke with deliberation, with owl-like impressiveness. He didn't believe in judges meddling in politics, but this was an unusual occasion. Loud applause. Most unusual. He had come here as a man, as an American, to pay his tribute to another man, a long-time friend, whom he thought to stand somewhat aside and above mere party strife, to represent values not merely political. So accommodating and flexible is the human mind, so practical may it become through dealing with men and affairs, that in listening to Judge Bering I was able to ignore the little anomalies such a situation might have suggested to the theorist, to the mere student of the institutions of democracy. The friendly glasses of rye and water Mr. Bering had taken in Monahan's saloon, the cases he had arranged for the firm of Watling, Fowndes and Ripon, were forgotten. Forgotten, too, when Theodore Watling stood up and men began to throw their hats in the air, were the cavilling charges of Mr. Lawler's pilot that, far from the office seeking the man, our candidate had spent over $100,000 of his own money, to say nothing of the contributions of Mr. Scherer, Mr. Dickinson, and the railroad. If I had been troubled with any weak ethical doubts, Mr. Watling would have dispelled them. He had red blood in his veins, a creed in which he believed, a rare power of expressing himself in plain everyday language that was often colloquial, but never, as the saying goes, cheap. The dinner-pail predicament was real to him. He would present a policy of our opponents charmingly, even persuasively, and then add, after a moment's pause, "There is only one objection to this, my friends, that it doesn't work." It was all in the way he said it, of course. The audience would go wild with approval, and shouts of "That's right" could be heard here and there. Then he proceeded to show why it didn't work. He had the faculty of bringing his lessons home, the imagination to put himself into the daily lives of those who listened to him, the life of the storekeeper, the clerk, of the laborer, and of the housewife. The effect of this can scarcely be overestimated, for the American hugs the delusion that there are no class distinctions, even though his whole existence may be an effort to rise out of one class into another. "Your wife," he told them once, "needs a dress. Let us admit that the material for the dress is a little cheaper than it was 4 years ago, but when she comes to look into the family stocking—" Laughter. "I needn't go on. If we could have things cheaper and more money to buy them with, we should all be happy, and the Republican Party could retire from business." He did not once refer to the United States senatorship. It was appropriate, perhaps, that many of us dined on the evening of Election Day at the Boyne Club. There was early evidence of a Republican landslide, and when at 10 o'clock it was announced that Mr. Trulease was re-elected by a majority which exceeded Mr. Grunwald's most hopeful estimate, that the legislature was safe, that Theodore Watling would be the next United States Senator, a scene of jubilation ensued within those hallowed walls which was unprecedented. Chairs were pushed back, rugs taken up, Jean Hollister played the piano, and a Virginia reel started. In a burst of enthusiasm, Leonard Dickinson ordered champagne for every member present. The country was returning to its senses. Theodore Watling had preferred, on this eventful night, to remain quietly at home, but presently carriages were ordered, and a delegation of enthusiastic friends departed to congratulate him. Dickinson, of course, Grierson, Founds, Ogilvy, and Grunewald. We found due to be talent there, in spite of the fact that it was a busy night for the era, and Adolf Scherer himself, in expansive mood, was filling the largest of the library chairs. Mr. Watling was the least excited of them all, remarkably calm, I thought, for a man on the verge of realizing his life's high ambition. He had some old brandy and a box of cigars he had been saving for an occasion. He managed to convey to everyone his appreciation of the value of their cooperation. It was midnight before Mr. Scherer arose to take his departure. He seized Mr. Watling's hand warmly in both of his own. "I have never," he said, with a relapse into the German F's, "I have never had a happier moment in my life, my friend, than when I congratulate you on your success." His voice shook with emotion. "Alas, we shall not see so much of you now." "He'll be on guard, Scherer," said Leonard Dickinson, putting his arm around my chief. "Good night, Senator," said Tallant, and all echoed the word, which struck me as peculiarly appropriate. Much as I had admired Mr. Watling before, it seemed indeed as if he had undergone some subtle change in the last few hours, gained in dignity and greatness by the action of the people that day. When it came my turn to bid him good night, he retained my hand in his. "Don't go yet, Hugh," he said. "But you must be tired," I objected. "This sort of thing doesn't make a man tired," he laughed, leading me back to the library, where he began to poke the fire into a blaze. "Sit down a while. You must be tired, I think. You've worked hard in this campaign, a good deal harder than I have. I haven't said much about it, but I appreciate it, my boy." Mr. Watling had the gift of expressing his feelings naturally, without sentimentality. I would have given much for that gift. "Oh, I liked it," I replied awkwardly. I read a gentle amusement in his eyes, and also the expression of something else, difficult to define. He had seated himself, and was absently thrusting at the logs with the poker. "You've never regretted going into law?" he asked suddenly, to my surprise. "Why, no, sir," I said. "I'm glad to hear that. I feel, to a considerable extent, responsible for your choice of a profession." "My father intended me to be a lawyer," I told him, "but it's true that you gave me my first enthusiasm." He looked up at me at the word. "I admired your father. He seemed to me to be everything that a lawyer should be. And years ago, when I came to this city, a raw country boy from upstate, he represented and embodied for me all the fine traditions of the profession. But the practice of law isn't what it was in his day, Hugh." "No," I agreed. "That could scarcely be expected." "Yes, I believe you realize that," he said. "I've watched you. I've taken a personal pride in you, and I have an idea that eventually you will succeed me here. Neither Founds nor Ripon have the peculiar ability you have shown. You and I are alike in a great many respects, and I am inclined to think we are rather rare, as men go. We are able to keep one object vividly in view, so vividly as to be able to work for it day and night. I could mention dozens who had and have more natural talent for the law than I, more talent for politics than I. The same thing may be said about you. I don't regard either of us as natural lawyers, such as your father was. He couldn't help being a lawyer." Here was new evidence of his perspicacity. "But surely," I ventured, "you don't feel any regrets concerning your career, Mr. Watling?" "No," he said, "that's just the point. But no two of us are made wholly alike. I hadn't practiced law very long before I began to realize that conditions were changing, that the new forces at work in our industrial life made the older legal ideals impracticable. It was a case of choosing between efficiency and inefficiency, and I chose efficiency. Well, That was my own affair, but when it comes to influencing others—" He paused. "I want you to see this as I do, not for the sake of justifying myself, but because I honestly believe there is more to it than expediency. A good deal more. There's a weak way of looking at it, and a strong way, and if I feel sure you understand it, I shall be satisfied. Because things are going to change in this country, Hugh. They are changing, but they are going to change more. A man has got to make up his mind what he believes in, and be ready to fight for it. We'll have to fight for it, sooner perhaps than we realize. We are a nation divided against ourselves. Democracy, Jacksonian democracy, at all events, is a flat failure, and we may as well acknowledge it. We have a political system we have outgrown, and which therefore we have had to nullify. There are certain needs, certain tendencies of development in nations as well as in individuals, needs stronger than the state, stronger than the law or constitution. In order to make our resources effective, combinations of capital are more and more necessary, and no more to be denied than a chemical process, given the proper ingredients, can be thwarted. The men who control capital must have a free hand, or the structure will be destroyed. This compels us to do many things which we would rather not do, which we might accomplish openly and unopposed if conditions were frankly recognized and met by wise statesmanship, which sought to bring about harmony by the reshaping of law and policies. Do you follow me? Yes, I answered, but I have never heard the situation stated so clearly. Do you think the day will come when statesmanship will recognize this need? Ah, he said, I'm afraid not, in my time at least, but we shall have to develop that kind of statesman or go on the rocks. Public opinion in the old democratic sense is a myth. It must be made by strong individuals who recognize and represent evolutionary needs. Otherwise it's at the mercy of demagogues who play fast and loose with the prejudice and ignorance of the mob. The people don't value the vote. They know nothing about the real problems. So far as I can see, they are as easily swayed today as the crowd that listened to Mark Antony's oration about Caesar. You've seen how we have to handle them in this election and in other matters. It isn't a pleasant practice, something we'd indulge in out of choice, but the alternative is unthinkable. We'd have chaos in no time. We've just got to keep hold, you understand? We can't leave it to the irresponsible. Yes, I said. In this mood he was more impressive than I had ever known him, and his confidence flattered and thrilled me. In the meantime, we're criminals, he continued. From now on we'll have to stand more and more denunciation from the visionaries, the dissatisfied, the troublemakers. We may as well make up our minds to it. But we've got something on our side worth fighting for, and the man who is able to make that clear will be great. But you are going to the Senate, I reminded him. He shook his head. The time has not yet come, he said. Confusion and misunderstanding must increase before they can diminish. But I have hopes of you, Hugh, or I shouldn't have spoken. I shan't be here now. Of course, I'll keep in touch with you. I wanted to be sure that you had the right view of this thing. I see it now, I said. I had thought of it, but never as a whole, not in the large sense in which you have expressed it. To attempt to acknowledge or deprecate the compliment he had paid me was impossible. I felt that he must have read my gratitude and appreciation in my manner. I mustn't keep you up until morning. He glanced at the clock and went with me through the hall into the open air. A meteor darted through the November night. We're like that, he observed, staring after it. A flash across the darkness, and we're gone. Only there are many who haven't the satisfaction of a flash, I was moved to reply. He laughed and put his hand on my shoulder as he bade me good night. "Hugh, you ought to get married. I'll have to find a nice girl for you," he said. With an elation not unmingled with awe, I made my way homeward. Theodore Watling had given me a creed. A week or so after the election, I received a letter from George Hutchins asking me to come to Elkington. I shall not enter into the details of the legal matter involved. Many times that winter I was a guest at the yellow brick house, and I have to confess, as spring came on, that I made several trips to Elkington, which business necessity did not absolutely demand. I considered Maude Hutchins, and found the consideration rather a delightful process. As became an eligible and successful young man, I was careful not to betray too much interest, and I occupied myself at first with a review of what I deemed her shortcomings. Not that I was thinking of marriage, but I had imagined the future Mrs. Paret as tall. Maude was up to my chin. Again, the hair of the fortunate lady was to be dark, and Maude's was golden red. My ideal had esprit, lightness of touch, the faculty of seizing just the aspect of a subject that delighted me, and a knowledge of the world. Maude was simple, direct, and, in a word, provincial. Her provinciality, however, was negative rather than positive. She had no disagreeable mannerisms, her voice was not nasal, her plasticity appealed to me. I suppose I was lost without knowing it when I began to think of moulding her. All of this went on at frequent intervals during the winter, and while I was organizing the Elkington Power and Traction Company for George, I found time to dine and sup at Maude's house, and to take walks with her. I thought I detected an incense deliciously sweet, by no means overpowering, like the lilies, but more like the shy fragrance of the wood flower. I recall her kind welcomes, the faint deepening of colour in her cheeks when she greeted me, and while I suspected that she looked up to me, she had a surprising and tantalizing self-command. There came moments when I grew slightly alarmed, as, for instance, one Sunday in the early spring, when I was dining at the Ezra Hutchins's house and surprised Mrs. Hutchins's glance on me, suspecting her of seeking to divine what manner of man I was. I became self-conscious. I dared not look at Maude, who sat across the table. Thereafter I began to feel that the Hutchins connection regarded me as a suitor. I had grown intimate with George and his wife, who did not refrain from sly allusions, and George himself once remarked with characteristic tact that I was most conscientious in my attention to the Traction affair. I have reason to believe they were even less delicate with Maude. This was the logical time to withdraw. But I dallied. The experience was becoming more engrossing, if I may so describe it, and spring was approaching. The stars and their courses were conspiring. I was by no means as yet a self-acknowledged wooer, and we discussed love in its lighter phases through the medium of literature. Heaven forgive me for calling it so. About that period, it will be remembered, a mushroom growth of volumes of a certain kind sprang into existence. Little books with artistic bindings and wide margins, sweetened essays, some of them written in beautiful English by dilettante authors for drawing-room consumption, and collections of short stories, no doubt chiefly bought by philanderers like myself, who were thus enabled to skate on thin ice over deep water. It was a most delightful relationship that these helped to support, and I fondly believed I could reach shore again whenever I chose. There came a Sunday in early May, one of those days when the feminine assumes a large importance. I had been to the Hutchinses' church, and Maude, as she sat and prayed decorously in the pew beside me, suddenly increased in attractiveness and desirability. Her voice was very sweet, and I felt a delicious and languorous thrill, which I identified not only with love, but also with a reviving spirituality. How often the two seem to go hand in hand. She wore a dress of a filmy material, mauve, with a design in gold thread running through it. Of late, it seemed, she had had more new dresses, and their modes seemed more cosmopolitan, at least to the masculine eye. How delicately her hair grew, in little shining wisps around her white neck. I could have reached out my hand and touched her. And it was this desire, although by no means overwhelming, that startled me. Did I really want her? The consideration of this vital question occupied the whole time of the sermon, made me distrait at dinner, a large family gathering. Later I found myself alone with her on a bench in the Hutchinses' garden, where we had walked the day of my arrival during the campaign. The gardens were very different now. The trees had burst forth again into leaf. The spirea bushes seemed weighted down with snow, and with a note like that of the quivering bass string of a cello, the bees hummed among the fruit blossoms. And there beside me, in her filmy dress, was Maude, a part of it all. The meaning of all that set my being clamouring. She was like some ripened, delicious flower, ready to be picked. One of those pernicious make-believe volumes had fallen on the bench between us, for I could not read any more. I could not think. I touched her hand, and when she drew it gently away, I glanced at her. Reason made a valiant but hopeless effort to assert itself. Was I sure that I wanted her? For life? No use. I wanted her now, no matter what price that future might demand. An awkward silence fell between us, awkward to me at least, and I, her guide and mentor, became banal, apologetic, confused. I made some idiotic remark about being together in the Garden of Eden. I remember Mr. Doddridge saying in Bible class that it was supposed to be on the Euphrates, she replied, but it's been destroyed by the flood. Let's make another, one of our own, I suggested. Why, how silly you are this afternoon. What's to prevent us, Maude? I demanded with a dry throat. Nonsense, she laughed. In proportion as I lost poise, she seemed to gain it. It's not nonsense, I faltered. If we were married. At last the fateful words were pronounced, irrevocably, and instead of qualms I felt nothing but relief, joy that I had been swept along by the flood of feeling. She did not look at me, but gazed straight ahead of her. If I love you, Maude? I stammered after a moment. But I don't love you, she replied steadily. Never in my life had I been so utterly taken aback. Do you mean, I managed to say, that after all these months you don't like me a little? Liking isn't loving. She looked me full in the face. I like you very much. But there I stopped, paralyzed by what appeared to me the quintessence of feminine inconsistency and caprice. Yet, as I stared at her, she certainly did not appear capricious. It is not too much to say that I was fairly astounded at this evidence of self-command and decision, of the strength of mind to refuse me. Was it possible that she had felt nothing and I all? I got to my feet. I hate to hurt your feelings, I heard her say. I'm very sorry. She looked up at me. Afterwards, when reflecting on the scene, I seemed to remember that there were tears in her eyes. I was not in a condition to appreciate her splendid sincerity. I was overwhelmed and inarticulate. I left her there on the bench and went back to George's, announcing my intention of taking the 5 o'clock train. Maude Hutchins had become, at a stroke, the most desirable of women. I have often wondered how I should have felt on that 5-hour journey back to the city if she had fallen into my arms. I should have persuaded myself, no doubt, that I had not done a foolish thing in yielding to an impulse and proposing to an inexperienced and provincial young woman. Yet there would have been regrets in the background. Too deeply chagrined to see any humour in the situation, I settled down in a Pullman seat and went over and over again the event of that afternoon until the train reached the city. As the days wore on, and I attended to my cases, I thought of Maude a great deal, and in those moments when the pressure of business was relaxed, she obsessed me. She must love me, only she did not realize it. That was the secret. Her value had risen amazingly, become supreme. The very act of refusing me had emphasized her qualifications as a wife, and I now desired her with all the intensity of a nature which had been permitted always to achieve its objects. The inevitable process of idealization began. In dusty offices I recalled her freshness as she had sat beside me in the garden. The freshness of a flower, with Berkeleyan subjectivism. I clothed the flower with colour, bestowed it with fragrance. I conferred on Maude all the gifts and graces that woman had possessed since the creation, and I recalled with mingled bitterness and tenderness the turn of her head, the down on her neck, the half-revealed curve of her arm. In spite of the growing sordidness of Lime Street, my mother and I still lived in the old house, for which she very naturally had a sentiment. In vain I had urged her from time to time to move out into a brighter and fresher neighbourhood. It would be time enough, she said, when I was married. "If you wait for that, mother," I answered, "we shall spend the rest of our lives here." "I shall spend the rest of my life here," she would declare. "But you have your life before you, my dear. You would be so much more contented if you could find some nice girl. I think you live too feverishly." I do not know whether or not she suspected me of being in love, nor indeed how much she read of me in other ways. I did not confide in her, nor did it strike me that she might have yearned for confidences. Though sometimes, when I dined at home, I surprised her gentle face, framed now with white hair, lifted wistfully toward me across the table. Our relationship, indeed, was a pathetic projection of that which had existed in my childhood. We had never been confidants then. The world in which I lived and fought, of great transactions and merciless consequences, frightened her. Her own world was more limited than ever. She heard disquieting things, I am sure, from Cousin Robert Breck, who had become more and more querulous since the time-honoured firm of Breck and Company had been forced to close its doors, and the home at Claremore had been sold. My mother often spent the day in the scrolled suburban cottage with the coloured glass front door where he lived with the Kinleys and Helen. If my mother suspected that I was anticipating marriage and said nothing, Nancy Durrett suspected and spoke out. Life is such a curious succession of contradictions and surprises that I record here without comment the fact that I was seeing much more of Nancy since her marriage than I had in the years preceding it. A comradeship existed between us. I often dined at her house, and had fallen into the habit of stopping there frequently on my way home in the evening. Ham did not seem to mind. What was clear, at any rate, was that Nancy, before marriage, had exacted some sort of an understanding by which her freedom was not to be interfered with. She was the first among us of the modern wives. Ham, whose heartstrings and purse strings were oddly intertwined, had stipulated that they were to occupy the old Durrett mansion, but when Nancy had made it livable, as she expressed it, he is said to have remarked that he might as well have built a new house and been done with it. Not even old Nathaniel himself would have recognized his home when Nancy finished what she termed furnishing. Out went the horsehair, the hideous chandeliers, the stuffy books, the Recamier statuary, and an army of upholsterers, woodworkers, etc., from Boston and New York, invaded the place. The old mahogany doors were spared, but matched now by Chippendale and Sheraton. The new polished floors were covered with Oriental rugs, the dreary Durrett pictures replaced by good canvases and tapestries. Nancy had what amounted to a genius for interior effects, and she was the first to introduce among us the luxury that was to grow more and more prevalent as our wealth increased by leaps and bounds. Only Nancy's luxury, though lavish, was never vulgar, and her house, when completed, had rather marvellously the fine distinction of some old London mansion filled with the best that generations could contribute. It left Mrs. Frederick Grierson, whose residence on the Heights had hitherto been our grandest, breathless with despair. With characteristic audacity, Nancy had chosen old Nathaniel's sanctum for her particular salon, into which Ham himself did not dare to venture without invitation. It was hung in Pompeian red, and had a little wrought iron balcony projecting over the yard, now transformed by an expert into a garden. When I had first entered this room after the metamorphosis had taken place, I inquired after the tombstone mantel. "Oh, I've pulled it up by its roots," she said. "Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" I inquired. "Do I look it?" she asked, and I confessed that she didn't. Indeed, all ghosts were laid, nor was there about her the slightest evidence of mourning or regret. One was forced to acknowledge her perfection in the part she had chosen as the arbitress of social honours. The candidates were rapidly increasing. Almost every month, it seemed, someone turned up with a fortune and the aspirations that go with it, and it was Mrs. Durrett who decided the delicate question of fitness. With these and with the world at large, her manner might best be described as difficult, and I was often amused at the way in which she contrived to keep them at arm's length and make them uncomfortable. With her intimates, of whom there were few, she was frank. "I suppose you enjoy it," I said to her once. "Of course I enjoy it, or I shouldn't do it," she retorted. "It isn't the real thing, as I told you once, but none of us gets the real thing. It's power, just as you enjoy what you're doing, sorting out the unfit. It's a game. It keeps us from brooding over things we can't help. And after all, when we have good appetites and are fairly happy, why should we complain?" "I'm not complaining," I said, taking up a cigarette, "since I still enjoy your favour." She regarded me curiously. "And when you get married, Hugh?" "Sufficient unto the day," I replied. How shall I get along, I wonder, with that simple and unsophisticated lady when she appears? "Well," I said, "you wouldn't marry me." She shook her head at me and smiled. "No," she corrected me, "you like me better as Ham's wife than you would have as your own." I merely laughed at this remark. It would indeed have been difficult to analyze the new relationship that had sprung up between us, to say what elements composed it. The roots of it went back to the beginning of our lives, and there was much of sentiment in it, no doubt. She understood me as no one else in the world understood me, and she was fond of me in spite of it. Hence, when I became infatuated with Maude Hutchins, after that Sunday when she so unexpectedly had refused me, I might have known that Nancy's suspicions would be aroused. She startled me by accusing me out of a clear sky of being in love. I denied it a little too emphatically. "Why shouldn't you tell me, Hugh, if it's so?" she asked. "I didn't hesitate to tell you." It was just before her departure for the East to spend the summer. We were on the balcony, shaded by the big maple that grew at the end of the garden. "But there's nothing to tell," I insisted. She lay back in her chair, regarding me. "Did you think that I'd be jealous?" "There's nothing to be jealous about." "I've always expected you to get married, Hugh. I've even predicted the type." She had, in truth, with an accuracy almost uncanny. "The only thing I'm afraid of is that she won't like me. She lives in that place you've been going to so much lately, doesn't she?" Of course she had put two and two together, my visits to Elkington and my manner, which I had flattered myself had not been distrait. On the chance that she knew more, from some source, I changed my tactics. "I suppose you mean Maude Hutchins," I said. Nancy laughed. So that's her name. It's the name of a girl in Elkington. I've been doing legal work for the Hutchinses, and I imagine some idiot has been gossiping. She's just a young girl, much too young for me. Men are queer creatures, she declared. Did you think I should be jealous? It was exactly what I had thought, but I denied it. Why should you be, even if there were anything to be jealous about? You didn't consult me when you got married. You merely announced an irrevocable decision. Nancy leaned forward and laid her hand on my arm. My dear, she said, strange as it may seem, I want you to be happy. I don't want you to make a mistake, Hugh. Too great a mistake. I was surprised and moved. Once more I had a momentary glimpse of the real Nancy. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Ralph Hambleton. End of section 15. Section 16 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 14. However, thoughts of Maude continued to possess me. She still appeared the most desirable of beings, and a fortnight after my repulse, without any excuse at all, I telegraphed the George Hutchinses that I was coming to pay them a visit. Mrs. George, wearing a knowing smile, met me at the station in a light buckboard. I've asked Maude to dinner, she said. Thus, with masculine directness, I returned to the charge, and Maude's continued resistance but increased my ardour. Could not see why she continued to resist me. Because I don't love you, she said. This was incredible. I suggested that she didn't know what love was, and she admitted it was possible. She liked me very, very much. I told her sagely that this was the best foundation for matrimony. That might be, but she had had other ideas. For one thing, she felt that she did not know me. In short, she was charming and maddening in her defensive ruses, in her advances and retreats, for I pressed her hard during the 4 weeks which followed, and in them made 4 visits. Flinging caution to the winds, I did not even pretend to George that I was coming to see him on business. I had the Hutchins family on my side, for they had the sense to see that the match would be an advantageous one. I even summoned up enough courage to talk to Ezra Hutchins on the subject. "I'll not attempt to influence Maude, Mr. Paret. I've always said I wouldn't interfere with her choice. But as you are a young man of sound habits, sir, successful in your profession, I should raise no objection. I suppose we can't keep her always." To conceal his emotion, he pulled out the watch he lived by. "Why, it's church time," he said. I attended church regularly at Elkington. On a Sunday night in June, following a day during which victory seemed more distant than ever, with startling unexpectedness, Maude capitulated. She sat beside me on the bench, obscured, yet the warm night quivering with her presence. I felt her tremble. I remember the first exquisite touch of her soft cheek. How strange it was that in conquest the tumult of my being should be stilled, that my passion should be transmuted into awe, that thrilled, yet disquieted. What had I done? It was as though I had suddenly entered an unimagined sanctuary filled with holy flame. Presently, when we began to talk, I found myself seeking more familiar levels. I asked her why she had so long resisted me, accusing her of having loved me all the time. "Yes, I think I did, Hugh, only I didn't know it." "You must have felt something that afternoon when I first proposed to you." "You didn't really want me, Hugh. Not then." Surprised and a little uncomfortable at this evidence of intuition, I started to protest. It seemed to me then as though I had always wanted her. "No, no," she exclaimed. "You didn't. You were carried away by your feelings. You hadn't made up your mind. Indeed, I can't see why you want me now." "You believe I do," I said, and drew her toward me. "Yes, I believe it, now, but I can't see why. There must be so many attractive girls in the city who know so much more than I do." I sought fervidly to reassure her on this point. At length, when we went into the house, she drew away from me at arm's length and gave me one long searching look, as though seeking to read my soul. "Hugh, you will always love me? To the very end, won't you?" "Yes," I whispered, "always." In the library, one on each side of the table under the lamp, Ezra Hutchins and his wife sat reading. Mrs. Hutchins looked up, and I saw that she had divined. "Mother, I am engaged to Hugh," Maude said, and bent over and kissed her. Ezra and I stood gazing at them. Then he turned to me and pressed my hand. "Well, I never saw the man who was good enough for her, Hugh. But God bless you, my son. I hope you will prize her as we prize her." Mrs. Hutchins embraced me, and through her tears she, too, looked long into my face. When she had released me, Ezra had his watch in his hand. "If you're going on the 10 o'clock train, Hugh—" "Father," Maude protested, laughing, "I must say I don't call that very polite." In the train I slept but fitfully, awakening again and again to recall the extraordinary fact that I was now engaged to be married, to go over the incidents of the evening. Indifferent to the backings and the bumpings of the car, the voices in the stations, the clanging of locomotive bells and all the incomprehensible startings and stoppings, exalted yet troubled, I beheld Maude, luminous with the love I had amazingly awakened, a love somewhere beyond my comprehension. For her, indeed, marriage was made in heaven. But for me, could I rise now to the ideal that had once been mine, thrust henceforth evil out of my life, love forever, live always in this sanctuary she had made for me? Would the time come when I should feel a sense of bondage? The wedding was set for the end of September. I continued to go every week to Elkington, and in August Maude and I spent a fortnight at the sea. There could be no doubt as to my mother's happiness, as to her approval of Maude. They loved each other from the beginning. I can picture them now, sitting together with their sewing on the porch of the cottage at Mattapoisett. Out of the bay, little white caps danced in the sunlight, sailboats tacked hither and thither, the strong Cape breeze, laden with invigorating salt, stirred Maude's hair, and occasionally played havoc with my papers. "She is just the wife for you, Hugh," my mother confided to me. "If I had chosen her myself, I could not have done better," she added with a smile. I was inclined to believe it, but Maude would have none of this illusion. "He just stumbled across me," she insisted. We went on long sails together, towards Wood's Hole and the open sea, the sprays washing over us. Her cheeks grew tanned. Sometimes, when I praised her and spoke confidently of our future, she wore a troubled expression. "What are you thinking about?" I asked her once. "You mustn't put me on a pedestal," she said gently. "I want you to see me as I am. I don't want you to wake up some day and be disappointed. I'll have to learn a lot of things, and you'll have to teach me. I can't get used to the fact that you, who are so practical and successful in business, should be such a dreamer where I am concerned." I laughed and told her comfortably that she was talking nonsense. "What did you think of me when you first knew me?" I inquired. "Well," she answered, with the courage that characterized her. "I thought you were rather calculating, and that you put too high a price on success. Of course you attracted me. I own it." "You hid your opinions rather well," I retorted, somewhat discomfited. She flushed. "Have you changed them?" I demanded. "I think you have that side, and I think it is a weak side, Hugh. It's hard to tell you this, but it's better to say so now, since you ask me. I do think you set too high a value on success." "Well, now that I know what success really is, perhaps I shall reform," I told her. "I don't like to think that you fool yourself," she replied, with a perspicacity I should have found extraordinary. Throughout my life there have been days and incidents, some trivial, some important, that linger in my memory because they are saturated with atmosphere. I recall, for instance, a gala occasion in youth, when my mother gave one of her luncheon parties. On my return from school, the house and its surroundings wore a mysterious, exciting, and unfamiliar look, somehow changed by the simple fact that guests sat decorously chatting in a dining room shining with my mother's best linen and treasured family silver and china. The atmosphere of my wedding day is no less vivid. The house of Ezra Hutchins was scarcely recognizable. Its doors and windows were opened wide, and all the morning people were being escorted upstairs to an all-significant room that contained a collection like a jeweller's exhibit, a bewildering display. There was a massive punch bowl from which dangled the card of Mr. and Mrs. Adolph Scherer, a really wonderful tea set of old English silver given by Senator and Mrs. Watling, and Nancy Willett, with her certainty of good taste, had sent an old English tankard of the time of the second Charles. The secret was in that room, and it magically transformed for me, as I stood, momentarily alone, in the doorway where I had first beheld Maude, the accustomed scene, and charged with undivined significance the blue shadows under the heavy foliage of the maples. The September sunlight was heavy, tinged with gold. So fragmentary and confused are the events of that day that a cubist literature were necessary to convey the impressions left upon me. I had something of the feeling of a recruit who, for the first time, is taking part in a brilliant and complicated manoeuvre. Tom and Susan Peters flit across the view, and Jean Hollister and Perry Blackwood and the Ewanses, all of whom had come up in a special car. Ralph Hambleton was best man, looking preternaturally tall in his frock coat, and his manner throughout the whole proceeding was one of good-natured tolerance toward a folly none but he might escape. "If you must do it, Hughie, I suppose you must," he had said to me. "I'll see you through, of course, but don't blame me afterwards." Maude was a little afraid of him. I dressed at George's. Then, like one of those bewildering shifts of a cinematograph, comes the scene in church, the glimpse of my mother's wistful face in the front pew, and I found myself in front of the austere Mr. Doddridge, standing beside Maude, or rather beside a woman I tried hard to believe was Maude, so veiled and generally encased was she. I was thinking of this all the time I was mechanically answering Mr. Doddridge, and even when the wedding march burst forth and I led her out of the church, it was as though they had done their best to disguise her, to put our union on the otherworldly plane that was deemed to be its only justification, to neutralize her sex at the very moment it should have been most enhanced. Well, they succeeded. If I had not been as conventional as the rest, I should have preferred to have run away with her in the lavender dress she wore when I first proposed to her. It was only when we had got into the carriage and started for the house, and she turned to me her face, from which the veil had been thrown back, that I realized what a sublime meaning it all had for her. Her eyes were wet. Once more I was acutely conscious of my inability to feel deeply at supreme moments. For months I had looked forward with anticipation and impatience to my wedding day. I kissed her gently, but I felt as though she had gone to heaven, and that the face I beheld enshrouded were merely her effigy. Commonplace words were inappropriate, yet it was to these I resorted. "Well, it wasn't so bad after all, was it?" She smiled at me. "You don't want to take it back?" She shook her head. "I think it was a beautiful wedding, Hugh. I'm so glad we had a good day." She seemed shy, at once very near and very remote. I held her hand awkwardly until the carriage stopped. A little later we were standing in a corner of the parlour, the atmosphere of which was heavy with the scent of flowers, submitting to the onslaught of relatives. Then came the wedding breakfast: croquettes, champagne, chicken salad, ice cream, the wedding cake, speeches, and more kisses. I remember Tom Peters holding on to both my hands. "Good-bye, and God bless you, old boy," he was saying. Susan, in view of the occasion, had allowed him a little more champagne than usual, enough to betray his feelings, and I knew that these had not changed since our college days. I resolved to see more of him. I had neglected him, and undervalued his loyalty. He had followed me to my room in George's house where I was dressing for the journey, and he gave it as his deliberate judgment that in Maude I had struck gold. "She's just the girl for you, Hughie," he declared. "Susan thinks so, too." Later in the afternoon, as we sat in the stateroom of the car that was bearing us eastward, Maude began to cry. I sat looking at her helplessly, unable to enter into her emotion, resenting it a little. Yet I tried awkwardly to comfort her. "I can't bear to leave them," she said. "But you will see them often when we come back," I reassured her. It was scarcely the moment for reminding her of what she was getting in return. This peculiar family affection she evinced was beyond me. I had never experienced it in any poignant degree since I had gone as a freshman to Harvard, and yet I was struck by the fact that her emotions were so rightly placed. It was natural to love one's family. I began to feel vaguely, as I watched her, that the new relationship into which I had entered was to be much more complicated than I had imagined. Twilight was coming on. The train was winding through the mountain passes, crossing and recrossing a swift little stream whose banks were massed with alder. Here and there, on the steep hillsides, blazed the goldenrod. Presently I turned, to surprise in her eyes a wide, questioning look, the look of a child. Even in this irrevocable hour she sought to grasp what manner of being was this to whom she had confided her life, and with whom she was faring forth into the unknown. The experience was utterly unlike my anticipation. Yet I responded. The kiss I gave her had no passion in it. "I'll take good care of you, Maude," I said. Suddenly, in the fading light, she flung her arms around me, pressing me tightly, desperately. "Oh, I know you will, Hugh, dear. And you'll forgive me, won't you, for being so horrid today, of all days? I do love you." Neither of us had ever been abroad, and although it was before the days of swimming pools and gymnasiums and à la carte cafés on ocean liners, the Atlantic was imposing enough. Maude had a more lasting capacity for pleasure than I, a keener enjoyment of new experiences, and as she lay beside me in the steamer chair, where I had carefully tucked her, she would exclaim, "I simply can't believe it, Hugh. It seems so unreal. I'm sure I shall wake up and find myself back in Elkington." "Don't speak so loud, my dear," I cautioned her. There were some very formal-looking New Yorkers next us. "No, I won't," she whispered. "But I'm so happy I feel as though I should like to tell everyone." "There's no need," I answered, smiling. "Oh, Hugh, I don't want to disgrace you," she exclaimed in real alarm. "Otherwise, so far as I am concerned, I shouldn't care who knew." People smiled at her. Women came up and took her hands, and on the fourth day the formidable New Yorkers unexpectedly thawed. I had once thought of Maude as plastic. Then I had discovered she had a mind and will of her own. Once more she seemed plastic. Her love had made her so. Was it not what I had desired? I had only to express a wish, and it became her law. Nay, she appealed to me many times a day to know whether she had made any mistakes, and I began to drill her in my silly traditions, gently, very gently. "Well, I shouldn't be quite so familiar with people, quite so ready to make acquaintances, Maude. You have no idea who they may be. Some of them, of course, like the Sardells, I know by reputation." The Sardells were the New Yorkers who sat next us. "I'll try, Hugh, to be more reserved, more like the wife of an important man." She smiled. "It isn't that you're not reserved," I replied, ignoring the latter half of her remark. "Nor that I want you to change," I said. "I only want to teach you what little of the world I know myself." "And I want to learn, Hugh. You don't know how I want to learn." The sight of mist-ridden Liverpool is not a cheering one for the American who first puts foot on the mother country's soil, a Liverpool of yellow browns and dingy blacks, of tilted funnels pouring out smoke into an atmosphere already charged with it. The long wharves and shed roofs glistened with moisture. "Just think, Hugh, it's actually England!" she cried as we stood on the wet deck, but I felt as though I'd been there before. "No wonder they're addicted to cold baths," I replied. "They must feel perfectly at home in them, especially if they put a little lamp-black in the water." Maude laughed. "You grumpy old thing!" she exclaimed. Nothing could dampen her ardour, not the sight of the rain-soaked stone houses when we got ashore, nor even the frigid luncheon we ate in the lugubrious hotel. For her it was all quaint and new. Finally we found ourselves established in a compartment upholstered in light grey, with tassels and arm-supporters, on the window of which was pasted a poster with the word "Reserved" in large red letters. The guard inquired respectfully, as the porter put our luggage in the racks, whether we had everything we wanted. The toy locomotive blew its toy whistle, and we were off for the north, past dingy yellow tenements of the smoking factory towns, and stretches of orderly, hedge-spaced, rain-swept country. The quaint cottages we glimpsed, the sight of distant, stately mansions on green slopes, caused Maude to cry out with rapture, "Oh, Hugh, there's a manor house!" More vivid than were the experiences themselves of that journey are the memories of them. We went to wind-swept Sabbath-keeping Edinburgh, to high Stirling and dark Holyrood, and to Abbotsford. It was through Sir Walter's eyes we beheld Melrose bathed in autumn light. By his aid repeopled it with forgotten monks eating their fast-day kale. And as we sat reading and dreaming in the still sunny corners, I forgot that struggle for power in which I had been so furiously engaged since leaving Cambridge. Legislators, politicians, and capitalists receded into a dim background, and the gift I had possessed, in youth, of living in a realm of fancy, showed astonishing signs of revival. "Why, Hugh!" Maude exclaimed, "you ought to have been a writer." "You've only just begun to fathom my talents," I replied laughingly. "Did you think you'd marry just a dry old lawyer?" "I believe you capable of anything," she said. I grew more and more to depend on her for little things. She was a born housewife. It was pleasant to have her do all the packing, while I read or sauntered in the queer streets about the inns, and she took complete charge of my wardrobe. She had a talent for drawing, and as we went southward through England she made sketches of the various houses that took our fancy, suggestions for future home building. We spent hours in the evenings in the inn sitting rooms, incorporating new features into our residence, continually modifying our plans. Now it was a Tudor house that carried us away, now a Jacobean, and again an early Georgian with enfolding wings and wrought iron grille. A stage of bewilderment succeeded. Maud, I knew, loved the cottages best. She said they were more home-like, but she yielded to my liking for grandeur. "My, I should feel lost in a palace like that," she cried, as we gazed at the marquee of so-and-so's country seat. "Well, of course we should have to modify it," I admitted. Perhaps our family will be larger." She put her hand on my lips and blushed a fiery red. We examined with other tourists, at $1 apiece, historic mansions with endless drawing rooms, halls, libraries, galleries filled with family portraits, elaborate formal bedrooms where famous sovereigns had slept, all roped off and carpeted with canvas strips to protect the floors. Through mullioned windows we caught glimpses of gardens and geometrical parterres, lakes, fountains, statuary, fantastic topiary, and distant stretches of park. Maud sighed with admiration, but did not covet. She had me. But I was often uncomfortable, resenting the vulgar, gaping tourists with whom we were herded, and the easy familiarity of the guides. These did not trouble Maud, who often annoyed me by asking naive questions herself. I would nudge her. One afternoon, when with other compatriots we were being hurried through a famous castle, the guide unwittingly ushered us into a drawing-room, where the owner and several guests were seated about a tea-table. I shall never forget the stares they gave us before we had time precipitately to retreat, nor the feeling of disgust and rebellion that came over me. This was heightened by the remark of a heavy 6-foot Ohioan with an infantile face and genial manner. "I noticed that they didn't invite us to sit down and have a bite," he said. "I call that kind of inhospitable." "It was his lordship himself," exclaimed the guide, scandalized. "You don't say," drawled our fellow countryman. "I guess I owe you another shilling, my friend." The guide, utterly bewildered, accepted it. The transatlantic point of view towards the nobility was beyond him. "His lordship could make a nice little income if he set up as a side-show," added the Ohioan. Maud giggled, but I was furious, and no sooner were we outside the gates than I declared I should never again enter a private residence by the back door. "Why, Hugh, how queer you are sometimes," she said. "I may be queer, but I have a sense of fitness," I retorted. She asserted herself. "I can't see what difference it makes. They didn't know us, and if they admit people for money—" "I can't help it. And as for the man from Ohio—" "But he was so funny," she interrupted, "and he was really very nice." I was silent. Her point of view, eminently sensible as it was, exasperated me. We were leaning over the parapet of a little stone bridge. Her face was turned away from me, but presently I realized that she was crying. Men and women, villagers, passing across the bridge, looked at us curiously. I was miserable and somewhat appalled, resentful, yet striving to be gentle and conciliatory. I assured her that she was talking nonsense, that I loved her, but I did not really love her at that moment, nor did she relent as easily as usual. It was not until we were together in our sitting room a few hours later that she gave in. I felt a tremendous sense of relief. "Hugh, I'll try to be what you want. You know I am trying. But don't kill what is natural in me." I was touched by the appeal and repentant. It is impossible to say when the little worries, annoyances, and disagreements began. When I first felt a restlessness creeping over me, I tried to hide these moods from her, but always she divined them. And yet I was sure that I loved Maude. In a surprisingly short period I had become accustomed to her, dependent on her ministrations and the normal cosy intimacy of our companionship. I did not like to think that the keen edge of the enjoyment of possession was wearing a little, while at the same time I philosophized that the divine fire, when legalized, settles down to a comfortable glow. The desire to go home that grew upon me I attributed to the irritation aroused by the spectacle of a fixed social order commanding such unquestioned deference from the many who were content to remain resignedly outside of it. Before the setting in of the liberal movement and the American invasion, England was a country in which, from my point of view, one must be somebody in order to be happy. I was somebody at home, or at least rapidly becoming so. London was shrouded, Parliament had risen, and the great houses were closed. Day after day we issued forth from a musty and highly respectable hotel near Piccadilly to a gloomy tower, a soggy Hampton Court, or a mournful British Museum. Our native longing for luxury, or rather my native longing, impelled me to abandon Smith's Hotel for a huge hostelry where our suite overlooked the Thames, where we ran across a man I had known slightly at Harvard, and other Americans with whom we made excursions and dined and went to the theatre. Maude liked these persons. I did not find them especially congenial. My lifelong habit of unwillingness to accept what life sent in its ordinary course was asserting itself. But Maude took her friends as she found them, and I was secretly annoyed by her lack of discrimination. In addition to this, the sense of having been pulled up by the roots grew on me. "Suppose," Maude surprised me by suggesting one morning, as we sat at breakfast watching the river craft flit like phantoms through the yellow-green fog, "suppose we don't go to France, after all, Hugh?" "Not go to France?" I exclaimed. "Are you tired of the trip?" "Oh, Hugh," her voice caught, "I could go on always, if you were content." "And what makes you think I'm not content?" Her smile had in it just a touch of wistfulness. "I understand you, Hugh, better than you think. You want to get back to your work, and I should be happier. I'm not so silly and so ignorant as to think that I can satisfy you always, and I'd like to get settled at home. I really should." There surged up within me a feeling of relief. I seized her hand as it lay on the table. "We'll come abroad another time and go to France," I said. "Maude, you're splendid." She shook her head. "Oh, no, I'm not." "You do satisfy me," I insisted. "It isn't that at all. But I think perhaps it would be wiser to go back. It's rather a crucial time with me. Now that Mr. Watling's in Washington, I've just arrived at a position where I shall be able to make a good deal of money, and later on—" "It isn't the money, Hugh," she cried, with a vehemence which struck me as a little odd. "I sometimes think we'd be a great deal happier without all you are going to make." I laughed. "Well, I haven't made it yet." She possessed the frugality of the Hutchinses, and sometimes my lavishness had frightened her, as when we had taken the suite of rooms we now occupied. "Are you sure you can afford them, Hugh?" she had asked when we first surveyed them. I began married life and carried it on without giving her any conception of the state of my finances. She had an allowance from the first. As the steamer slipped westward, my spirits rose, to reach a climax of exhilaration when I saw the towers of New York rise gleaming like huge stalagmites in the early winter sun. Maud likened them more happily to gigantic ivory chessmen. Well, New York was America's chessboard, and the great players had already begun to make moves that astonished the world. As we sat at breakfast in a Fifth Avenue hotel, I ran my eye eagerly over the stock market reports and the financial news, and rallied Maud for a lack of spirits. "Aren't you glad to be home?" I asked her as we sat in a hansom. "Of course I am, Hugh," she protested. "But I can't look upon New York as home, somehow. It frightens me." I laughed indulgently. "You'll get used to it," I said. "We'll be coming here a great deal, off and on." She was silent. But later, when we took a hansom and entered the streams of traffic, she responded to the stimulus of the place. The movement, the colour, the sight of the well-appointed carriages, of the well-fed, well-groomed people who sat in them, the enticement of the shops in which we made our purchases had their effect, and she became cheerful again. In the evening we took the Limited for home. We lived for a month with my mother, and then moved into our own house. It was one which I had rented from Howard Ogilvy, and it stood on the corner of Baker and Clinton streets, near that fashionable neighbourhood called the Heights. Ogilvy, who was some 10 years older than I, and who belonged to one of our old families, had embarked on a career then becoming common, but which at first was regarded as somewhat meteoric. Gradually abandoning the practice of law, and perceiving the possibilities of the city of his birth, he had gambled in real estate and other enterprises, such as our local water company, until he had quadrupled his inheritance. He had built a mansion on Grant Avenue, the wide thoroughfare bisecting the Heights. The house he had vacated was not large, but essentially distinctive, with the oddity characteristic of the revolt against the banal architecture of the 80s. The curves of the tiled roof enfolded the upper windows. The walls were thick, the note one of mystery. I remember Maud's naive delight when we inspected it. "You'd never guess what the inside was like, would you, Hugh?" she cried. From the panelled box of an entrance hall, one went up a few steps to a drawing-room, which had a bowed recess like an oriel, and window seats. The dining-room was an odd shape, and was wainscoted in oak. It had a tiled fireplace, and, according to Maud, the sweetest china closet built into the wall. There was a den for me, and an octagonal reception room on the corner. Upstairs the bedrooms were quite as unusual, the plumbing of the new pattern, heavy and imposing. Maud expressed the air of seclusion when she exclaimed that she could almost imagine herself in one of the medieval towns we had seen abroad. "It's a dream, Hugh," she sighed. "But do you think we can afford it?" "This house," I announced, smiling, "is only a stepping-stone to the palace I intend to build you some day." "I don't want a palace," she cried. "I'd rather live here, like this, always." A certain vehemence in her manner troubled me. I was charmed by this disposition for domesticity, and yet I shrank from the contemplation of its permanency. I felt vaguely, at the time, the possibility of a future conflict of temperaments. Maud was docile now, but would she remain docile? And was it in her nature to take ultimately the position that was desirable for my wife? Well, she must be moulded before it were too late. Her ultra-domestic tendencies must be halted. As yet blissfully unaware of the inability of the masculine mind to fathom the subtleties of feminine relationships, I was particularly desirous that Maud and Nancy Durrett should be intimates. The very day after our arrival, and while we were still at my mother's, Nancy called on Maud and took her out for a drive. Maud told me of it when I came home from the office. "Dear old Nancy," I said. "I know you liked her." "Of course, Hugh. I should like her for your sake anyway. She's one of your oldest and best friends." "But I want you to like her for her own sake." I think I shall, said Maud. She was so scrupulously truthful. I was a little afraid of her at first. Afraid of Nancy? I exclaimed. Well, you know, she's much older than I. I think she is sweet, but she knows so much about the world, so much that she doesn't say. I can't describe it. I smiled. It's only her manner. You'll get used to it when you know what she really is. Oh, I hope so, answered Maud. I'm very anxious to like her. I do like her, but it takes me such a lot of time to get to know people. Nancy asked us to dinner. I want to help Maud all I can if she'll let me, Nancy said. Why shouldn't she let you? I asked. She may not like me, Nancy replied. Nonsense, I exclaimed. Nancy smiled. It won't be my fault at any rate if she doesn't, she said. I wanted her to meet at first just the right people, your old friends and a few others. It is hard for a woman, especially a young woman, coming among strangers. She glanced down the table to where Maud sat talking to Ham. She has such an air about her, a great deal of self-possession. I, too, had noticed this, with pride and relief, for I knew Maud had been nervous. You're luckier than you deserve to be, Nancy reminded me. But I hope you realize that she has a mind of her own, that she will form her own opinions of people, independently of you. I must have betrayed the fact that I was a little startled, for the remark came as a confirmation of what I had dimly felt. Of course she has, I agreed, somewhat lamely. Every woman has, who is worth her salt. Nancy's smile bespoke a knowledge that seemed to transcend my own. You do like her? I demanded. I like her very much indeed, said Nancy, a little gravely. She's simple. She's real. She has that which so few of us possess nowadays, character. But I've got to be prepared for the possibility that she may not get along with me. Why not? I demanded. There you are again with your old unwillingness to analyze a situation and face it. For heaven's sake, now that you have married her, study her. Don't take her for granted. Can't you see that she doesn't care for the things that amuse me, that make my life? Of course, if you insist on making yourself out a hardened, sophisticated woman, I protested, but she shook her head. Her roots are deeper. She is in touch, though she may not realize it, with the fundamentals. She is one of those women who are race makers. Though somewhat perturbed, I was struck by the phrase, and I lost sight of Nancy's generosity. She looked me full in the face. I wonder whether you can rise to her, she said. If I were you, I should try. You will be happier, far happier, than if you attempt to use her for your own ends, as a contributor to your comfort and an auxiliary to your career. I was afraid, I confess it, that you had married an aspiring, simpering, and empty-headed provincial like that Mrs. George Hutchins, whom I met once, and who would sell her soul to be at my table. Well, you escaped that, and you may thank God for it. You've got a chance. Think it over. A chance, I repeated, though I gathered something of her meaning. Think it over, said Nancy again, and she smiled. But do you want me to bury myself in domesticity? I demanded, without grasping the significance of my words. You'll find her reasonable, I think. You've got a chance now, Hugh. Don't spoil it. She turned to Leonard Dickinson, who sat on her other side. When we got home, I tried to conceal my anxiety as to Maud's impressions of the evening. I lit a cigarette and remarked that the dinner had been a success. Do you know what I've been wondering all evening? Maud asked. Why you didn't marry Nancy instead of me. Well, I replied, it just didn't come off. And Nancy was telling me at dinner how fortunate I was to have married you." Maude passed this. "I can't see why she accepted Hambleton Durrett. It seems horrible that such a woman as she is could have married just for money." "Nancy has an odd streak in her," I said. "But then we all have odd streaks. She's the best friend in the world, when she is your friend." "I'm sure of it," Maude agreed, with a little note of penitence. "You enjoyed it?" I ventured cautiously. "Oh, yes," she agreed. "And everyone was so nice to me. For your sake, of course." "Don't be ridiculous," I said. "I shan't tell you what Nancy and the others said about you." Maude had the gift of silence. "What a beautiful house," she sighed presently. "I know you'll think me silly, but so much luxury as that frightens me a little. In England, in those places we saw, it seemed natural enough. But in America, and they are all your friends, seem to take it as a matter of course. There's no reason why we shouldn't have beautiful things and well-served dinners, too, if we have the money to pay for them." "I suppose not," she agreed absently. End of section 16. Section 17 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 15. That winter many other entertainments were given in our honour, but the conviction grew upon me that Maude had no real liking for the social side of life, that she acquiesced in it only on my account. Thus, at the very outset of our married career, an irritant developed. Signs of it, indeed, were apparent from the first, when we were preparing the house we had rented for occupancy, hurrying away from my office at odd times to furniture and department stores to help decide such momentous questions as curtains, carpets, chairs, and tables. I would often spy the tall, uncompromising figure of Susan Peters standing beside Maude's, while an obliging clerk spread out anxiously rugs or wallpapers for their inspection. "Why don't you get Nancy to help you too?" I ventured to ask her once. "Ours is such a little house, compared to Nancy's, Hugh." My attitude towards Susan had hitherto remained undefined. She was Tom's wife and Tom's affair. In spite of her marked disapproval of the modern trend in business and social life, a prejudice she had communicated to Tom, as a bachelor I had not disliked her, and it was certain that these views had not mitigated Tom's loyalty and affection for me. Susan had been my friend, as had her brother Perry, and Lucia, Perry's wife. They made no secret of the fact that they deplored in me what they were pleased to call plutocratic obsessions, nor had their disapproval always been confined to badinage. Nancy, too, they looked upon as a renegade. I was able to bear their reproaches with the superior good nature that springs from success, to point out why the American tradition to which they so fatuously clung was a thing of the past. The habit of taking dinner with them at least once a week had continued, and their arguments rather amused me. If they chose to dwell in a backwater, out of touch with the current of great affairs, this was a matter to be deplored, but I did not feel strongly enough to resent it. So long as I remained a bachelor, the relationship had not troubled me. But now that I was married, I began to consider with some alarm its power to affect my welfare. It had remained for Nancy to inform me that I had married a woman with a mind of her own. I had flattered myself that I should be able to control Maude, to govern her predilections, and now, at the very beginning of our married life, she was showing a disquieting tendency to choose for herself. To be sure, she had found my intimacy with the Peters and Blackwoods already formed, but it was an intimacy from which I was growing away. I should not have quarrelled with her if she had not discriminated. Nancy made overtures, and Maude drew back. Susan presented herself, and with annoying perversity, and in an extraordinarily brief time, Maude had become her intimate. It seemed to me that she was always at Susan's, lunching or playing with the children, who grew devoted to her, or with Susan, choosing carpets and clothes, while more and more frequently we dined with the Peters and the Blackwoods, or they with us. With Perry's wife, Maude was scarcely less intimate than with Susan. This was the more surprising to me, since Lucia Blackwood was a dyed-in-the-wool intellectual, a graduate of Radcliffe, the daughter of a Harvard professor. Perry had fallen in love with her during her visit to Susan. Lucia was perhaps the most influential of the group. She scorned the world. She held strong views on the higher education of women. She had long discarded orthodoxy for what may be called a Cambridge stoicism of simple living and high thinking, while Maude was a strict Presbyterian and not in the least given to theories. When, some months after our homecoming, I ventured to warn her gently of the dangers of confining oneself to a coterie, especially one of such narrow views, her answer was rather bewildering. "But isn't Tom your best friend?" she asked. I admitted that he was. "And you always went there such a lot before we were married?" This, too, was undeniable. "At the same time," I replied, "I have other friends. I'm fond of the Blackwoods and the Peters. I am not advocating seeing less of them, but their point of view, if taken without any antidote, is rather narrowing. We ought to see all kinds," I suggested with a fine restraint. "You mean more worldly people?" she said with her disconcerting directness. "Not necessarily worldly," I struggled on. "People who know more of the world, yes, who understand it better." Maude sighed. "I do try, Hugh. I return their calls. I do try to be nice to them. But somehow I don't seem to get along with them easily. I'm not myself. They make me shy. It's because I'm provincial." "Nonsense," I protested. "You're not a bit provincial." And it was true. Her dignity and self-possession redeemed her. Nancy was not once mentioned, but I think she was in both our minds. Since my marriage, too, I had begun to resent a little the attitude of Tom and Susan and the Blackwoods, of humorous yet affectionate tolerance toward my professional activities and financial creed, though Maude showed no disposition to take this seriously. I did suspect, however, that they were more and more determined to rescue Maude from what they would have termed a frivolous career. And on one of these occasions, so exasperating in married life, when a slight cause for pique tempts a husband or wife to try a case before a friendly jury, Maude remarked it at the dinner table that I thought she ought to go out more than she did. I have forgotten the conversation that went before. "That's right. Don't let him turn you into a society doll," Perry put in. "You were created for something better." I was furious, but I repressed my temper until Maude and I were alone. "Why, Perry only said that in fun," she exclaimed in surprise. "I don't care to be made an idiot of," I said. "Perry has an idea that all wisdom will die with him. Of course, if you prefer his way of looking at things—" "But I don't, Hugh. How can you be so cruel and unjust and silly?" "Apparently you attach more importance to his views and Susan's and Lucia's than to mine." She gazed at me for a moment with widened eyes, as though I had suddenly become a stranger. And then, falling into a chair, burst into weeping. "Oh, I know I'm a failure. I heard her cry convulsively, "I'm not what you want. I can't ever be what you want. You really don't care for me. Why did you marry me?" I was appalled. Yet for the instant my exasperation was rather heightened by this enigmatic result. I paced up and down the room, drew aside the curtain, and gazed out at the arc lights on the street, and then back at her. The sobbing continued. Presently I went over and laid my hand on her shoulder. For the first time she shrank from my touch. "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Maude." Pressing her handkerchief to her eyes, she fairly ran out of the room and up the stairs. I heard her close the bedroom door after her and turn the key in the lock. I went to my study and began to go over some papers I had brought home with me, trying, and at first succeeding, in exerting a power which for many years I had cultivated, of shutting out all disturbing human relationships, of suppressing my feelings. But presently my attention to the work relaxed, and I began to ask myself whether this affair were only a squall, something to be looked for once in a while on the seas of matrimony and weathered, or whether Maude had not, after all, been right when she declared that I had made a mistake and that we were not fitted for one another. In this gloomy view endless years of incompatibility stretched ahead, and for the first time I began to rehearse, with a certain cold detachment, the chain of apparently accidental events which had led up to my marriage, to consider the gradual blindness that had come over my faculties, and, finally, to wonder whether judgment ever entered into sexual selection. Would Maude have relapsed into this senseless fit if she had realized how fortunate she was? For I was prepared to give her what thousands of women longed for, position and influence. My resentment rose again against Perry and Tom, and I began to attribute their lack of appreciation of my achievements to jealousy. They had not my ability. This was the long and short of it. I pondered also, regretfully, on my bachelor days, and for the first time I, who had worked so hard to achieve freedom, felt the pressure of the yoke I had fitted over my own shoulders. I had voluntarily, though unwittingly, returned to slavery. This was what had happened, and what was to be done about it? I would not consider divorce. Well, I should have to make the best of it. Whether this conclusion brought on a mood of reaction, I am unable to say. I was still annoyed by what seemed to the masculine mind a senseless and dramatic performance on Maude's part, an incomprehensible case of nerves. Nevertheless, there stole into my mind many recollections of Maude's affection, many passages between us, and my eye chanced to fall on the inkwell she had bought me out of the allowance I gave her. An unanticipated pity welled up within me for her loneliness, her despair in that room upstairs. I got up and hesitated. A counteracting, inhibiting wave passed through me. I hardened. I began to walk up and down, a prey to conflicting impulses. Something whispered, "Go to her." Another voice added, "For your own peace of mind, at any rate." I rejected the intrusion of this motive as unworthy, turned out the light, and groped my way upstairs. The big clock in the hall struck 12. I listened outside the door of the bedroom, but all was silent within. I knocked. "Maude," I said in a low voice. There was no response. "Maude, let me in. I didn't mean to be unkind. I'm sorry." After an interval, I heard her say, "I'd rather stay here tonight." But at length, after more entreaty and self-abasement on my part, she opened the door. The room was dark. We sat down together on the window-seat, and all at once she relaxed, and her head fell on my shoulder, and she began weeping again. I held her, the alternating moods still running through me. "Hugh," she said at length, "how could you be so cruel, when you know I love you and would do anything for you?" "I didn't mean to be cruel, Maude," I answered. "I know you didn't, but at times you seem so indifferent, and you can't understand how it hurts. I haven't anybody but you now, and it's in your power to make me happy or miserable." Later on, I tried to explain my point of view, to justify myself. "All I mean," I concluded at length, "is that my position is a little different from Perry's and Tom's. They can afford to isolate themselves, but I'm thrown professionally with the men who are building up this city. Some of them, like Ralph Hambleton and Mr. Ogilvy, I've known all my life. Life isn't so simple for us, Maude. We can't ignore the social side." "I understand," she said contentedly. "You are more of a man of affairs, much more than Tom or Perry, and you have greater responsibilities and wider interests. I'm really very proud of you. Only, don't you think you are a little too sensitive about yourself when you are teased?" I let this pass. I give a paragraph from a possible biography of Hugh Paret, which, as then seemed not improbable, might in the future have been written by some aspiring young worshipper of success. On his return from a brief but delightful honeymoon in England, Mr. Paret took up again, with characteristic vigour, the practice of the law. He was entering upon the prime years of manhood. Golden opportunities confronted him as indeed they confronted other men. But Paret had the foresight to take advantage of them, and his training under Theodore Watling was now to produce results. The reputations had already been made of some of that remarkable group of financial geniuses who were chiefly instrumental in bringing about the industrial revolution begun after the Civil War. At the same time, as is well known, a political leadership developed that gave proof of a deplorable blindness to the logical necessity of combinations in business. The lawyer with initiative and brains became an indispensable factor, etc., etc. The biography might have gone on to relate my association with and important services to Adolf Scherer in connection with his constructive dream. Shortly after my return from abroad, in answer to his summons, I found him at Heinrich's, his napkin tucked into his shirt front, and a dish of his favourite sausages before him. "So the honeymoon is over," he said, and pressed my hand. "You are right to come back to business, and after a while you can have another honeymoon, eh? I have had many since I married, and how long do you think was my first? A day. I was a foreman then, and the wedding was at 6 o'clock in the morning. We went into the country, the wife and I." He laid down his knife and fork, possessed by the memory. "I have grown rich since, and we've been to Europe and back to Germany, and travelled on the best ships and stayed at the best hotels, and I never enjoyed a holiday more than that day. It wasn't long afterwards I went to Mr. Durrett and told him how he could save much money. He was always ready to listen, Mr. Durrett, when an employee had anything to say. He was a big man, an ironmaster. Ah, he would be astonished if only he could wake up now." "He would not only have to be an ironmaster," I agreed, "but a financier and a railroad man to boot." "A jack of all trades," laughed Mr. Scherer. "That's what we are, men in my position. Well, it was comparatively simple then, when we had no Sherman law and crazy statutes, such as some of the states are passing to bother us. What has got into the politicians, that they are indulging in such foolishness?" he exclaimed more warmly. "We try to build up a trade for this country, and they're doing their best to tie our hands and tear it down. When I was in Washington the other day, I was talking with one of those Western senators whose state has passed those laws. He said to me, 'Mr. Scherer, I've been making a study of the Boyne Iron Works. You are clever men, but you are building up monopolies which we propose to stop.' 'By what means?' I asked. 'Rebates, for one,' said he. 'You get preferential rates from your railroad which give you advantages over your competitors.' 'Foolishness!' Mr. Scherer exclaimed. 'I tell him the railroad is a private concern, built up by private enterprise, and it has a right to make special rates for large shippers.' 'No, railroads are public carriers with no right to make special rates.' I ask him what else he objects to, and he says patented processes, as if we don't have a right to our own patents. We buy them. I buy them, when other steel companies won't touch 'em. What is that but enterprise, and business foresight, and taking risks? And then he begins to talk about the tariff taking money out of the pockets of American consumers and making men like me rich. I have come to Washington to get the tariff raised on steel rails, and Watling and other senators we send down there are raising it for us. We are building up monopolies. Well, suppose we are. We can't help it, even if we want to. Has he ever made a study of the other side of the question, the competition side? Of course he hasn't." He brought down his beer mug heavily on the table. In times of excitement his speech suggested the German idiom. Abruptly his air grew mysterious. He glanced around the room, now becoming empty, and lowered his voice. "I have been thinking a long time. I have a little scheme," he said, "and I have been to Washington to see Watling to talk over it. Well, he thinks much of you. Founds and Ripon are good lawyers, but they are not smart like you. 'See Paret,' he says, and he can come down and talk to me. So I ask you to come here. That is why I say you are wise to get home. Honeymoons can wait, eh?" I smiled appreciatively. "They talk about monopoly, those populist senators. But I ask you, what is a man in my place to do? If you don't eat, somebody eats you. Is it not so? Like the boa constrictors. That is modern business. Look at the Keystone Plate people over there at Morris. For years we sold them steel billets from which to make their plates, and 3 months ago they served notice on us that they are getting ready to make their own billets. They buy mines north of the lakes and are building their plant. Here is a big customer gone. Next year, maybe, the Empire Tube Company goes into the business of making crude steel, and many more thousands of tons go from us. What is left for us, Paret?" "Obviously you've got to go into the tube and plate business yourselves," I said. "So!" cried Mr. Scherer triumphantly. "Or it is close up. We are not fools. No, we will not lie down and be eaten like lambs for any law. Dickinson can put his hand on the capital, and I have already bought a tract on the lakes at Bolivar. I have already got a plant designed with the latest modern machinery. I can put the ore right there. I can send the coke back from here in cars, which would otherwise be empty, and manufacture tubes at $8 a ton less than they are selling. If we can make tubes, we can make plates, and if we can make plates, we can make boilers and beams and girders and bridges. It is not like it was. But where is it all leading, my friend? The time will come, is right on us now, in respect to many products, when the market will be flooded with tubes and plates and girders, and then we'll have to find a way to limit production, and the inefficient mills will all be forced to shut down." The logic seemed unanswerable, even had I cared to answer it. He unfolded his campaign. The Boyne Iron Works was to become the Boyne Iron Works Limited, owner of various subsidiary companies, some of which were as yet blissfully ignorant of their fate. All had been thought out as calmly as the partition of Poland. Only lawyers were required, and ultimately, after the process of acquisition should have been completed, a delicate document was to be drawn up, which would pass through the meshes of that annoying statutory net, the Sherman antitrust law. New mines were to be purchased, extending over a certain large area, wide coal deposits, little strips of railroad to tap them. The competition of the Keystone Plate people was to be met by acquiring and bringing up to date the plate mills of King and Son over the borders of a sister state. The Somersworth Bridge and Construction Company and the Gring Steel and Wire Company were to be absorbed. When all of this should have been accomplished, there would be scarcely a process in the steel industry, from the smelting of the ore to the completion of a bridge, which the Boyne Iron Works could not undertake. Such was the beginning of the lateral extension period. "Two can play at that game," Mr. Scherer said, "and if those fellows could only be content to let well enough alone, to continue buying their crude steel from us, there wouldn't be any trouble." It was evident, however, that he really welcomed the trouble, that he was going into battle with enthusiasm. He had already picked out his points of attack and was marching on them. Life, for him, would have been a poor thing without new conflicts to absorb his energy, and he had already made of the Boyne Iron Works, with its open hearth furnaces, a marvel of modern efficiency that had opened the eyes of the steel world and had drawn the attention of a personality in New York, a personality who was one of the new and dominant type that had developed with such amazing rapidity, the banker dinosaur, preying upon and superseding the industrial dinosaur, conquering type of the preceding age, builder of the railroads, mills, and manufactories. The banker dinosaurs, the gigantic ones, were in Wall Street and strove among themselves for the industrial spoils accumulated by their predecessors. It was characteristic of these monsters that they never fought in the open, unless they were forced to. Then the earth rocked, huge economic structures tottered and fell, and much dust arose to obscure the vision of smaller creatures who were bewildered and terrified. Such disturbances were called panics, and were blamed by the newspapers on the Democratic Party, or on the reformers who had wantonly assailed established institutions. These dominant bankers had contrived to gain control of the savings of thousands and thousands of fellow citizens who had deposited them in banks or paid them into insurance companies, and with the power thus accumulated had sallied forth to capture railroads and industries. The railroads were the strategic links. With these in hand, certain favored industrial concerns could be fed, and others, starved, into submission. Adolf Scherer might be said to represent a transitional type, for he was not only an ironmaster who knew every detail of his business, who kept it ahead of the times, he was also a strategist, wise in his generation, making friends with the railroad while there had yet been time, at length securing rebates and favors. And when that railroad, which had been constructed through the enterprise and courage of such men as Nathaniel Durrett, had passed under the control of the banker personality to whom I have referred, and had become part of a system, Adolf Scherer remained in alliance and continued to receive favors. I can well remember the time when the ultimate authority of the railroad was transferred quietly to Wall Street. Alexander Barber, its president, had been a great man, but after that he bowed, in certain matters, to a greater one. I have digressed. Mr. Scherer unfolded his scheme, talking about units as calmly as though they were checkers on a board, instead of huge, fiery, reverberating mills where thousands and thousands of human beings toiled day and night. Beings with families and hopes and fears, whose destinies were to be dominated by the will of the man who sat opposite me. But did not he, in his own person, represent the triumph of that American creed of opportunity? He, too, had been through the fire, had sweated beside the blasts, had handled the ingots of steel. He was one of the fittest who had survived, and looked it. Had he no memories of the terrors of that struggle? Adolf Scherer had grown to be a giant, and yet without me, without my profession, he was a helpless giant, at the mercy of those alert and vindictive lawmakers who sought to restrain and hamper him, to check his growth with their webs. How stimulating the idea of his dependence! How exhilarating, too, the thought that that vision which had first possessed me as an undergraduate, on my visit to Jerry Kyme, was at last to be realized. I had now become the indispensable associate of the few who divided the spoils. I was to have a share in these myself. "You're young, Paret," Mr. Scherer concluded, "but Watling has confidence in you, and you will consult him frequently. I believe in the young men, and I have already seen something of you, so—" When I returned to the office, I wrote Theodore Watling a letter expressing my gratitude for the position he had, so to speak, willed me, of confidential legal adviser to Adolf Scherer. Though the opportunity had thrust itself upon me suddenly, and sooner than I expected it, I was determined to prove myself worthy of it. I worked as I had never worked before, making trips to New York to consult leading members of this new branch of my profession there, trips to Washington to see my former chief. There, too, numerous conferences with local personages, with Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Grierson and Judah B. Tallant, whose newspaper was most useful. There were consultations and negotiations of a delicate nature with the owners and lawyers of other companies to be "taken in," nor was it all legal work, in the older and narrower sense. Men who are playing for principalities are making war. Some of our operations had all the excitement of war. There was information to be got, and it was got, somehow. Modern war involves a spy system, and a friendly telephone company is not to be despised. And all of this work, from first to last, had to be done with extreme caution. Moribund distinctions of right and wrong did not trouble me, for the modern man labors religiously when he knows that evolution is on his side. For all of these operations a corps of counsel had been employed, including the firm of Harrington and Bowes. Next to Theodore Watling, Joel Harrington was deemed the ablest lawyer in the city. We organized in due time the corporation known as the Boyne Iron Works Limited. A trust agreement was drawn up that was a masterpiece of its kind, one that caused, first and last, meddling officials in the Department of Justice at Washington no little trouble and perplexity. I was proud of the fact that I had taken no small part in its composition. In short, in addition to certain emoluments and opportunities for investment, I emerged from the affair firmly established in the good graces of Adolf Scherer, and with a reputation practically made. A year or so after the Boyne Company Limited came into existence, I chanced one morning to go down to the New Schwelle Hotel to meet a New Yorker of some prominence, and was awaiting him in the lobby when I overheard a conversation between two commercial travellers who were sitting with their backs to me. "Did you notice that fellow who went up to the desk a moment ago?" asked one. "The young fellow in the grey suit? Sure. Who is he? He looks as if he was pretty well fixed." "I guess he is," replied the first. "That's Paret. He's Scherer's confidential counsel. He used to be Senator Watling's partner, but they say he's even got something on the old man." In spite of the feverish life I led, I was still undoubtedly young-looking, and in this I was true to the incoming type of successful man. Our fathers appeared staid at 36. Clothes, of course, made some difference, and my class and generation did not wear the sombre and cumbersome kind, with skirts and tails. I patronized a tailor in New York. My chestnut hair, a little darker than my father's had been, showed no signs of turning grey, although it was thinning a little at the crown of my forehead, and I wore a small moustache, clipped in a straight line above the mouth. This made me look less like a college youth. Thanks to a strong pigment in my skin, derived probably from Scotch-Irish ancestors, my colour was fresh. I have spoken of my life as feverish, and yet I am not so sure that this word completely describes it. It was full to overflowing, one side of it, and I did not miss, save vaguely in rare moments of weariness, any other side that might have been developed. I was busy all day long, engaged in affairs I deemed to be alone of vital importance in the universe. I was convinced that the welfare of the city demanded that supreme financial power should remain in the hands of the group of men with whom I was associated, and whose battles I fought in the courts, in the legislature, in the city council, and sometimes in Washington, although they were well cared for there. By every means ingenuity could devise, their enemies were to be driven from the field, and they were to be protected from blackmail. A sense of importance sustained me, and I remembered in that first flush of a success for which I had not waited too long, what a secret satisfaction it was to pick up the Era and see my name embedded in certain dignified notices of board meetings, transactions of weight, or cases known to the initiated as significant. Mr. Scherer's interests were taken care of by Mr. Hugh Paret. The fact that my triumphs were modestly set forth gave me more pleasure than if they had been trumpeted in headlines. Although I might have started out in practice for myself, my affection and regard for Mr. Watling kept me in the firm, which became Watling, Fowndes and Paret, and a new arrangement was entered into. Mr. Ripon retired on account of ill health. There were instances, however, when a certain amount of annoying publicity was inevitable. Such was the famous Galligan case, which occurred some 3 or 4 years after my marriage. Aloysius Galligan was a brakeman, and his legs had become paralyzed as the result of an accident that was the result of defective sills on a freight car. He had sued, and been awarded damages of $15,000. To the amazement and indignation of Miller Gorse, the Supreme Court, to which the railroad had appealed, affirmed the decision. It wasn't the single payment of $15,000 that the railroad cared about, of course. A precedent might be established for compensating maimed employees, which would be expensive in the long run. Carelessness could not be proved in this instance. Gorse sent for me. I had been away with Maude at the sea for 2 months, and had not followed the case. "You've got to take charge, Paret, and get a rehearing. See Bering, and find out who in the deuce is to blame for this. Chesley's one, of course. We ought never to have permitted his nomination for the Supreme Bench. It was against my judgment, but Varney and Gill assured me that he was all right." I saw Judge Bering that evening. We sat on a plush sofa in the parlour of his house in Baker Street. "I had a notion Gorse'd be mad," he said, "but it looked to me as if they had it on us, Paret. I didn't see how we could do anything else but affirm without being too rank. Of course, if he feels that way, and you want to make a motion for a rehearing, I'll see what can be done." "Something's got to be done," I replied. "Can't you see what such a decision lets them in for?" "All right," said the judge, who knew an order when he heard one. "I guess we can find an error." He was not a little frightened by the report of Mr. Gorse's wrath, for election day was approaching. "Say, you wouldn't take me for a sentimental man now, would you?" I smiled at the notion of it. "Well, I'll own up to you, this kind of got under my skin. That Galligan is a fine-looking fellow, if there ever was one, and he'll never be of a bit of use any more. Of course, the case was plain sailing, and they ought to have had the verdict, but that lawyer of his handled it to the Queen's taste, if I do say so. He made me feel real bad, by God, as if it was my own son Ed who'd been battered up. Lord, I can't forget the look in that man Galligan's eyes. I hate to go through it again and reverse it, but I guess I'll have to now." The judge sat gazing at the flames playing over his gas log. "Who was the lawyer?" I asked. "A man by the name of Krebs," he replied. "Never heard of him before. He's just moved to the city." "This city?" I ejaculated. The judge glanced at me interestedly. "This city, of course. What do you know about him?" "Well," I answered, when I had recovered a little from the shock, for it was a distinct shock, He lived in Elkington. He was the man who stirred up the trouble in the legislature about Bill 709. The judge slapped his knee. "That fellow?" he exclaimed, and ruminated. "Why didn't somebody tell me?" he added, complainingly. "Why didn't Miller Gorse let me know about it, instead of licking up a fuss after it's all over?" Of all men of my acquaintance, I had thought the judge the last to grow maudlin over the misfortunes of those who were weak or unfortunate enough to be defeated and crushed in the struggle for existence, and it was not without food for reflection that I departed from his presence. To make Mr. Bering feel bad was no small achievement, and Krebs had been responsible for it, of course, not Galligan. Krebs had turned up once more. It seemed as though he were destined to haunt me. Well, I made up my mind that he should not disturb me again at any rate. I, at least, had learned to eliminate sentimentality from business, and it was not without deprecation I remembered my experience with him at the Capitol, when he had made me temporarily ashamed of my connection with Bill 709. I had got over that, and when I entered the courtroom, the tribunal having graciously granted a rehearing on the ground that it had committed an error in the law, my feelings were of lively curiosity and zest. I had no disposition to underrate his abilities, but I was fortified by the consciousness of a series of triumphs behind me, by a sense of association with prevailing forces against which he was helpless. I could afford to take a superior attitude in regard to one who was destined always to be dramatic. As the case proceeded, I was rather disappointed on the whole that he was not dramatic, not even as dramatic as he had been when he defied the powers in the legislature. He had changed but little. He still wore ill-fitting clothes, but I was forced to acknowledge that he seemed to have gained in self-control, in presence. He had nodded at me before the case was called, as he sat beside his maimed client, and I had been on the alert for a hint of reproach in his glance. There was none. I smiled back at him. He did not rant. He seemed to have rather a remarkable knowledge of the law. In a conversational tone he described the sufferings of the man in the flannel shirt beside him, but there could be no question of the fact that he did produce an effect. The spectators were plainly moved, and it was undeniable that some of the judges wore rather a sheepish look as they toyed with their watch chains or moved the stationery in front of them. They had seen maimed men before. They had heard impassioned, sentimental lawyers talk about wives and families and God and justice. Krebs did none of this. Just how he managed to bring the thing home to those judges, to make them ashamed of their role, just how he managed, in spite of my fortified attitude, to revive something of that sense of discomfort I had experienced at the State House, is difficult to say. It was because, I think, he contrived, through the intensity of his own sympathy, to enter into the body of the man whose cause he pleaded, to feel the despair in Galligan's soul, an impression that was curiously conveyed despite the dignified limits to which he confined his speech. It was strange that I began to be rather sorry for him, that I felt a certain reluctant regret that he should thus squander his powers against overwhelming odds. What was the use of it all? At the end his voice became more vibrant, though he did not raise it, as he condemned the railroad for its indifference to human life, for its contention that men were cheaper than rolling stock. I encountered him afterward in the corridor. I had made a point of seeking him out, perhaps from some vague determination to prove that our last meeting in the little restaurant at the Capitol had left no traces of embarrassment in me. I was, in fact, rather aggressively anxious to reveal myself to him as one who has thriven on the views he condemned, as one in whose unity of mind there is no rift. He was alone, apparently waiting for someone, leaning against a steam radiator, in one of his awkward, angular poses, looking out of the courthouse window. "How are you?" I said blithely. "So you've left Elkington for a wider field." I wondered whether my alert cousin-in-law, George Hutchins, had made it too hot for him. He turned to me unexpectedly, a face of profound melancholy. His expression had in it, oddly, a trace of sternness, and I was somewhat taken aback by this evidence that he was still bearing vicariously the troubles of his client. So deep had been the thought I had apparently interrupted that he did not realize my presence at first. "Oh, it's you, Paret. Yes, I've left Elkington," he said. "Something of a surprise to run up against you suddenly, like this." "I expected to see you," he answered gravely, and the slight emphasis he gave the pronoun implied not only a complete knowledge of the situation and of the part I had taken in it, but also a greater rebuke than if his accusation had been direct. But I clung to my affability. "If I can do anything for you, let me know," I told him. He said nothing. He did not even smile. At this moment he was opportunely joined by a man who had the appearance of a labour leader, and I walked away. I was resentful. My mood, in brief, was that of a man who has done something foolish and is inclined to talk to himself aloud. But the mood was complicated, made the more irritating by the paradoxical fact that that last look he had given me seemed to have borne the traces of affection. It is perhaps needless to add that the court reversed its former decision. End of section 17. Section 18 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 16. The Pilot published a series of sensational articles and editorials about the Galligan matter, a picture of Galligan, an account of the destitute state of his wife and family. The time had not yet arrived when such newspapers dared to attack the probity of our courts, but a system of law that permitted such palpable injustice because of technicalities was bitterly denounced. What chance had a poor man against such a Moloch as the railroad, even with a lawyer of such ability as had been exhibited by Herman Krebs? Krebs was praised, and the attention of Mr. Lawler's readers was called to the fact that Krebs was the man who, some years before, had opposed single-handed in the legislature the notorious Bill No. 709. It was well known in certain circles, the editorial went on to say, that this legislation had been drawn by Theodore Watling in the interests of the Boyne Iron Works, etc., etc. Hugh Paret had learned at the feet of an able master. This first sight of my name thus opprobriously flung to the multitude gave me an unpleasant shock. I had seen Mr. Scherer attacked, Mr. Gorse attacked, and Mr. Watling. I had all along realized, vaguely, that my turn would come, and I thought myself to have acquired a compensating philosophy. I threw the sheet into the waste-basket, presently picked it out again, and reread the sentence containing my name. Well, there were certain penalties that every career must pay. I had become, at last, a marked man, and I recognized the fact that this assault would be the forerunner of many. I tried to derive some comfort and amusement from the thought of certain operations of mine that Mr. Lawler had not discovered, that would have been matters of peculiar interest to his innocent public, certain extra-legal operations, at the time when the Bovine Corporation was being formed, for instance, and how they would have licked their chops had they learned of that manoeuvre by which I had managed to have one of Mr. Scherer's subsidiary companies in another state, with property and assets amounting to more than 20 millions, reorganized under the laws of New Jersey, and the pending case thus transferred to the federal court, where we won hands down. This Galligan affair was nothing to that. Nevertheless, it was annoying. As I sat in the streetcar on my way homeward, a man beside me was reading the Pilot. I had a queer sensation as he turned the page and scanned the editorial, and I could not help wondering what he and the thousands like him thought of me, what he would say if I introduced myself and asked his opinion. Perhaps he did not think at all. Undoubtedly, he and the public at large were used to Mr. Lawler's daily display of injustices. Nevertheless, like slow acid, they must be eating into the public consciousness. It was an outrage, this freedom of the press. With renewed exasperation I thought of Krebs, of his disturbing and almost uncanny faculty of following me up. Why couldn't he have remained in Elkington? Why did he have to follow me here, to make capital out of a case that might never have been heard of except for him? I was still in this disagreeable frame of mind when I turned the corner by my house and caught sight of Maude in the front yard, bending bareheaded over a bed of late flowers which the frost had spared. The evening was sharp, the dusk already gathering. "You'll catch cold," I called to her. She looked up at the sound of my voice. "They'll soon be gone," she sighed, referring to the flowers. "I hate winter." She put her hand through my arm, and we went into the house. The curtains were drawn, a fire was crackling on the hearth, the lamps were lighted, and as I dropped into a chair this living room of ours seemed to take on the air of a refuge from the vague, threatening, sinister things of the world without. I felt I had never valued it before. Maude took up her sewing and sat down beside the table. "Hugh," she said suddenly, "I read something in the newspaper." My exasperation flared up again. "Where did you get that disreputable sheet?" I demanded. "At the dressmaker's," she answered. I just happened to see the name, Paret." "It's just politics," I declared, "stirring up discontent by misrepresentation. Jealousy." She leaned forward in her chair, gazing into the flames. "Then it isn't true that this poor man, Galligan, isn't that his name, was cheated out of the damages he ought to have to keep himself and his family alive?" "You must have been talking to Perry or Susan," I said. "They seem to be convinced that I am an oppressor of the poor." "Hugh!" The tone in which she spoke my name smote me. "How can you say that? How can you doubt their loyalty? And mine? Do you think they would undermine you and to me behind your back?" "I didn't mean that, of course, Maude. I was annoyed about something else. And Tom and Perry have an air of deprecating most of the enterprises in which I am professionally engaged. It's very well for them to talk. All Perry has to do is sit back and take in receipts from the Boyne Street car line, and Tom is content if he gets a few commissions every week. They're like militiamen, criticizing soldiers under fire. I know they're good friends of mine, but sometimes I lose patience with them." I got up and walked to the window, and came back again and stood before her. "I'm sorry for this man, Galligan," I went on. "I can't tell you how sorry, but few people who are not on the inside, so to speak, grasp the fact that big corporations like the railroad are looked upon as fair game for every kind of parasite. Not a day passes in which attempts are not made to bleed them. Some of these cases are pathetic. It had cost the railroad many times $15,000 to fight Galligan's case. But if they had paid it, they would have laid themselves open to thousands of similar demands. Dividends would dwindle. The stockholders have a right to a fair return on their money. Galligan claims that there was a defective sill on the car, which is said to have caused the wreck. If damages are paid on that basis, it means the daily inspection of every car which passes over their lines. And more than that, there are certain defects, as in the present case, which an inspection would not reveal. When a man accepts employment on a railroad, he assumes a certain amount of personal risk. It's not precisely a chambermaid's job. And the lawyer who defends such cases, whatever his personal feelings may be, cannot afford to be swayed by them. He must take the larger view. "Why didn't you tell me about it before?" she asked. "Well, I didn't think it of enough importance. These things are all in the day's work." "But Mr. Krebs, how strange that he should be there, connected with the case." I made an effort to control myself. "Your old friend," I said. "I believe you have a sentiment about him." She looked up at me. "Scarcely that," she replied gravely, with the literalness that often characterized her. "But he isn't a person easily forgotten. He may be queer, one may not agree with his views, but after the experience I had with him, I've never been able to look at him in the way George does, for instance, or even his father does." "Or even as I do," I supplied. "Well, perhaps not even as you do," she answered calmly. "I believe you once told me, however, that you thought him a fanatic, but sincere." "He's certainly a fanatic," I exclaimed. "But sincere, Hugh, you still think him sincere? You seem a good deal concerned about a man you've laid eyes on but once." She considered this. "Yes, it is surprising," she admitted. "But it's true. I was sorry for him, but I admired him. I was not only impressed by his courage in taking charge of me, but also by the trust and affection the work people showed. He must be a good man, however mistaken he may be in the methods he employs. And life is cruel to those people." "Life is life," I observed. "Neither you nor I nor Krebs is able to change it." "Has he come here to practice?" she asked after a moment. "Yes. Do you want me to invite him to dinner?" And seeing that she did not reply, I continued. "In spite of my explanation, I suppose you think, because Krebs defended the man Galligan, that a monstrous injustice has been done." "That is unworthy of you," she said, bending over her stitch. I began to pace the room again, as was my habit when overwrought. "Well, I was going to tell you about this affair if you had not forestalled me by mentioning it yourself. It isn't pleasant to be vilified by rascals who make capital out of vilification, and a man has a right to expect some sympathy from his wife." "Did I ever deny you that, Hugh?" she asked. "Only you don't ever seem to need it or want it." "And there are things," I pursued, "things in a man's province that a woman ought to accept from her husband, things which in the very nature of the case she can know nothing about." "But a woman must think for herself," she declared. "She shouldn't become a mere automaton. And these questions involve so much. People are discussing them. The magazines and periodicals are beginning to take them up." I stared at her, somewhat appalled by this point of view. There had indeed been signs of its development before now, but I had not heeded them, and for the first time I beheld Maude in a new light. "Oh, it's not that I don't trust you," she continued. "I'm open to conviction, but I must be convinced. Your explanation of this Galligan case seems a sensible one, although it's depressing. But life is hard and depressing sometimes. I've come to realize that. I want to think over what you've said. I want to talk over it some more. Why don't you tell me more of what you are doing? If you only would confide in me, as you have now, I can't help seeing that we are growing farther and farther apart, that business, your career, is taking all of you and leaving me nothing." She faltered and went on again. "It's difficult to tell you this. You never give me the chance, and it's not for my sake alone, but for yours too. You are growing more and more self-centered, surrounding yourself with a hard shell. You don't realize it, but Tom notices it. Perry notices it. It hurts them. It's that they complain of. Hugh!" she cried appealingly, sensing my resentment, forestalling the words of defense ready on my lips. "I know that you are busy, that many men depend on you. It isn't that I'm not proud of you and your success, but you don't understand what a woman craves. She doesn't want only to be a good housekeeper, a good mother. She wants to share a little, at any rate, in the life of her husband, in his troubles as well as in his successes. She wants to be of some little use, of some little help to him." My feelings were reduced to a medley. "But you are a help to me, a great help," I protested. She shook her head. "I wish I were," she said. It suddenly occurred to me that she might be. I was softened and alarmed by the spectacle she had revealed of the widening breach between us. I laid my hand on her shoulder. "Well, I'll try to do better, Maude." She looked up at me questioningly, yet gratefully, through a mist of tears, but her reply, whatever it might have been, was forestalled by the sound of shouts and laughter in the hallway. She sprang up and ran to the door. "It's the children!" she exclaimed. "They've come home from Susan's party." It begins indeed to look as if I were writing this narrative upside down, for I have said nothing about children. Perhaps one reason for this omission is that I did not really appreciate them, that I found it impossible to take the same minute interest in them as Tom, for instance, who was apparently not content alone with the 6 which he possessed, but had adopted mine. One of them, little Sarah, said Uncle Tom before father. I do not mean to say that I had not occasional moments of tenderness toward them, but they were out of my thoughts much of the time. I have often wondered since how they regarded me, how in their little minds they defined the relationship. Generally, when I arrived home in the evening, I liked to sit down before my study fire and read the afternoon newspapers or a magazine. But occasionally I went at once to the nursery for a few moments, to survey with complacency the medley of toys on the floor, and to kiss all 3. They received my caresses with a certain shyness, the 2 younger ones at least, as though they were at a loss to place me as a factor in the establishment. They tumbled over each other to greet Maude, and even Tom. If I were an enigma to them, what must they have thought of him? Sometimes I would discover him on the nursery floor, with 1 or 2 of his own children, building towers and castles and railroad stations, or forts to be attacked and demolished by regiments of lead soldiers. He was growing comfortable-looking, if not exactly stout, prematurely paternal, oddly willing to renounce the fiercer joys of life, the joys of acquisition, of conquest, of youth. "You'd better come home with me, Chickabiddy," he would say. "That father of yours doesn't appreciate you. He's too busy getting rich." Chickabiddy was his name for little Sarah. Half of the name stuck to her, and when she was older we called her Biddy. She would gaze at him questioningly, her eyes like blue flower cups, a strange little mixture of solemnity and bubbling mirth, of shyness and impulsiveness. She had fat legs that creased above the tops of the absurd little boots that looked to be too tight. Sometimes she rolled and tumbled in an ecstasy of abandon, and again she would sit motionless as though absorbed in dreams. Her hair was like corn silk in the sun, twisting up into soft curls after her bath, when she sat rosily presiding over her supper table. As I look back over her early infancy, I realize that I loved her, although it is impossible for me to say how much of this love is retrospective. Why I was not mad about her every hour of the day is a puzzle to me now. Why, indeed, was I not mad about all three of them? There were moments when I held and kissed them, when something within me melted, moments when I was away from them and thought of them. But these moments did not last. The something within me hardened again. I became indifferent. My family was wiped out of my consciousness, as though it had never existed. There was Matthew, for instance, the oldest. When he arrived, he was to Maude a never-ending miracle. She would have his crib brought into her room, and I would find her leaning over the bedside, gazing at him with a rapt expression beyond my comprehension. To me, he was just a brick-red morsel of humanity, all folds and wrinkles and not at all remarkable in any way. Maude used to annoy me by getting out of bed in the middle of the night when he cried, and at such times I was apt to wonder at the odd trick the life force had played me, and ask myself why I got married at all. It was a queer method of carrying on the race. Later on, I began to take a cursory interest in him, to watch for signs in him of certain characteristics of my own youth, which, in the philosophy of my manhood, I had come to regard as defects, and it disturbed me somewhat to see these signs appear. I wished him to be what I had become by force of will, a fighter. But he was a sensitive child, anxious for approval, not robust, though spiritual rather than delicate. Even in comparative infancy he cared more for books than toys, and his greatest joy was in being read to. In spite of these traits, perhaps because of them, there was a sympathy between us. From the time that he could talk, the child seemed to understand me. Occasionally I surprised him gazing at me with a certain wistful look that comes back to me as I write. Morton, Tom used to call Alexander the Great, because he was a fighter from the cradle, beating his elder brother, too considerate to strike back, and likewise, when opportunity offered, his sister, and appropriating their toys. A self-sufficient, doughty young man, with a round head that withstands many blows, taking by nature to competition and buccaneering in general. I did not love him half so much as I did Matthew, if such intermittent emotions as mine may be called love. It was a standing joke of mine, which Maude strongly resented, that Morton resembled Cousin George of Elkington. Imbued with the highest ambition of my time, I had set my bark on a great circle, and almost before I realized it, the bark was burdened with a wife and family, and the steering had insensibly become more difficult. For Maude cared nothing about the destination, and when I took any hand off the wheel, our ship showed a tendency to make for a quiet harbour. Thus, the social initiative, which I believe should have been the woman's, was thrust back on me. It was almost incredible, yet indisputable, in a day when most American women were credited with a craving for social ambition, that I, of all men, should have married a wife in whom the craving was wholly absent. She might have had what other women would have given their souls for. There were many reasons why I wished her to take what I deemed her proper place in the community as my wife. Not that I cared for what is called society in the narrow sense. With me it was a logical part of a broader scheme of life, an auxiliary rather than an essential, but a needful auxiliary, a means of dignifying and adorning the position I was taking. Not only that, but I felt the need of intercourse of a lighter and more convivial nature with men and women who saw life as I saw it. In the evenings when we did not go out into that world our city afforded, ennui took possession of me. I had never learned to care for books. I had no resources outside of my profession, and when I was not working on some legal problem, I dawdled over the newspapers and went to bed. I don't mean to imply that our existence, outside of our continued intimacy with the Peters and the Blackwoods, was socially isolated. We gave little dinners that Maude carried out with skill and taste, but it was I who suggested them. We went out to other dinners, sometimes to Nancy's, though we saw less and less of her, sometimes to other houses. But Maude had given evidence of domestic tastes and a disinclination for gaiety that those who entertained more were not slow to sense. I should have liked to take a larger house, but I felt the futility of suggesting it. The children were still small, and she was occupied with them. Meanwhile, I beheld, and at times with considerable irritation, the social world changing, growing larger and more significant, a more important function of that higher phase of American existence the new century seemed definitely to have initiated. A segregative process was away, to which Maude was wholly indifferent. Our city was throwing off its social conservatism. Wealth, which implied ability and superiority, was playing a greater part. Entertainments were more luxurious, lines more strictly drawn. We had an elaborate country club for those who could afford expensive amusements. Much of this transformation had been due to the initiative and leadership of Nancy Durrett. Great and sudden wealth, however, if combined with obscure antecedents and questionable qualifications, was still looked upon askance. In spite of the fact that Adolf Scherer had put us on the map, the family of the great ironmaster still remained outside of the social pale. He himself might have entered had it not been for his wife, who was supposed to be queer, who remained at home in her house opposite Gallatin Park and made little German cakes. A huge house which an unknown architect had taken unusual pains to make pretentious and hideous, for it was Rhenish, Moorish, and Victorian by turns. Its geometric grounds matched those of the park, itself a monument to bad taste in landscape. The neighbourhood was highly respectable, and inhabited by families of German extraction. There were 2 flaxen-haired daughters who had just graduated from an expensive boarding school in New York, where they had received the polish needful for future careers. But the careers were not forthcoming. I was thrown constantly with Adolf Scherer. I had earned his gratitude. I had become necessary to him. But after the great coup whereby he had fulfilled Mr. Watling's prophecy and become the chief factor in our business world, he began to show signs of discontent, of an irritability that seemed foreign to his character, and that puzzled me. One day, however, I stumbled upon the cause of this fermentation, to wonder that I had not discovered it before. In many ways, Adolf Scherer was a child. We were sitting in the Boyne Club. "Money, yes!" he exclaimed, apropos of some demand made upon him by a charitable society. "They come to me for my money. There is always Scherer, they say. He will make up the deficit in the hospitals. But what is it they do for me? Nothing. Do they invite me to their houses, to their parties?" This was what he wanted, then, social recognition. I said nothing, but I saw my opportunity. I had the clue now to a certain attitude he had adopted of late toward me, an attitude of reproach, as though, in return for his many favours to me, there was something I had left undone, and when I went home I asked Maude to call on Mrs. Scherer. "On Mrs. Scherer?" she repeated. "Yes, I want you to invite them to dinner." The proposal seemed to take away her breath. I owe her husband a great deal, and I think he feels hurt that the wives of the men he knows downtown haven't taken up his family. I felt that it would not be wise, with Maude, to announce my rather amazing discovery of the ironmaster's social ambitions. "But, Hugh, they must be very happy. They have their friends, and after all this time, wouldn't it seem like an intrusion?" "I don't think so," I said. "I'm sure it would please him and them. You know how kind he's been to us, how he sent us East in his private car last year." "Of course I'll go if you wish it, if you're sure they feel that way." She did make the call that very week, and somewhat to my surprise reported that she liked Mrs. Scherer and the daughters. Maude's likes and dislikes, needless to say, were not governed by matters of policy. "You were right, Hugh," she informed me, almost with enthusiasm. "They did seem lonely, and they were so glad to see me, it was rather pathetic. Mr. Scherer, it seems, had talked to them a great deal about you. They wanted to know why I hadn't come before. That was rather embarrassing. Fortunately, they didn't give me time to talk. I never heard people talk as they do. They all kissed me when I went away, and came down the steps with me, and Mrs. Scherer went into the conservatory and picked a huge bouquet. There it is," she said laughingly, pointing to several vases. "I separated the colours as well as I could when I got home. We had coffee and the most delicious German cakes in the Turkish room or the Moorish room, whichever it is. I'm sure I shan't be able to eat anything more for days. When do you wish to have them for dinner?" "Well," I said, "we ought to have time to get the right people to meet them. We'll ask Nancy and Ham." Maude opened her eyes. "Nancy? Do you think Nancy would like them?" "I'm going to give her a chance, anyway," I replied. It was in some ways a memorable dinner. I don't know what I expected in Mrs. Scherer. From Maude's description, a benevolent and somewhat stupid, blue-eyed German woman of peasant extraction. There could be no doubt about the peasant extraction. But when she hobbled into our little parlour with the aid of a stout, gold-headed cane, she dominated it. Her very lameness added to a distinction that evinced itself in a dozen ways. Her nose was hooked, her colour high, despite the years in Steelville. Her peculiar costume heightened the effect of her personality. Her fire-lit black eyes bespoke a spirit accustomed to rule, and instead of being an aspirant for social honours, she seemed to confer them. Conversation ceased at her entrance. "I'm sorry we are late, my dear," she said as she greeted Maude affectionately. "But we have far to come. And this is your husband," she exclaimed as I was introduced. She scrutinized me. "I have heard something of you, Mr. Paret. You are smart. Shall I tell you the smartest thing you ever did?" She patted Maude's shoulder. "When you married your wife, that was it. I have fallen in love with her. If you do not know it, I tell you." Next, Nancy was introduced. "So you are Mrs. Hambleton Durrett." Nancy acknowledged her identity with a smile, but the next remark was a bombshell. "The leader of society." "Alas!" exclaimed Nancy, "I have been accused of many terrible things." Their glances met. Nancy's was amused, baffling, like a spark in amber. Each in its way was redoubtable. A greater contrast between two women could scarcely have been imagined. It was well said, and not snobbishly, that generations had been required to make Nancy's figure. She wore a dress of blue sheen, the light playing on its ripples, and as she stood, apparently wholly at ease, looking down at the wife of Adolf Scherer, she reminded me of an expert swordsman who, with remarkable skill, was keeping a too pressing and determined aspirant at arm's length. I was keenly aware that Maude did not possess this gift, and I realized for the first time something of the similarity between Nancy's career and my own. She, too, in her feminine sphere, exercised and subtly a power in which human passions were deeply involved. If Nancy Durrett symbolized aristocracy, established order and prestige, what did Mrs. Scherer represent? Not democracy, mob rule, certainly. The stocky German peasant woman with her tightly drawn hair and heavy jewels seemed grotesquely to embody something that ultimately would have its way, a lusty and terrible force in the interests of which my own services were enlisted, to which the old American element in business and industry, the male counterpart of Nancy Willett, had already succumbed, and now it was about to storm the feminine fastnesses. I beheld a woman who had come to this country with a shawl over her head, transformed into a new species of duchess, sure of herself, scorning the delicate euphemisms in which Fancy's kind were wont to refer to a social realm that was no less real because its boundaries had not definitely been defined. She held her stick firmly and gave Nancy an indomitable look. "I want you to meet my daughters. Gretchen, Anna, come here and be introduced to Mrs. Durrett." It was not without curiosity I watched these of the second generation as they made their bows, noted the differentiation in the type for which an American environment and a finishing school had been responsible. Gretchen and Anna had learned, in crises such as the present, to restrain the superabundant vitality they had inherited. If their cheekbones were a little too high, their delft blue eyes a little too small, their colour was of the proverbial rose leaves and cream. Jean Hollister's difficulty was to know which to marry. They were nice girls, of that there could be no doubt. There was no false modesty in their attitude toward society, nor did they pretend, as so many silly people did, that they were not attempting to get anywhere in particular, that it was less desirable to be in the centre than on the dubious outer walks. They, too, were so glad to meet Mrs. Durrett. Nancy's eyes twinkled as they passed on. "You see what I have let you in for," I said. "My dear Hugh," she replied, "sooner or later we should have had to face them anyhow. I have recognized that for some time. With their money, and Mr. Scherer's prestige, and the will of that lady with the stick, in a few years we should have had nothing to say. Why, she's a female Napoleon. Hilda's the man of the family." After that, Nancy invariably referred to Mrs. Scherer as Hilda. If Mrs. Scherer was a surprise to us, her husband was a still greater one, and I had difficulty in recognizing the Adolf Scherer who came to our dinner party as the personage of the business world before whom lesser men were wont to cringe. He seemed rather mysteriously to have shed that personality, become an awkward, ingratiating, rather too exuberant, ordinary man with a marked German accent. From time to time I found myself speculating uneasily on this phenomenon as I glanced down the table at his great torso, white waistcoated for the occasion. He was plainly making up to Nancy and to Mrs. Ogilvy, who sat opposite him. On the whole, the atmosphere of our entertainment was rather electric. Hilda was chiefly responsible for this. Her frankness was of the breathtaking kind. Far from attempting to hide or ignore the struggle by which she and her husband had attained their present position, she referred with the utmost naivety to incidents in her career, while the whole table paused to listen. "Before we had a carriage, yes, it was hard for me to get about. I had to be helped by the conductors into the street cars. I broke my hip when we lived in Steelville, and the doctor was a numbskull. He should be put in prison, is what I tell Adolf. I was standing on a clothes horse when it fell. I had much washing to do in those days." "And can nothing be done, Mrs. Scherer?" said Leonard Dickinson sympathetically. "For an old woman, I am 55. I have had many doctors. I would put them all in prison. How much was it you paid Dr. Stickney in New York, Adolphe? $5,000. And he did nothing, nothing. I'd rather be poor again and work, but it is well to make the best of it." "Your grandfather was a fine man, Mr. Durrett," she informed Hambleton. "It is a pity for you, I think, that you do not have to work." Ham, who sat on her other side, was amused. "My grandfather did enough work for both of us," he said. "If I had been your grandfather, I would have started you in puddling," she observed, as she eyed with disapproval the filling of his third glass of champagne. "I think there is too much gay life, too much games for rich young men nowadays. You will forgive me for saying what I think to young men." "I'll forgive you for not being my grandfather, at any rate," replied Ham, with unaccustomed wit. She gazed at him with grim humour. "It is bad for you I am not," she declared. There was no gainsaying her. What can be done with a lady who will not recognize that morality is not discussed, and that personalities are tabooed save between intimates? Hilda was a personage as well as a Tartar. Laws, conventions, usages, to all these she would conform when it pleased her. She would have made an admirable inquisitorial judge, and quite as admirable a sick nurse. A rare criminal lawyer, likewise, was wasted in her. She was one of those individuals, I perceived, whose loyalties dominate them, and who, in behalf of these loyalties, carry chips on their shoulders. "It is a long time that I have been wanting to meet you," she informed me. "You are smart." I smiled, yet I was inclined to resent her use of the word, though I was by no means sure of the shade of meaning she meant to put into it. I had indeed an uneasy sense of the scantiness of my fund of humour to meet and turn such a situation, for I was experiencing now with her the same queer feeling I had known in my youth in the presence of Cousin Robert Breck. The suspicion that this extraordinary person saw through me. It was as though she held up a mirror and compelled me to look at my soul features. I tried to assure myself that the mirror was distorted. I lost, nevertheless, the sureness of touch that comes from the conviction of being all of a piece. She contrived to resolve me again into conflicting elements. I was, for the moment, no longer the self-confident and triumphant young attorney, accustomed to carry all before him, to command respect and admiration, but a complicated being whose unity had suddenly been split. I glanced around the table, at Ogilvy, at Dickinson, at Ralph Hambleton. These men were functioning truly. But was I? If I were not, might not this be the reason for the lack of synthesis, of which I was abruptly though vaguely aware between my professional life, my domestic relationships, and my relationships with friends? The loyalty of the woman beside me struck me forcibly as a supreme trait. Where she had given, she did not withdraw. She had conferred it instantly on Maude. Did I feel that loyalty towards a single human being? Towards Maude herself, my wife, or even towards Nancy? I pulled myself together and resolved to give her credit for using the word smart in its unobjectionable sense. After all, Dickens had so used it. "A lawyer must needs know something of what he is about, Mrs. Scherer, if he is to be employed by such a man as your husband," I replied. Her black eyes snapped with pleasure. "Ah, I suppose that is so," she agreed. "I knew he was a great man when I married him, and that was before Mr. Nathaniel Durrett found it out." "But surely you did not think, in those days, that he would be as big as he has become, that he would not only be president of the Boyne Iron Works, but of a Boyne Iron Works that has exceeded Mr. Durrett's wildest dreams?" She shook her head complacently. "Do you know what I told him when he married me? I said, 'Adolphe, it is a pity you are born in Germany.' And when he asked me why, I told him that some day He might have been President of the United States." "Well, that won't be a great deprivation to him," I remarked. "Mr. Scherer can do what he wants, and the President cannot." "Adolf always does as he wants," she declared, gazing at him as he sat beside the brilliant wife of the grandson of the man whose red-shirted foreman he had been. "He does what he wants and gets what he wants. He's getting what he wants now," she added, with such obvious meaning that I found no words to reply. "She is pretty, that Mrs. Durrett, and clever. Is it not so?" I agreed. A new and indescribable note had come into Mrs. Scherer's voice, and I realized that she, too, was aware of that flaw in the redoubtable Mr. Scherer which none of his associates had guessed. It would have been strange if she had not discovered it. "She is beautiful, yes," the lady continued critically, "but she's not to compare with your wife. She has not the heart. It is so with all your people of society. For them it is not what you are, but what you've done, and what you have." The banality of this observation was mitigated by the feeling she threw into it. "I think you misjudge Mrs. Durrett," I said incautiously. "She has never before had the opportunity of meeting Mr. Scherer, of appreciating him." "Mrs. Durrett is an old friend of yours?" she asked. "I was brought up with her." "Ah!" she exclaimed, and turned her penetrating glance upon me. I was startled. Could it be that she had discerned and interpreted those renascent feelings even then stirring within me, and of which I myself was as yet scarcely conscious? At this moment, fortunately for me, the women rose, the men remained to smoke, and Scherer, as they discussed matters of finance, became himself again. I joined in the conversation, but I was thinking of those instants when in flashes of understanding my eyes had met Nancy's, instants in which I was lifted out of my humdrum, deadly serious self, and was able to look down objectively upon the life I led, the life we all led, and Nancy herself, to see with her the comic irony of it all. Nancy had the power to give me this exquisite sense of detachment that must sustain her. And was it not just this sustenance she could give that I needed? For want of it I was hardening, crystallizing, growing blind to the joy and variety of existence. Nancy could have saved me. She brought it home to me that I needed salvation. I was struck by another thought. In spite of our separation, in spite of her marriage and mine, she was still nearer to me, far nearer than any other being. Later I sought her out. She looked up at me amusedly from the window seat in our living room, where she had been talking to the Scherer girls. "Well, how did you get along with Hilda?" she asked. "I thought I saw you struggling." "She's somewhat disconcerting," I said. I felt as if she were turning me inside out. Nancy laughed. "Hilda's a discovery, a genius. I'm going to have them to dinner myself." "And Adolf?" I inquired. "I believe she thought you were preparing to run away with him. You seemed to have him hypnotized." "I'm afraid your great man won't be able to stand elevation," she declared. "He'll have vertigo. He's even got it now, at this little height, and when he builds his palace on Grant Avenue, and later moves to New York, I'm afraid he'll wobble even more." "Is he thinking of doing all that?" I asked. "I merely predict New York. It's inevitable," she replied. "Grant Avenue, yes. He wants me to help him choose a lot. He gave me $10,000 for our orphans' home, but on the whole I think I prefer Hilda, even if she doesn't approve of me." Nancy rose. The Scherers were going. While Mr. Scherer pressed my hand in a manner that convinced me of his gratitude, Hilda was bidding an affectionate good night to Maude. A few moments later she bore her husband and daughters away, and we heard the tap-tap of her cane on the walk outside. End of section 18. Section 19 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 17. The remembrance of that dinner when with my connivance the Sherers made their social debut is associated in my mind with the coming of the fullness of that era, mad and brief, when gold rained down like manna from our sooty skies. Even the church was prosperous. The Reverend Carey Heddon, our new minister, was well abreast of the times, typical of the new and efficient Christianity that has finally buried the hatchet with enlightened self-interest. He looked like a young and prosperous man of business, and indeed he was one. The fame of our city spread even across the Atlantic, reaching obscure hamlets in Europe, where villagers gathered up their lares and penates, mortgaged their homes, and bought steamship tickets from philanthropists in diamonds. Our Huns began to arrive, their Attilas unrecognized among them, to drive our honest Americans and Irish and Germans out of the mills by lowering the standard of living. Still, according to the learned economists in our universities, enlightened self-interest triumphed. Had not the honest Americans and Germans become foremen and even presidents of corporations? What greater vindication for their philosophy could be desired? The very aspect of the city changed like magic. New buildings sprang high in the air. The Reliance Trust, Mr. Grierson's, the Scherer Building, the Hambleton Building, a new hotel, the Ashuela, took proper care of our visitors from the east, a massive grey stone, thousand-awninged affair on Boyne Street, with a grill where it became the fashion to go for supper after the play, and a head waiter who knew in a few weeks everyone worth knowing. To return for a moment to the Huns. Maude had expressed a desire to see a mill, and we went, one afternoon, in Mr. Scherer's carriage to Steelville, with Mr. Scherer himself, a bewildering, educative, almost terrifying experience, amidst fumes and flames, gigantic forces and titanic weights. It seemed a marvel that we escaped being crushed or burned alive in those huge steel buildings reverberating with sound. They appeared a very bedlam of chaos, instead of the triumph of order, organization, and human skill. Mr. Scherer was very proud of it all, and ours was a sort of triumphal procession, accompanied by superintendents, managers, and other factotums. I thought of my childhood image of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and our progress through the flames seemed no less remarkable and miraculous. Maude, with alarm in her eyes, kept very close to me as I supplemented the explanations they gave her. I had been there many times before. "Why, Hugh," she exclaimed, "you seem to know a lot about it." Mr. Scherer laughed. "He's had to talk about it once or twice in court, Hugh? You didn't realize how clever your husband was, did you, Mrs. Paret?" "But this is so complicated," she replied. "It is overwhelming." "When I found out how much trouble he had taken to learn about my business," added Mr. Scherer, "there was only one thing to do, make him my lawyer. Hugh, you have the floor, and explain the open hearth process." I had almost forgotten the Huns. I saw Maude gazing at them with a new kind of terror, and when we sat at home that evening they still haunted her. "Somehow I can't bear to think about them," she said. "I'm sure we'll have to pay for it some day." "Pay for what?" I asked. "For making them work that way, and 12 hours. It can't be right, while we have so much and are so comfortable." "Don't be foolish," I exclaimed. They're used to it. They think themselves lucky to get the work, and they are. Besides, you give them credit for a sensitiveness that they don't possess. They wouldn't know what to do with such a house as this if they had it." "I never realized before that our happiness and comfort were built on such foundations," she said, ignoring my remark. "You must have seen your father's operatives in Elkington many times a week." "I suppose I was too young to think about such things," she reflected. "Besides, I used to be sorry for them sometimes. But these men at the steel mills, I can't tell you what I feel about them. The sight of their great bodies and their red, sullen faces brought home to me the cruelty of life. Did you notice how some of them stared at us, as though they were but half awake in the heat, with that glow on their faces? It made me afraid that they'll wake up some day, and then they will be terrible. I thought of the children. It seems not only wicked, but mad, to bring ignorant foreigners over here and make them slaves like that, and so many of them are hurt and maimed. I can't forget them." "You're talking socialism," I said crossly, wondering whether Lucia had taken it up as her latest fad. "Oh, no, I'm not," said Maude. "I don't know what socialism is. I'm talking about something that anyone who is not dazzled by all this luxury we are living in might be able to see, about something which, when it comes, we shan't be able to help." I ridiculed this. The prophecy itself did not disturb me half as much as the fact that she had made it, as this new evidence that she was beginning to think for herself, and along lines so different from my own development. While it lasted, before novelists, playwrights, professors, and ministers of the gospel abandoned their proper sphere to destroy it, that golden age was heaven. The New Jerusalem, in which we had ceased to believe, would have been in the nature of an anticlimax to any of our archangels of finance who might have attained it. The streets of our own city turned out to be gold, gold likewise the acres of unused scrubby land on our outskirts, as the incident of the Riverside franchise, which I am about to relate, amply proved. The scheme originated in the alert mind of Mr. Frederick Grierson, and in spite of the fact that it has since become notorious in the eyes of a virtue-stricken public, it was entered into with all innocence at the time. Most of the men who were present at the magnate's table at the Boyne Club, the day Mr. Grierson broached it, will vouch for this. He casually asked Mr. Dickinson if he had ever noticed a tract lying on the river about 2 miles beyond the Heights, opposite what used to be, in the old days, a roadhouse. "This city is growing so fast, Leonard," said Grierson, lighting a special cigar the club kept for him, "that it might pay a few of us to get together and buy that tract, have the city put in streets and sewers, and sell it in building lots. I think I can get most of it at less than $300 an acre." Mr. Dickinson was interested. So were Mr. Ogilvy and Ralph Hambleton and Mr. Scherer, who chanced to be there. Anything Fred Grierson had to say on the question of real estate was always interesting. He went on to describe the tract, its size and location. "That's all very well, Fred," Dickinson objected presently. "But how are your prospective householders going to get out there?" "Just what I was coming to," cried Grierson triumphantly. "We'll get a franchise and build a street railroad out Maplewood Avenue, an extension of the Park Street line. We can get the franchise for next to nothing, if we work it right." Mr. Grierson's eye fell on me. "And sell it out to the public, if you underwrite it, for $2 million or so." "Well, you've got your nerve with you, Fred, as usual," said Dickinson, but he rolled his cigar in his mouth, an indication to those who knew him well that he was considering the matter. When Leonard Dickinson didn't say no at once, there was hope. "What do you think the property holders on Maplewood Avenue would say? Wasn't it understood, when that avenue was laid out, that it was to form part of the system of boulevards?" "What difference does it make what they say?" Ralph interposed. Dickinson smiled. He, too, had an exaggerated respect for Ralph. We all thought the proposal daring, but in no way amazing. The public existed to be sold things to, and what did it matter if the Maplewood residents, as Ralph said, and the City Improvement League protested? Perry Blackwood was the secretary of the City Improvement League, the object of which was to beautify the city by laying out a system of parkways. The next day some of us gathered in Dickinson's office and decided that Grierson should go ahead and get the options. This was done, not, of course, in Grierson's name. The next move before the formation of the Riverside Company was to see Mr. Judd Jason. The success or failure of the enterprise was in his hands. Mahomet must go to the mountain, and I went to Monahan's saloon, first having made an appointment. It was not the first time I had been there since I had made that first memorable visit, but I never quite got over the feeling of a neophyte before Buddha, though I did not go so far as to analyze the reason. That in Mr. Jason I was brought face to face with the concrete embodiment of the philosophy I had adopted, the logical consequence of enlightened self-interest. If he had ever heard of it, he would have made no pretense of being anything else. Greatness, declares some modern philosopher, has no connection with virtue. It is the continued, strong, and logical expression of some instinct. In Mr. Jason's case, the predatory instinct. And like a true artist, he loved his career for itself, not for what its fruits could buy. He might have built a palace on the heights with the tolls he took from the disreputable houses of the city. He was contented with Monahan's saloon. Nor did he seek to propitiate a possible God by endowing churches and hospitals with a portion of his income. Try though I might, I never could achieve the perfection of this man's contempt for all other philosophies. The very fact of my going there in secret, to that dark place of his, from out of the bright, respectable region in which I lived, was in itself an acknowledgment of this. I thought him a thief, a necessary thief, and he knew it. He was indifferent to it, and it amused him, I think, to see clinging to me when I entered his presence shreds of that morality which those of my world who dealt with him thought so needful for the sake of decency. He was in bed reading newspapers as usual. An empty coffee cup and a plate were on the littered table. Sit down, Paret," he said. "What do you hear from the senator?" I sat down and gave him the news of Mr. Watling. He seemed, as usual, distrait, betraying no curiosity as to the object of my call, his lean brown fingers playing with the newspapers on his lap. Suddenly he flashed out at me one of those remarks which produced the uncanny conviction that, so far as affairs in the city were concerned, he was omniscient. "I hear somebody has been getting options on that tract of land beyond the heights, on the river." He had focused. "How did you hear that?" I asked. He smiled. "It's Grierson, ain't it?" "Yes, it's Grierson," I said. "How are you going to get your folks out there?" he demanded. "That's what I've come to see you about. We want a franchise for Maplewood Avenue." "Maplewood Avenue?" He lay back with his eyes closed, as though trying to visualize such a colossal proposal. When I left him 2 hours later, the details were all arranged, down to Mr. Jason's consideration from Riverside Company and the fee which his lawyer, Mr. Bitter, was to have for presenting the case before the Board of Aldermen. I went back to lunch at the Boyne Club, and to receive the congratulations of my friends. The next week the Riverside Company was formed, and I made out a petition to the Board of Aldermen for a franchise. Mr. Bitter appeared and argued. In short, the procedure, so familiar to modern students of political affairs, was gone through. The Maplewood Avenue residents rose en masse, supported by the City Improvement League. Perry Blackwood, as soon as he heard of the petition, turned up at my office. By this time I was occupying Mr. Watling's room. "Look here," he began, as soon as the office boy had closed the door behind him. "This is going it a little too strong." "What is?" I asked, leaning back in my chair and surveying him. "This proposed Maplewood Avenue franchise. Hugh," he said, "you and I have been friends a good many years. Lucia and I are devoted to Maude." I did not reply. "I've seen all along that we've been growing apart," he added sadly. "You've got certain ideas about things which I can't share. I suppose I'm old-fashioned. I can't trust myself to tell you what I think, what Tom and I think, about this deal." "Go ahead, Perry," I said. He got up, plainly agitated, and walked to the window. Then he turned to me appealingly. "Get out of it. For God's sake, get out of it before it's too late. For your own sake, for Maude's, for the children's. You don't realize what you are doing. You may not believe me, but the time will come when these fellows you are in with will be repudiated by the community. Their money won't help them. Tom and I are the best friends you have," he added a little irrelevantly. "And you think I'm going to the dogs?" "Now, don't take it the wrong way," he urged. "What is it you object to about the Maplewood franchise?" I asked. "If you'll look at a map of the city, you'll see that development is bound to come on that side. Maplewood Avenue is the natural artery. Somebody will build a line out there, and if you'd rather have Eastern capitalists—" "Why are you going to get this franchise?" he demanded. "Because we haven't a decent city charter and a healthy public spirit. You fellows are buying it from a corrupt city boss and bribing a corrupt board of aldermen. That's the plain language of it, and it's only fair to warn you that I'm going to say so, openly." "Be sensible," I answered. "We've got to have street railroads. Your family has one. We know what the aldermen are, what political conditions are. If you feel this way about it, the thing to do is to try to change them. But why blame me for getting a franchise for a company in the only manner in which, under present conditions, a franchise can be got? Do you want the city to stand still? If not, we have to provide for the new population." "Every time you bribe these rascals for a franchise, you entrench them," he cried. "You make it more difficult to oust them. But you mark my words, we shall get rid of them some day, and when that fight comes, I want to be in it." He had grown very much excited, and it was as though this excitement suddenly revealed to me the full extent of the change that had taken place in him since he had left college. As he stood facing me, almost glaring at me through his eyeglasses, I beheld a slim, nervous, fault-finding doctrinaire, incapable of understanding the world as it was, lacking the force of his pioneer forefathers. I rather pitied him. "I'm sorry we can't look at this thing alike, Perry," I told him. "You've said some pretty hard things, but I realize that you hold your point of view in good faith, and that you have come to me as an old friend. I hope it won't make any difference in our personal relations." "I don't see how it can help making a difference," he answered slowly. His excitement had cooled abruptly. He seemed dazed. At this moment my private stenographer entered to inform me that I was being called up on the telephone from New York. "Well, you have more important affairs to attend to. I won't bother you any more," he added. "Hold on," I exclaimed. "This call can wait. I'd like to talk it over with you." "I'm afraid it wouldn't be any use, Hugh," he said, and went out. After talking with the New York client whose local interests I represented, I sat thinking over the conversation with Perry. Considering Maude's intimacy with and affection for the Blackwoods, the affair was awkward, opening up many uncomfortable possibilities, and it was the prospect of discomfort that bothered me, rather than regret for the probable loss of Perry's friendship. I still believed myself to have an affection for him. Undoubtedly, this was a sentimental remnant. That evening after dinner Tom came in alone, and I suspected that Perry had sent him. He was fidgety, ill at ease, and presently asked if I could see him a moment in my study. Maude's glance followed us. "Say, Hugh, this is pretty stiff," he blurted out characteristically when the door was closed. "I suppose you mean the Riverside franchise," I said. He looked up at me miserably from the chair into which he had sunk, his hands in his pockets. "You'll forgive me for talking about it, won't you? You used to lecture me once in a while at Cambridge, you know." "That's all right, go ahead," I replied, trying to speak amiably. "You know I've always admired you, Hugh. I never had your ability," he began painfully. "You've gone ahead pretty fast. The truth is that Perry and I have been worried about you for some time. We've tried not to be too serious in showing it, but we've felt that these modern business methods were getting into your system without your realizing it. There are some things a man's friends can tell him, and it's their duty to tell him. Good God, haven't you got enough, Hugh? Enough success and enough money, without going into a thing like this Riverside scheme?" I was intensely annoyed, if not angry, and I hesitated a moment to calm myself. "Tom, you don't understand my position," I said. "I'm willing to discuss it with you, now that you've opened up the subject. Perry's been talking to you, I can see that. I think Perry's got queer ideas, to be plain with you, and they're getting queerer." He sat down again while, with what I deemed a rather exemplary patience, I went over the arguments in favour of my position, and as I talked it clarified in my own mind. It was impossible to apply to business an individual code of ethics, even to Perry's business, to Tom's business. The two were incompatible, and the sooner one recognized that, the better. The whole structure of business was built up on natural as opposed to ethical law. We had arrived at an era of frankness, that was the truth, and the sooner we faced this truth, the better for our peace of mind. Much as we might deplore the political system that had grown up, we had to acknowledge, if we were consistent, that it was the base on which our prosperity was built. I was rather proud of having evolved this argument. It fortified my own peace of mind, which had been disturbed by Tom's attitude. I began to pity him. He had not been very successful in life, and with the little he earned added to Susan's income, I knew that a certain ingenuity was required to make both ends meet. He sat listening with a troubled look. A passing phase of feeling clouded for a brief moment my confidence, when there arose in my mind an unbidden memory of my youth, of my father. He, too, had mistrusted my ingenuity. I recalled how I had outmanoeuvred him and gone to college. I remembered the March day so long ago, when Tom and I had stood on the corner, debating how to deceive him, and it was I who had suggested the nice distinction between a boat and a raft. Well, my father's illogical attitude towards boyhood nature, towards human nature, had forced me into that lie, just as the senseless attitude of the public today forced business into a position of hypocrisy. "Well, that's clever," he said, slowly and perplexedly, when I had finished. "It's damned clever, but somehow it looks to me all wrong. I can't pick it to pieces." He got up rather heavily. I guess I ought to be going. Susan doesn't know where I am." I was exasperated. It was clear, though he did not say so, that he thought me dishonest. The pain in his eyes had deepened. if you feel that way," I said. "Oh, God, I don't know how I feel," he cried. "You're the oldest friend I have, Hugh. I can't forget that. We'll say nothing more about it." He picked up his hat, and a moment later I heard the front door close behind him. I stood for a while stock still, and then went into the living room where Maude was sewing. "Why, where's Tom?" she inquired, looking up. "Oh, he went home. He said Susan didn't know where he was." "How queer! Hugh, was there anything the matter? Is he in trouble?" she asked anxiously. I stood toying with a bookmark, reflecting. She must inevitably come to suspect that something had happened, and it would be as well to fortify her. "The trouble is," I said after a moment, "that Perry and Tom would like to run modern business on the principle of a charitable institution. Unfortunately, it is not practical. They're upset because I have been retained by a syndicate whose object is to develop some land out beyond Maplewood Avenue. They've bought the land, and we are asking the city to give us a right to build a line out Maplewood Avenue, which is the obvious way to go. Perry says it will spoil the avenue. That's nonsense in the first place. The avenue is wide, and the tracks will be in a grass plot in the center. For the sake of keeping tracks off that avenue, he would deprive people of attractive homes at a small cost of the good air they can get beyond the heights. He would stunt the city's development." "That does seem a little unreasonable," Maude admitted. "Is that all he objects to?" "No. He thinks it is an outrage because in order to get the franchise we have to deal with the city politicians. Well, it so happens, and always has happened, that politics have been controlled by leaders, whom Perry calls bosses, and they are not particularly attractive men. You wouldn't care to associate with them. My father once refused to be mayor of the city for this reason. But they are necessities. If the people didn't want them, they'd take enough interest in elections to throw them out. But since the people do want them, and they are there, every time a new streetcar line or something of that sort needs to be built, they have to be consulted, because without their influence, nothing could be done. On the other hand, these politicians cannot afford to ignore men of local importance, like Leonard Dickinson and Adolph Scherer and Miller Gorse, who represent financial substance and responsibility. If a new street railroad is to be built, these are the logical ones to build it. You have just the same situation in Elkington, on a smaller scale. Your family, the Hutchinses, own the mills and the street railroads, and any new enterprise that presents itself is done with their money, because they are reliable and sound." "It isn't pleasant to think that there are such people as the politicians, is it?" said Maude slowly. "Unquestionably not," I agreed. "It isn't pleasant to think of some other crude forces in the world, but they exist, and they have to be dealt with. Suppose the United States should refuse to trade with Russia because, from our Republican point of view, we regarded her government as tyrannical and oppressive, or to cooperate with England in some undertaking for the world's benefit because we contended that she ruled India with an iron hand. In such a case our President and Senate would be scoundrels for making and ratifying a treaty. Yet here are Perry and Tom, and no doubt Susan and Lucia, accusing me, a lifetime friend, of dishonesty because I happen to be counsel for a syndicate that wishes to build a street railroad for the convenience of the people of the city." "Oh, no, not of dishonesty," she exclaimed. I won't believe they would do that." "Pretty near it," I said. "If I listened to them, I should have to give up the law altogether." "Sometimes," she answered in a low voice. "Sometimes I wish you would." "I might have expected that you would take their point of view." As I was turning away, she got up quickly and put her hand on my shoulder. "Hugh, please don't say such things. You've no right to say them." "And you?" I asked. "Don't you see?" she continued pleadingly. "Don't you see that we are growing apart? That's the only reason I said what I did. It isn't that I don't trust you, that I don't want you to have your work, that I demand all of you. I know a woman can't ask that, can't have it. But if you would only give the children just a little, if I could feel that we meant something to you, and that this other wasn't gradually becoming everything, wasn't absorbing you more and more, killing the best part of you. It's poisoning our marriage. It's poisoning all your relationships." In that appeal the real Maude, the Maude of the early days of our marriage, flashed forth again so vividly that I was taken aback. I understood that she had had herself under control, had worn a mask I had forced on her, and the revelation of the continued existence of that other Maude was profoundly disturbing. Was it true, as she said, that my absorption in the great game of modern business, in the modern American philosophy it implied, was poisoning my marriage? Or was it that my marriage had failed to satisfy and absorb me? I was touched, but sentimentally touched. I felt that this was a situation that ought to touch me. I didn't wish to face it, as usual. I couldn't acknowledge to myself that anything was really wrong. I patted her on the shoulder. I bent over and kissed her. "A man in my position can't altogether choose just how busy he will be," I said, smiling. "Matters are thrust upon me which I have to accept, and I can't help thinking about some of them when I come home. But we'll go off for a real vacation soon, Maude, to Europe, and take the children." "Oh, I hope so," she said. From this time on, as may be supposed, our intercourse with both the Blackwoods began to grow less frequent, although Maude continued to see a great deal of Lucia, and when we did dine in their company, or they with us, it was quite noticeable that their former raillery was suppressed. Even Tom had ceased to refer to me as the young Napoleon of the law. He clung to me, but he too kept silent on the subject of business. Maude, of course, must have noticed this, must have sensed the change of atmosphere, have known that the Blackwoods, at least, were maintaining appearances for her sake. She did not speak to me of the change, nor I to her, but when I thought of her silence it was to suspect that she was weighing the question which had led up to the difference between Perry and me, and I had a suspicion that the fact that I was her husband would not affect her ultimate decision. This faculty of hers of thinking things out instead of accepting my views and decisions was, as the saying goes, getting a little on my nerves. That she, of all women, should have developed it was a recurring and unpleasant surprise. I began at times to pity myself a little, to feel the need of sympathetic companionship, feminine companionship. I shall not go into the details of the procurement of what became known as the Riverside franchise. In spite of the Maplewood residents, of the City Improvement League, and individual protests, we obtained it with absurd ease. Indeed, Perry Blackwood himself appeared before the Public Utilities Committee of the Board of Aldermen, and was listened to with deference and gravity, while he discoursed on the defacement of a beautiful boulevard to satisfy the greed of certain private individuals. Mr. Otto Bitter and myself, who appeared for the petitioners, had a similar reception. That struggle was a tempest in a teapot. The reformer raged, but he was feeble in those days, and the great public believed what it read in the respectable newspapers. In Mr. Judah B. Tallant's newspaper, for instance, the Morning Era, there were semi-playful editorials about obstructionists. Mr. Perry Blackwood was a well-meaning, able gentleman of an old family, etc., but with a sentiment for horse cars. The Era published also the resolutions which, with interesting spontaneity, had been passed by our Board of Trade and Chamber of Commerce and other influential bodies in favour of the franchise, the idea, unknown to the public, of Mr. Hugh Paret, who wrote drafts of the resolutions and suggested privately to Mr. Leonard Dickinson that a little enthusiasm from these organizations might be helpful. Mr. Dickinson accepted the suggestion eagerly, wondering why he hadn't thought of it himself. The resolutions carried some weight with a public that did not know its right hand from its left. After fitting deliberation, one evening in February, the Board of Aldermen met and granted the franchise. Not unanimously. Oh, no, Mr. Jason was not so simple as that. No further visits to Monahan's saloon on my part in this connection were necessary. But Mr. Otto Bitter met me one day in the hotel with a significant message from the boss. "It's all fixed," he informed me. "Murphy and Scott and Ottheimer and Grady and Loth are the decoys, you understand?" "I think I gather your meaning," I said. Mr. Bitter smiled by pulling down one corner of a crooked mouth. "They'll vote against it on principle, you know," he added. "We get a little something from the Maple Avenue residents." I've forgotten what the Riverside franchise cost. The sum was paid in a lump sum to Mr. Bitter as his fee. So, to their chagrin, a grand jury discovered in later years, when they were barking around Mr. Jason's hole with an eager district attorney snapping his whip over them. I remember the cartoon. The municipal geese were gone, but it was impossible to prove that this particular fox had used his enlightened reason in their procurement. Mr. Bitter was a legally authorized fox and could take fees. How Mr. Jason was to be rewarded by the land company's left hand, unknown to the land company's right hand, became a problem worthy of a genius. The genius was found, but modesty forbids me to mention his name, and the problem was solved, to wit. The land company bought a piece of downtown property from Mr. Ryerson, who was Mr. Grierson's real estate man and the agent for the land company, for a consideration of $30,000. An unconfirmed rumor had it that Mr. Ryerson turned over the $30,000 to Mr. Jason. Then the Riverside Company issued a secret deed of the same property back to Mr. Ryerson, and this deed was not recorded until some years later. Such are the elaborate transactions progress and prosperity demand. Nature is the great teacher, and we know that her ways are at times complicated and clumsy. Likewise, under the natural laws of economics, new enterprises are not born without travail, without the aid of legal physicians, well versed in financial obstetrics. 150 to 200,000, let us say, for the right to build tracks on Maplewood Avenue, and we sold nearly $2 million worth of the securities back to the public, whose aldermen had sold us the franchise. Is there a man so dead as not to feel a thrill at this achievement? And let no one who declares that literary talent and imagination are non-existent in America pronounce final judgment until he reads that prospectus, in which was combined the best of realism and symbolism, for the labours of Alonzo Chaney were not to be wasted after all. Mr. Dickinson, who was a director in the Maplewood line, got a handsome underwriting percentage, and Mr. Barringer, also a director, on the bonds and preferred stock he sold. Mr. Paret, who entered both companies on the ground floor, likewise got fees. Everybody was satisfied except the troublemakers, who were ignored. In short, the episode of the Riverside franchise is a triumphant proof of the contention that business men are the best fitted to conduct the politics of their country. We had learned to pursue our happiness in packs. We knew that the happy hunting grounds are here and now, while the Reverend Carey Hedden continued to assure the maimed, the halt, and the blind that their kingdom was not of this world, that their time was coming later. Could there have been a more ideal arrangement? Everybody should have been satisfied, but everybody was not. Otherwise, these pages would never have been written. End of section 19. Section 20 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 18, Part 1. As the name of our city grew to be more and more a byword for sudden and fabulous wealth, not only were the Huns and the Slavs, the Czechs and the Greeks drawn to us, but it became the fashion for distinguished Englishmen and Frenchmen, and sometimes Germans and Italians, to pay us a visit when they made the grand tour of America. They had been told that they must not miss us. Scarcely a week went by in our community, so it was said, in which a full-fledged millionaire was not turned out. Our visitors did not always remain a week, since their rapid journeyings from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from Canada to the Gulf, rarely occupied more than 4, but in the books embodying their mature comments on the manners, customs, and crudities of American civilizations, no less than a chapter was usually devoted to us, and most of the adjectives in their various languages were exhausted in the attempt to prove how symptomatic we were of the ambitions and ideals of the Republic. The fact that many of these gentlemen, literary and otherwise, returned to their own shores better fed and with larger balances in the banks than when they departed is neither here nor there. Egyptians are proverbially created to be spoiled. The wiser and more fortunate of these travellers and students of life brought letters to Mr. and Mrs. Hambleton Durrett. That household was symptomatic, if they liked, of the new order of things, and it was rare indeed when both members of it were at home to entertain them. If Mr. Durrett were in the city, and they did not happen to be Britons with sporting proclivities, they simply were not entertained. When Mrs. Durrett received them, dinners were given in their honour on the Durrett gold plate, and they spent cosy and delightful hours conversing with her in the little salon overlooking the garden, to return to their hotels and jot down paragraphs on the superiority of the American women over the men. These particular foreigners did not lay eyes on Mr. Durrett, who was in Florida or in the East, playing polo or engaged in some other pursuit. One result of the lavishness and luxury that amazed them, they wrote, had been to raise the standard of culture of the women, who were our leisure class. But the travellers did not remain long enough to arrive at any conclusions of value on the effect of luxury and lavishness on the sacred institution of marriage. If Mr. Nathaniel Durrett could have returned to his native city after 15 years or so in the grave, not the least of the phenomena to startle him would have been that which was taking place in his own house, for he would have beheld serenely established in that former abode of Calvinism one of the most reprehensible of exotic abominations, a mariage de convenance, nor could he have failed to observe, moreover, the complacency with which the descendants of his friends, the pew-holders in Dr. Pound's church, regarded the matter, and not only these, but the city at large. The stronghold of Scotch Presbyterianism had become a London or a Paris, a Gomorrah. Mrs. Hambleton Durrett went her way, and Mr. Durrett his. The less said about Mr. Durrett's way, even in this suddenly advanced age, the better. As for Nancy, she seemed, to the distant eye, to be walking through life in a stately and triumphant manner. I read in the newspapers of her doings, her comings and goings. Sometimes she was away for months together, often abroad, and when she was at home I saw her but infrequently, under conditions more or less formal. Not that she was formal, or I. Our intercourse seemed eloquent of an intimacy in a tantalizing state of suspense. Would that intimacy ever be renewed? This was a question on which I sometimes speculated. The situation that had suspended or put an end to it, as the case might be, was never referred to by either of us. One afternoon in the late winter of the year following that in which we had given a dinner to the Sharers, where the Durretts had rather marvellously appeared together, I left my office about 3 o'clock. A most unusual occurrence. I was restless, unable to fix my mind on my work, filled with unsatisfied yearnings, the object of which I sought to keep vague, and yet I directed my steps westward along Boyne Street until I came to the Art Museum, where a loan exhibition was being held. I entered, bought a catalogue, and presently found myself standing before number 103, designated as a portrait of Mrs. Hambleton Durrett, painted in Paris the autumn before by a Polish artist then much in vogue, Stanislas Czeski. Nancy, was it Nancy, was standing facing me, tall, superb in the maturity of her beauty, with one hand resting on an antique table, a smile upon her lips, a gentle mockery in her eyes as though laughing at the world she adorned. With the smile and the mockery, somehow significant too of an achieved inaccessibility, went the sheen of her clinging gown and the glint of the heavy pearls drooping from her high throat to her waist. These caught the eye, but failed at length to hold it, for even as I looked, the smile faded, the mockery turned to wistfulness. So I thought, and looked again to see the wistfulness. The smile had gone. The pearls seemed heavier. Was it a trick of the artist? Had he seen what I saw, or thought I saw? Or was it that imagination which by now I might have learned to suspect and distrust? Wild longings took possession of me, for the portrait had seemed to emphasize at once how distant now she was from me, and yet how near. I wanted to put that nearness to the test. Had she really changed? Did anyone really change? And had I not been a fool to accept the presentment she had given me? I remembered those moments when our glances had met as across barriers and flashes of understanding. After all, the barriers were mere relics of the superstition of the past. What if I went to her now? I felt that I needed her as I never had needed anyone in all my life. I was aroused by the sound of lowered voices beside me. "That's Mrs. Hambleton Durrett," I heard a woman say. "Isn't she beautiful?" The note of envy struck me sharply, horribly. Without waiting to listen to the comment of her companion, I hurried out of the building into the cold white sunlight that threw into bold relief the mediocre houses of the street. Here was everyday life, but the portrait had suggested that which might have been, might be yet. What did I mean by this? I didn't know. I didn't care to define it. A renewal of her friendship, of our intimacy. My being cried out for it, and in the world in which I lived we took what we wanted. Why not this? And yet, for an instant, I stood on the sidewalk to discover that in new situations I was still subject to unaccountable qualms of that thing I had been taught to call conscience. Whether it were conscience or not must be left to the psychologists. I was married. Terrible word! The shadow of that institution fell athwart me as the sun went under a cloud, but the sun came out again as I found myself walking toward the Durrett house, reflecting that numbers of married men called on Nancy, and that what I had in mind in regard to her was nothing that the court would have pronounced an infringement upon the institution. I reached her steps, the long steps still guarded by the curved wrought iron railings reminiscent of Nathaniel's day, though the portals were gone, a modern vestibule having replaced them. I rang the bell. The butler flung open the doors. He, at any rate, did not seem surprised to see me here. He greeted me with respectful cordiality and led me, as a favoured guest, through the big drawing-room into the salon. "Mr. Paret, madam?" Nancy rose quickly from the low chair where she sat, cutting the pages of a French novel. "Hugh!" she exclaimed. "I'm out if anyone calls. Bring tea," she added to the man, who retired. For a moment we stood gazing at each other questioningly. "Well, won't you sit down and stay a while?" she asked. I took a chair on the opposite side of the fire. "I just thought I'd drop in," I said. "I'm flattered," said Nancy. "That a person so affair should find time to call on an old friend. Why, I thought you never left your office until 7 o'clock." "I don't, as a rule, but today I wasn't particularly busy, and I thought I'd go round to the Art Museum and look at your portrait." "More flattery. Hugh, you're getting quite human. What do you think of it?" "I like it. I think it quite remarkable." "Have a cigarette?" I took one. "So you really like it?" she said. "Don't you?" "Oh, I think it's a trifle romantic," she replied. "But that's Chesky. He made me quite cross. The feminine presentation of America, the spoiled woman who has shed responsibilities and is beginning to have a glimpse, just a little one, of the emptiness of it all." I was stirred. "Then why do you accept it, if it isn't you?" I demanded. "One doesn't refuse Chesky's canvases," she replied. "And what difference does it make? It amused him, and he was fairly subtle about it. Only those who are looking for romance, like you, are able to guess what he meant, and they would think they saw it anyway, even if he had painted me extinct." "Extinct?" I repeated. She laughed. "Hugh, you're a silly old goose." "That's why I came here, I think, to be told so," I said. Tea was brought in. A sense of at-homeness stole over me. I was more at home here in this room with Nancy than in any other place in the world, here where everything was at once soothing, yet stimulating, expressive of her, even the smaller objects that caught my eye, the crystal inkstand tipped with gold, the racks for the table books, her paper cutter. Nancy's was a discriminating luxury, and her talk, the lightness with which she touched life, the unexplored depths of her, guessed at but never fathomed. Did she feel a little the need of me as I felt the need of her? "Why, I believe you're incurably romantic, Hugh," she said laughingly, when the man had left the room. "Here you are, what they call a paragon of success, a future senator, ambassador to England. I hear of those remarkable things you have done. Even in New York the other day a man was asking me if I knew Mr. Paret, and spoke of you as one of the coming men. I suppose you will be moving there soon. A practical success. It always surprises me when I think of it. I find it difficult to remember what a dreamer you were, and here you turn out to be still a dreamer. Have you discovered, too, the emptiness of it all?" she inquired provokingly. "I must say you don't look it." She gave me a critical, quizzical glance. "You look quite prosperous and contented, as though you enjoyed your power." I laughed uneasily. "And then," she continued, "and then one day, when your luncheon has disagreed with you, you walk into a gallery and see a portrait of an old friend for whom in youth, when you were a dreamer, you professed a sentimental attachment, and you exclaim that the artist is a discerning man who has discovered the secret that she has guarded so closely. She's sorry that she ever tried to console herself with baubles. It's what you've suspected all along, but you'll just run around to see for yourself, to be sure of it." And she handed me my tea. "Come now, confess. Where are your wits? I hear you don't lack them in court." "Well, I said, "if that amuses you." "It does amuse me," said Nancy, twining her fingers across her knee and regarding me smilingly with parted lips. "It amuses me a lot. It's so characteristic." "But it's not true. It's unjust," I protested vigorously, smiling too, because the attack was so characteristic of her. "What then?" she demanded. "Well, in the first place, my luncheon didn't disagree with me. It never does." She laughed. "But the sentiment, come now, the sentiment, do you perceive any hint of emptiness, despair?" Our chairs were very close, and she leaned forward a little. "Emptiness or no emptiness," I said, a little tremulously, "I know that I haven't been so contented, so happy for a long time." She sat very still, but turned her gaze on the fire. "You really wouldn't want to find that, Hugh," she said in another voice, at which I exclaimed. "No, I'm not being sentimental, but to be serious, I really shouldn't care to think that of you. I'd like to think of you as a friend, a good friend, although we don't see very much of one another." "But that's why I came, Nancy," I explained. "It wasn't just an impulse. That is, I've been thinking of you a great deal all along. I miss you. I miss the way you look at things, your point of view. I can't see any reason why we shouldn't see something of each other. Now," she continued to stare into the fire. "No," she said at length, "I suppose there isn't any reason." Her mind seemed suddenly to change as she bent over and extinguished the flame under the kettle. "After all," she added gaily, "we live in a tolerant age. We've reached the years of discretion, and we're both too conventional to do anything silly. Even if we wanted to, which we don't, we're neither of us likely to quarrel with the world as it is, I think, and we might as well make fun of it together. We'll begin with our friends. What do you think of Mr. Scherer's palace?" "I hear you're building it for him." "I told him to get air," said Nancy, laughingly. "I was afraid he'd repeat the Gallatin Park monstrosity on a larger scale, and Air's the only man in this country who understands the French. It's been rather amusing," she went on. "I've had to fight Hilda, and she's no mean antagonist. How she hates me! She wanted a monstrosity, of course. A modernized German rock grotto sort of an affair, I can imagine. She's been so funny when I've met her at dinner. 'I understand you take a great interest in the house, Mrs. Sturrett.' Can't you hear her?" "Well, you did get ahead of her," I said. "I had to. I couldn't let our first citizen build a modern Rhine castle, could I? I have some public spirit left. And besides, I expect to build on Grant Avenue myself." "And leave here?" "Oh, it's too grubby. It's in the slums," said Nancy. "But I really owe you a debt of gratitude, Hugh, for the Scherers." "I'm told Adolph's lost his head over you." "It's not only over me, but over everything. He's so ridiculously proud of being on the board of the Children's Hospital. You ought to hear him talking to old Mrs. Ogilvy, who of course can't get used to him at all. She always has the air of inquiring what he's doing in that galley. She still thinks of him as Mr. Durrett's foreman." The time flew. Her presence was like a bracing, tingling atmosphere in which I felt revived and exhilarated, self-restored, for Nancy did not question. She took me as I was. We looked out on the world, as it were, from the same window, and I could not help thinking that ours, after all, was a large view. The topics didn't matter. Our conversation was fragrant with intimacy, and we were so close to each other it seemed incredible that we ever should be parted again. At last the little clock on the mantel claimed an hour. She started and looked up. "Why, it's 7, Hugh!" she exclaimed, rising. "I'd no idea it was so late, and I'm dining with the Dickinsons. I've only just time to dress." It's been like a reunion, hasn't it? A reunion after many years, I said. I held her hand unconsciously. She seemed to be drawing me to her. I thought she swayed, and a sudden dizziness seized me. Then she drew away abruptly with a little cry. I couldn't be sure about the cry, whether I heard it or not. A note was struck in the very depths of me. "Come in again," she said, "whenever you're not too busy." And a minute later I found myself on the street. This was the beginning of a new intimacy with Nancy, resembling the old intimacy, yet differing from it. The emotional note of our parting on the occasion I have just related was not again struck, and when I went eagerly to see her again a few days later, I was conscious of limitations. Not too conscious. The freedom she offered, and which I gladly accepted, was a large freedom, nor am I quite sure that even I would have wished it larger, though there were naturally moments when I thought so, when I asked myself what I did wish. I found no answer. Though I sometimes chafed, it would have been absurd of me to object to a certain timidity or caution I began to perceive in her that had been absent in the old Nancy. But the old Nancy had ceased to exist, and here instead was a highly developed, highly specialized creature in whom I delighted, and after taking thought, I would not have robbed her of one acquired attribute. As she had truly observed, we were both conventional. Conventionality was part of the price we had willingly paid for membership in that rarer world we had both achieved. It was a world, to be sure, in which we were rapidly learning to take the law into our own hands without seeming to defy it, in order that the fear of it might remain in those less fortunately placed and endowed. We had begun with the appropriation of the material property of our fellow citizens, which we took legally. From this point it was, of course, merely a logical step to take, legally, too, other gentlemen's human property, their wives, in short. The more progressive East had set us our example, but as yet we had been chary to follow it. About this time rebellious voices were beginning to make themselves heard in the literary wilderness proclaiming liberty, liberty of the sexes. There were Russian novels and French novels and pioneer English novels, preaching liberty with Nietzschean stridency, or taking it for granted. I picked these up on Nancy's table. "Reading them," she said in answer to my query. "Of course I'm reading them. I want to know what these clever people are thinking, even if I don't always agree with them. And you ought to read them too. It's quite true what foreigners say about our men, that they live in a groove, that they haven't any range in conversation." "I'm quite willing to be educated," I replied. "I haven't a doubt that I need it." She was leaning back in her chair, her hands behind her head, a posture she often assumed. She looked up at me amusedly. "I'll acknowledge that you're more teachable than most of them," she said. "Do you know, Hugh, sometimes you puzzle me greatly. When you are here and we're talking together, I can never think of you as you are out in the world fighting for power and getting it. I suppose it's part of your charm, that there is that side of you, but I never consciously realize it. You're what they call a dual personality." "That's a pretty hard name," I exclaimed. She laughed. "I can't help it. You are. Oh, not disagreeably so. Quite normally. That's the odd thing about you. Sometimes I believe that you were made for something different, that, in spite of your success, you have missed your métier." "What ought I to have been?" "How can I tell? A Goethe, perhaps. A Goethe smothered by a 20th century environment. Your love of adventure isn't dead. It's been merely misdirected. Real adventure, I mean. Forth-faring, straying into unknown paths. Perhaps you haven't yet found yourself." "How uncanny," I said, stirred and startled. "You have a taste for literature, you know, though you've buried it. Give me Turgenev. We'll begin with him." Her reading and the talks that followed it were exciting, amazingly stimulating. Once, Nancy gave me an amusing account of a debate which had taken place in the newly organized Women's Discussion Club to which she belonged, over a rather daring book by an English novelist. Mrs. Dickinson had revolted. No, she wasn't really shocked, not in the way she thought she was, said Nancy, in answer to a query of mine. How was she shocked, then? As you and I are shocked. But I'm not shocked, I protested. Oh, yes, you are, and so am I, not on the moral side, nor is it the moral aspect that troubles Lula Dickinson. She thinks it's the moral aspect, but it's really the revolutionary aspect, the menace to those precious institutions from which we derive our privileges and comforts. I considered this and laughed. What's the use of being a humbug about it? Said Nancy. But you're talking like a revolutionary, I said. I may be talking like one, but I'm not one. I once had the makings of one, of a good one, a proper one, as the English would say. She sighed. You regret it? I asked, curiously. Of course I regret it, she cried. What woman worth her salt doesn't regret it, doesn't want to live, even if she has to suffer for it? And those people, the revolutionaries, I mean, the rebels, they live. They're the only ones who do live. The rest of us degenerate in a painless paralysis we think of as pleasure. Look at me. I'm incapable of committing a single original act, even though I might conceive one. Well, there was a time when I should have been equal to anything, and wouldn't have cared a damn. I believed her. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 18, Part 2. I fell into the habit of dropping in on Nancy at least twice a week on my way from the office, and I met her occasionally at other houses. I did not tell Maud of that first impulsive visit, but one evening a few weeks later she asked me where I had been, and when I told her she made no comment. I came presently to the conclusion that this renewed intimacy did not trouble her, which was what I wished to believe. Of course I had gone to Nancy for a stimulation I failed to get at home, and it is the more extraordinary, therefore, that I did not become more discontented and restless. I suppose this was because I had grown to regard marriage, as most of the world regarded it, as something inevitable and humdrum, as a kind of habit it is useless to try to shake off. But life is so full of complexities and anomalies that I still had a real affection for Maud, and I liked her the more because she didn't expect too much of me, and because she didn't complain of my friendship with Nancy, although I should vehemently have denied there was anything to complain of. I respected Maud. If she was not a squaw, she performed religiously the traditional squaw duties and made me comfortable, and the fact that we lived separate mental existences did not trouble me, because I never thought of hers, or even that she had one. She had the children, and they seemed to suffice. She never renewed her appeal for my confidence, and I forgot that she had made it. Nevertheless, I always felt a tug at my heartstrings when June came around, and it was time for her and the children to go to Mattapoisett for the summer, when I accompanied them on the evening of their departure to the smoky, noisy station, and saw deposited in the sleeping car their luggage and shawls and bundles. They always took the evening train to Boston. It was the best. Tom and Susan were invariably there with candy and toys to see them off. If Susan and her children had not already gone, and at such moments my heart warmed to Tom, and I was astonished as I clung to Matthew and Morton and little Biddy at the affection that welled up within me, saddened when I kissed Maud good-bye. She too was sad, and always seemed to feel compunctions for deserting me. "I feel so selfish in leaving you all alone," she would say. "If it weren't for the children, they need the sea air. But I know you don't miss me as I miss you. A man doesn't, I suppose. Please don't work so hard, and promise me you'll come on and stay a long time. You can if you want to. We shan't starve." She smiled. "That nice room, which is yours at the southeast corner, is always waiting for you. And you do like the sea, and seeing the sailboats in the morning." I felt an emptiness when the train pulled out. I did love my family, after all. I would go back to the deserted house, and I could not bear to look in at the nursery door, at the little beds with covers flung over them. Why couldn't I appreciate these joys when I had them? One evening, as we went home in an open streetcar together, after such a departure, Tom blurted out, "Hugh, I believe I care for your family as much as for my own. I often wonder if you realize how wonderful these children are. My boys are just plain ruffians, although I think they're pretty decent ruffians. But Matthew has a mind. He's thoughtful, and an imagination. He'll make a name for himself one day, if he's steered properly and allowed to develop naturally. Morton's more like my boys. And as for Chickabiddy—" Words failed him. I put my hand on his knee. I actually loved him again as I had loved and yearned for him as a child. He was so human, so dependable, and why couldn't this feeling last? He disapproved, foolishly I thought, of my professional career, and this was only one of his limitations. But I knew that he was loyal. Why hadn't I been able to breathe and be reasonably happy in that atmosphere of friendship and love in which I had been placed, or rather in which I had placed myself? Before the summer was a day or two older, I had grown accustomed to being alone, and enjoyed the liberty. And when Maud and the children returned in the autumn, similarly, it took me some days to get used to the restrictions imposed by a household. I run the risk of shocking those who read this by declaring that if my family had been taken permanently out of my life, I should not long have missed them. But on the whole, in those years my marriage relation might be called a negative one. There were moments, as I have described, when I warmed to Maud, moments when I felt something akin to a violent antagonism aroused by little mannerisms and tricks she had. The fact that we got along as well as we did was probably due to the orthodox teaching with which we had been inoculated, to the effect that matrimony was a moral trial, a shaking down process. But moral trials were ceasing to appeal to people, and more of them were refusing to be shaken down. We didn't cut the Gordian knot, but we managed to loosen it considerably. I have spoken of a new species of Titans who inhabited the giant buildings in Wall Street, New York, and fought among themselves for possession of the United States of America. It is interesting to note that in these struggles a certain chivalry was observed among the combatants, no matter how bitter the rivalry. For instance, it was deemed very bad form for one of the groups of combatants to take the public into their confidence. Cities were upset and stirred to the core by these conflicts, and the citizens never knew who was doing the fighting, but imagined that some burning issue was at stake that concerned them. As a matter of fact, the issue always did concern them, but not in the way they supposed. Gradually, Out of the chaotic melee in which these titans were engaged had emerged one group more powerful than the rest and more respectable, whose leader was the personality to whom I have before referred. He and his group had managed to gain control of certain conservative fortresses in various cities, such as the Corn National Bank and the Ashuela Telephone Company, to mention two of many. Adolf Scherer was his ally, and the Boyne Iron Works Limited was soon to be merged by him into a greater corporation still. Leonard Dickinson might be called his local governor-general. We manned the parapets and kept our ears constantly to the ground to listen for the rumble of attacks, but sometimes they burst upon us fiercely and suddenly without warning. Such was the assault on the Ashuela, which for years had exercised an apparently secure monopoly of the city's telephone service, which had been able to ignore with complacency the shrillest protests of unreasonable subscribers. Through the pilot, it was announced to the public that certain benevolent Eastern capitalists were ready to rescue them from their thraldom if the city would grant them a franchise. Mr. Lawler, the disinterestedness of whose newspaper could not be doubted, fanned the flame day by day, sent his reporters about the city gathering instances of the haughty neglect of the Ashuela, proclaiming its instruments antiquated compared with those used in more progressive cities, as compared with the very latest inventions which the automatic company were ready to install, provided they could get their franchise. And the prices, these too would fall, under competition. It was a clever campaign. If the city would give them a franchise, that automatic company, so well named, would provide automatic instruments. Each subscriber, by means of a numerical disc, could call up any other subscriber. There would be no central operator, no listening, no tapping of wires. The number of calls would be unlimited. As a proof of the confidence of these Eastern gentlemen in our city, they were willing to spend 5 millions and present more than 600 telephones free to the city departments. What was fairer, more generous than that? There could be no doubt that popular enthusiasm was enlisted on behalf of the Eastern capitalists, who were made to appear in the light of crusaders, ready to rescue a groaning people from the thrall of monopoly. The excitement approached that of a presidential election and became the dominant topic of quick lunch counters and in-street cars. Cheap and efficient service, down with the Bastille of monopoly. As counsel for the Ashuela, Mr. Ogilvy sent for me, and by certain secret conduits of information at my disposal, I was not long in discovering the disquieting fact that a Mr. Orthwine, who was described as a gentleman with fat fingers and a plausible manner, had been in town for a week, and had been twice seen entering and emerging from Monahan's saloon. In short, Mr. Jason had already been seen. Nevertheless, I went to see him myself, to find him for the first time in my experience absolutely non-committal. "What's the Ashuela willing to do?" he demanded. I mentioned a sum, and he shook his head. I mentioned another, and still he shook his head. "Come round again," he said. I was compelled to report this alarming situation to Ogilvy and Dickinson and a few chosen members of a panicky board of directors. "It's that damn Grannis crowd," said Dickinson, mentioning an aggressive gentleman who had migrated from Chicago to Wall Street some 5 years before in a pink collar. "But what's to be done?" demanded Ogilvy, playing nervously with a gold pencil on the polished table. He was one of those Americans who, in a commercial atmosphere, become prematurely white, and today his boyish, smooth-shaven face was almost as devoid of colour as his hair. Even Leonard Dickinson showed anxiety, which was unusual for him. "You've got to fix it, Hugh," he said. I did not see my way, but I had long ago learned to assume the unruffled air and judicial manner of speaking that inspires the layman with almost superstitious confidence in the lawyer. "We'll find a way," I said. Mr. Jason, of course, held the key to the situation, and just how I was to get around him was problematical. In the meantime, there was the public. To permit the other fellow to capture that was to be lacking in ordinary prudence. If its votes counted for nothing, its savings were desirable, and it was fast getting into a state of outrage against monopoly. The chivalry of finance did not permit of a revelation that Mr. Grannis and his buccaneers were behind the automatic, but it was possible to direct and strengthen the backfire which the Era and other conservative newspapers had already begun. Mr. Tallant, for delicate reasons, being persona non grata at the Boyne Club, despite the fact that he had so many friends there, we met for lunch in a private room at the new hotel, and as we sipped our coffee and smoked our cigars, we planned a series of editorials and articles that duly appeared. They made a strong appeal to the loyalty of our citizens to stand by the home company and home capital that had taken generous risks to give them service at a time when the future of the telephone business was by no means assured. They belittled the charges made by irresponsible and interested parties, and finally pointed out, not without effect, that one logical consequence of having two telephone companies would be to compel subscribers, in self-defense, to install two telephones instead of one. And where was the saving in that? "Say, Paret," said Judah B. when we had finished our labours, "if you ever get sick of the law, I'll give you a job on the Era's staff. This is fine, the way you put it. It'll do a lot of good, but how in hell are you going to handle Judd?" For 3 days the inspiration was withheld, and then, as I was strolling down Boyne Street after lunch, gazing into the store windows, it came suddenly, without warning. Like most inspirations worth anything, it was very simple. Within half an hour I had reached Monahan's saloon and found Mr. Jason out of bed, but still in his bedroom, seated meditatively at the window that looked over the alley. "You know the crowd in New York behind this automatic company as well as I do, Jason," I said. "Why do you want to deal with them when we've always been straight with you, when we're ready to meet them and go one better? Name your price." "Suppose I do. What then?" he replied. "This thing's gone pretty far. Under that damned new charter, the franchise has got to be bid for, hasn't it? And the people want this company. There'll be a howl from one end of this town to the other if we throw 'em down." "We'll look out for the public," I assured him, smiling. "Well," he said, with one of his glances that were like flashes, "what you got up your sleeve?" "Suppose another telephone company steps in and bids a little higher for the franchise. That relieves your alderman of all responsibility, doesn't it?" "Another telephone company?" he repeated. I had already named it on my walk. "The Interurban," I said. "A dummy company?" said Mr. Jason. "Lively enough to bid something over 100,000 to the city for its franchise. I replied. Judge Jason, with a queer look, got up and went to a desk in a dark corner, and after rummaging for a few moments in one of the pigeonholes, drew forth a glass cylinder, which he held out as he approached me. "You get it, Mr. Paret," he said. "What is it?" I asked. "A bomb?" "That," he announced, as he twisted the tube about in his long fingers, holding it up to the light, "is the finest brand of cigars ever made in Cuba. A gentleman who had every reason to be grateful to me, I won't say who he was, gave me that once. Well, the Lord made me so's I can't appreciate any better tobacco than those 5-cent bobtails Monahan's got downstairs. And I saved it. I saved it for the man who would put something over me some day, and you get it." "Thank you," I said, unconsciously falling in with the semi-ceremony of his manner. I do not flatter myself that the solution I have suggested did not also occur to you. "You'll smoke it?" he asked. "Surely. Now? Here with me?" "Certainly," I agreed, a little puzzled, as I broke the seal, pulled out the cork, and unwrapped the cigar from its gold foil. He took a stick and rapped loudly on the floor. After a brief interval, footsteps were heard on the stairs, and Mike Monahan, white-aproned and scarlet-faced, appeared at the door. "Bobtails," said Mr. Jason, laconically. "It's them I thought you'd be wanting," said the saloon-keeper, holding out a handful. Judge Jason lighted one and began smoking reflectively. I gazed about the mean room with its litter of newspapers and reports, its shabby furniture, and these seemed to have become incongruous, out of keeping with the thoughtful figure in the chair facing me. "You had a college education, Mr. Paret?" he remarked at length. "Yes." "Life's a queer thing. Now, if I'd had a college education like you, and you'd been thrown on the world like me, maybe I'd be living up there on Grant Avenue and you'd be down here over the saloon." "Maybe," I said, wondering uneasily whether he meant to imply a similarity in our gifts, but his manner remained impassive, speculative. "Ever read Carlyle's French Revolution?" he asked suddenly. "Why, yes, part of it, a good while ago." "When you was in college?" "Yes." "I've got a little library here," he said, getting up and raising the shades and opening the glass doors of a bookcase which had escaped my attention. He took down a volume of Carlyle, bound in half-calf. "Wouldn't think I cared for such things, would you?" he demanded as he handed it to me. "Well, you never can tell what a man's real tastes are until you know him," I observed, to conceal my surprise. "That's so," he agreed. "I like books, some books. If I'd had an education, I'd have liked more of 'em, known more about 'em. Now, I can read this one over and over. That feller Carlyle was a genius. He could look right into the bowels of the volcano, and he was on to how men and women felt down there, how they hate, how they square 'emselves when they get a chance." He had managed to bring before me vividly that terrible volcanic flow on Versailles of the Paris mob. He put back the book and resumed his seat. "And I know how these people feel down here, below the crust," he went on, waving his cigar out of the window as though to indicate the whole of that mean district. They hate, and their hate is molten hell. I've been through it." "But you've got on top," I suggested. "Sure, I've got on top. Do you know why? It's because I hate it. That's why. A man's feelings, if they're strong enough, have a lot to do with what he becomes." "But he has to have ability, too," I objected. "Sure, he has to have ability, but his feeling is the driving power. If he feels strong enough, he can make a little ability go a long way." I was struck by the force of this remark. I scarcely recognized Judge Jason. The man, as he revealed himself, had become at once more sinister and more fascinating. I can guess how some of those Jacobins felt when they had the aristocrats in the dock. They'd got on top. The Jacobins, I mean. It's human nature to want to get on top, ain't it? He looked at me and smiled, but he did not seem to expect a reply. "Well, what you call society, rich, respectable society, like you belong to, would have made a bum and a criminal out of me if I hadn't been too smart for 'em. And it's a kind of satisfaction that I have 'em coming down here to Monahan's for things they can't have without my leave. I've got a half Nelson on 'em. I wouldn't live up on Grant Avenue if you gave me Scherer's new house." I was silent. "Instead of starting my career in college, I started in jail," he went on, apparently ignoring any effect he may have produced. So subtly, so dispassionately indeed was he delivering himself of these remarks that it was impossible to tell whether he meant their application to be personal, to me, or general, to my associates. "I went to jail when I was 14 because I wanted a knife to make kite sticks, and I stole a razor from a barber. I was bitter when they steered me into a lockup in Hickory Street. It was full of bugs and crooks, and they put me in the same cell with an old-timer named Red Waters, who was one of the slickest safe-blowers around in those days. Red took a shine to me, found out I had a headpiece, and said their gang could use a clever boy. If I'd go in with him, I could make all kinds of money. I guess I might have joined the gang if Red hadn't kept talking about how the boss of his district named Gallagher would come down and get him out. And sure enough, Gallagher did come down and get him out. I thought I'd rather be Gallagher than Red. Red had to serve time once in a while. Soon as I got out, I went down to Gallagher's saloon, and there was Red, leaning over the bar. "Here's a smart kid," he says. "He and me were roommates over in Hickory Street." He got to gassing me and telling me I'd better come along with him when Gallagher came in. "What is it you'd like to be, my son?" says he. "A politician," I told him. I was through going to jail. Gallagher had a laugh you could hear all over the place. He took me on as a kind of handy boy around the establishment, and by I began to run errands and find out things for him. I was boss of that ward myself when I was 26. "How'd you like that cigar?" I praised it. "It ought to have been a good one," he declared. "Well, I don't want to keep you here all afternoon telling you my life story." I assured him I had been deeply interested. "Pretty slick idea of yours, that dummy company, Mr. Paret. Go ahead and organize it." He rose, which was contrary to his custom on the departure of a visitor. "Drop in again. We'll talk about the books." I walked slowly back, reflecting on this conversation, upon the motives impelling Mr. Jason to become thus confidential. Nor was it the most comforting thought in the world that the artist in me had appealed to the artist in him, that he had hailed me as a brother. But for the grace of God I might have been Mr. Jason, and he Mr. Paret. Undoubtedly that was what he had meant to imply, and I was forced to admit that he had succeeded, deliberately or not, in making the respectable Mr. Paret just a trifle uncomfortable. In the marble vestibule of the Corn and National Bank I ran into Talent, holding his brown straw hat in his hand, and looking a little more moth-eaten than usual. "Hello, Paret," he said. "How is that telephone business getting along?" "Is Dickinson in?" I asked. Talent nodded. We went through the cool bank, with its shining brass and red mahogany, its tiled floor, its busy tellers attending to files of clients, to the president's sanctum in the rear. Leonard Dickinson, very spruce and dignified in a black cutaway coat, was dictating rapidly to a woman stenographer, whom he dismissed when he saw us. The door was shut. "I was just asking Paret about the telephone affair," said Mr. Talent. "Well, have you found a way out?" Leonard Dickinson looked questioningly at me. "It's all right," I answered. "I've seen Jason." "All right?" they both ejaculated at once. "We win," I said. They stood gazing at me. Even Dickinson, who was rarely ruffled, seemed excited. "Do you mean to say you fixed it?" he demanded. I nodded. They stared at me in amazement. "How the deuce did you manage it?" "We organized the Interurban Telephone Company and bid for the franchise. That's all." "A dummy company!" cried Talent. "Why, it's simple as ABC." Dickinson smiled. He was tremendously relieved and showed it. "That's true about all great ideas, Talent," he said. "They're simple, only it takes a clever man to think of them." "And Jason agrees?" Talent demanded. I nodded again. "We'll have to outbid the automatic people. I haven't seen bidder yet about the fee." "That's all right," said Leonard Dickinson quickly. "I take off my hat to you. You've saved us. You can ask any fee you like," he added genially. "Let's go over to the Ashuela and get some lunch." He had been about to say the club, but he remembered Mr. Talent's presence in time. "Nothing worrying you, Hugh?" he added as we went out, followed by the glances of his employees. "Nothing," I said. End of section 21. Section 22 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 19. Making money in those days was so ridiculously easy. The trouble was to know how to spend it. One evening when I got home, I told Maud I had a surprise for her. "A surprise?" she asked, looking up from a little pink smock she was making for Chickabiddy. "I've bought that lot on Grant Avenue, next to the Ogilvies." She dropped her sewing and stared at me. "Aren't you pleased?" I asked. "At last we are going to have a house of our very own. What's the matter?" "I can't bear the thought of leaving here. I'm so used to it. I've grown to love it. It's a part of me." "But," I exclaimed, a little exasperated, "you didn't expect to live here always, did you? The house has been too small for us for years. I thought you'd be delighted." This was not strictly true, for I had rather expected some such action on her part. Most women would. Of course, if it's going to make such a difference to you as that, I'll sell the lot. That won't be difficult." I got up and started to go into my study. She half rose, and her sewing fell to the floor. "Oh, why are we always having misunderstandings? Do sit down a minute, Hugh. Don't think I'm not appreciative," she pleaded. "It was such a shock." I sat down rather reluctantly. "I can't express what I think," she continued, rather breathlessly. "But sometimes I'm actually frightened. We're going through life so fast in these days, and it doesn't seem as if we were getting the real things out of it. I'm afraid of your success and all the money you're making." I smiled. "I'm not so rich yet, as rich as go in these days, that you need be alarmed," I said. She looked at me helplessly a moment. "I feel that it isn't right somehow. That you'll pay for it, that we'll pay for it. Goodness knows we have everything we want, and more too. This house is real, and I'm afraid that won't be a home, won't be real, that we'll be overwhelmed with things." She was interrupted by the entrance of the children, but after dinner, when she had seen them to bed, as was her custom, she came downstairs into my study and said quietly, "I was wrong, Hugh. If you want to build a house, if you feel that you'd be happier, I have no right to object. Of course, my sentiment for this house is natural. The children were born here, and I've realized we couldn't live here always." "I'm glad you look at it that way," I replied. "Why, we're already getting cramped, Maude, and now you're going to have a governess I don't know where you'd put her." "Not too large a house," she pleaded. "I know you think I'm silly, but this extravagance we see everywhere does make me uneasy. Perhaps it's because I'm provincial, and always shall be." "Well, we must have a house large enough to be comfortable in," I said. "There's no reason why we shouldn't be comfortable." I thought it as well not to confess my ambitions, and I was greatly relieved that she did not reproach me for buying the lot without consulting her. Indeed, I was grateful for this unanticipated acquiescence. I felt nearer to her than I had for a long time. I drew up another chair to my desk. "Sit down and we'll make a few sketches, just for fun," I urged. "Hugh," she said presently, as we were blacking out prospective rooms, "do you remember all those drawings and plans we made in England on our wedding trip, and how we knew just what we wanted and changed our minds every few days, and now we're ready to build and haven't any ideas at all?" "Yes," I answered, but I did not look at her. "I have the book still. It's in the attic somewhere, packed away in a box. I suppose those plans would seem ridiculous now." It was quite true. Now that we were ready to build the house that had been deferred so long, now that I had the money to spend without stint on its construction, the irony of life had deprived me of those strong desires and predilections I had known on my wedding trip. What a joy it would have been to build then! But now I found myself wholly lacking in definite ideas as to style and construction. Secretly, I looked forward to certain luxuries, such as a bedroom and dressing room and warm tiled bathroom, all to myself bachelor privacies for which I had longed. 2 mornings later, at the breakfast table, Maude asked me if I had thought of an architect. "Why, Archie Lamberton, I suppose. Who else is there? Have you anyone else in mind?" "No," said Maude, "but I heard of such a clever man in Boston who doesn't charge Mr. Lamberton's prices, and who designs such beautiful private houses." "But we can afford to pay Lamberton's prices," I replied, smiling. "And why shouldn't we have the best?" "Are you sure he is the best, Hugh?" "Everybody has him," I said. Maude smiled in return. I suppose that's a good reason, she answered. Of course it's a good reason, I assured her. These people, the people we know, wouldn't have had Lamerton unless he was satisfactory. What's the matter with his houses? Well, said Maud, they're not very original. I don't say they're not good, in a way, but they lack a certain imagination. It's difficult for me to express what I mean. Machine-made isn't precisely the idea, but there should be a certain irregularity in art, shouldn't there? I saw a reproduction in one of the architectural journals of a house in Boston by a man named Frey that seemed to me to have great charm. Here was Lucia, unmistakably. That's all very well, I said impatiently, but when one has to live in a house, one wants something more than artistic irregularity. Lamerton knows how to build for everyday existence. He's a practical man, as well as a man of taste. He may not be a Christopher Wren, but he understands conveniences and comforts. His chimneys don't smoke, his windows are tight, he knows what systems of heating are the best, and whom to go to. He knows what good plumbing is. I'm rather surprised you don't appreciate that, Maud. You're so particular as to what kind of rooms the children shall have, and you want a schoolroom nursery with all the latest devices, with sun and ventilation. The Berringers wouldn't have had him, the Hollisters and Dickinsons wouldn't have had him, if his work lacked taste. And Nancy wouldn't have had him, added Maud, and she smiled once more. Well, I haven't consulted Nancy or anyone else, I replied, a little tartly perhaps. You don't seem to realize that some fashions may have a basis of reason. They are not all silly, as Lucia seems to think. If Lamerton builds satisfactory houses, he ought to be forgiven for being the fashion. He ought to have a chance. I got up to leave. Let's see what kind of a plan he'll draw up, at any rate. Her glance was almost indulgent. Of course, Hugh, I want you to be satisfied, to be pleased, she said. And you? I questioned. You are to live in the house more than I. Oh, I'm sure it will turn out all right, she replied. Now you'd better run along. I know you're late. I am late, I admitted, rather lamely. If you don't care for Lamerton's drawings, we'll get another architect. Several years before, Mr. Lamerton had arrived among us with a Beaux-Arts moustache and letters of introduction to Mrs. Durrett and others. We found him the most adaptable, the most accommodating of young men, always ready to donate his talents and his services to private theatricals, tableaux, and fancy dress balls, to take a place at a table at the last moment. One of his most appealing attributes was his belief in our city, a form of patriotism that culminated, in later years, in million population clubs. I have often heard him declare when the ladies had left the dining-room that there was positively no limit to our future growth, and incidentally to our future wealth. Such sentiments as these could not fail to add to any man's popularity, and his success was a foregone conclusion. Almost before we knew it, he was building the new Union Station, of which he had foreseen the need, to take care of the millions to which our populations was to be swelled, building the new post office, that the unceasing efforts of Theodore Watling finally procured for us, building, indeed, Nancy's new house, the largest of our private mansions save Mr. Sherrer's, a commission that had immediately brought about others from the Dickinsons and the Berringers. That very day I called on him in his offices at the top of one of our new buildings, where many young draftsmen were bending over their boards. I was ushered into his private studio. "I suppose you want something handsome, Hugh," he said, looking at me over his cigarette. "Something commensurate with these fees I hear you are getting." "Well, I want to be comfortable," I admitted. We lunched at the club together, where we talked over the requirements. When he came to dinner the next week and spread out his sketch on the living-room table, Maud drew in her breath. "Why, Hugh!" she exclaimed in dismay. "It's as big as the White House." "Not quite," I answered, laughing with Archie. "We may as well take our ease in our old age." "Take our ease?" echoed Maud. "We'll rattle round in it. I'll never get used to it." "After a month, Mrs. Paret, I'll wager you'll be wondering how you ever got along without it," said Archie. It was not as big as the White House, yet it could not be called small. I had seen to that. The long facade was imposing, dignified, with a touch of conventionality and solidity in keeping with my standing in the city. It was Georgian, of plum-coloured brick with marble trimmings and marble wedges over the ample windows. Some years later I saw the house by Ferguson of New York, from which Archie had cribbed it. At one end off the dining room was a semicircular conservatory. There was a small portico with marble pillars, and in the ample, swift-sloping roof many dormers. Servants' rooms, Archie explained. The look of anxiety on Maud's face deepened as he went over the floor plans, the reception room, dining room to seat 30, the servants' hall, and upstairs Maud's room, boudoir and bath and dress closet, my apartments adjoining on one side, and the children's on the other, and the guest rooms with baths. Maud surrendered, as one who gives way to the inevitable. When the actual building began, we both of us experienced, I think, a certain mild excitement, and walked out there sometimes with the children, in the spring evenings and on Sunday afternoons. Excitement is perhaps too strong a word for my feelings. There was a pleasurable anticipation on my part, a looking forward to a more decorous, a more luxurious existence, a certain impatience at the delays inevitable in building. But a new legal commercial enterprise of magnitude began to absorb me at this time, and somehow the building of this home, the first that we possessed, was not the event it should have been. There were moments when I felt cheated, when I wondered what had become of that capacity for enjoyment which in my youth had been so keen. I remembered, indeed, one grey evening when I went there alone after the workmen had departed, and stood in the litter of mortar and bricks and boards, gazing at the completed front of the house. It was even larger than I had imagined it from the plans. In the summer twilight there was an air about it, if not precisely menacing, at least portentous, with its gaping windows and towering roof. I was a little tired from a hard day. I had the odd feeling of having raised up something which, momentarily at least, I doubted my ability to cope, something huge, impersonal, something that ought to have represented a fireside, a sanctuary, and yet was the embodiment of an element quite alien to the home, a restless element with which our American atmosphere had, by invisible degrees, become charged. As I stared at it, the odd fancy seized me that the building somehow typified my own career. I had gained something, in truth, but had I not also missed something, something a different home would have embodied? Maud and the children had gone to the seaside. With a vague uneasiness I turned away from the contemplation of those walls. The companion mansions were closed, their blinds tightly drawn. The neighbourhood was as quiet as the country, save for a slight but persistent noise that impressed itself on my consciousness. I walked around the house to spy in the backyard a young girl, rather stealthily gathering laths and fragments of joists and flooring, and loading them into a child's express wagon. She started when she saw me. She was little more than a child, and the loose calico dress she wore seemed to emphasize her thinness. She stood stock still, staring at me with frightened yet defiant eyes. I, too, felt a strange timidity in her presence. "Why do you stop?" I asked at length. "Say, is this your heap?" she demanded. I acknowledged it. A hint of awe widened her eyes. Then she glanced at the half-filled wagon. "This stuff ain't no use to you, is it?" "No, I'm glad to have you take it." She shifted to the other foot, but did not continue her gathering. An impulse seized me. I put down my walking stick and began picking up pieces of wood, flinging them into the wagon. I looked at her again, rather furtively. She had not moved. Her attitude puzzled me, for it was one neither of surprise nor of protest. The spectacle of the millionaire owner of the house engaged in this menial occupation gave her no thrills. I finished the loading. "There," I said, and drew a dollar bill out of my pocket and gave it to her. Even then she did not thank me, but took up the wagon tongue and went off, leaving on me a disheartening impression of numbness, of life crushed out. I glanced up once more at the mansion I had built for myself, looming in the dusk, and walked hurriedly away. One afternoon, some 3 weeks after we had moved into the new house, I came out of the club where I had been lunching in conference with Scherer and 2 capitalists from New York. It was after 4 o'clock. The day was fading. The street lamps were beginning to cast sickly streaks of jade-colored light across the slush of the pavements. It was the sight of this slush, which for a brief half-hour that morning had been pure snow, and had sent Matthew and Morton and Biddy into ecstasies at the notion of a real Christmas, that brought to my mind the imminence of the festival, and the fact that I had as yet bought no presents. Such was the predicament in which I usually found myself on Christmas Eve, and it was not without a certain sense of annoyance at the task thus abruptly confronting me that I got into my automobile and directed the chauffeur to the shopping district. The crowds surged along the wet sidewalks and overflowed into the street, and over the heads of the people I stared at the blazing shop windows decked out in Christmas greens. My chauffeur, a bristly-haired Parisian, blew his horn insolently. Men and women jostled each other to get out of the way, their holiday mood giving place to resentment as they stared into the windows of the limousine. With the American inability to sit still, I shifted from one corner of the seat to another, impatient at the slow progress of the machine, and I felt a certain contempt for human beings, that they should make all this fuss, burden themselves with all these senseless purchases, for a tradition. The automobile stopped, and I fought my way across the sidewalk into the store of that time-honored firm, Elgin, Yates and Garner, pausing uncertainly before the very counter where, some 10 years before, I had bought an engagement ring. Young Mr. Garner himself spied me, and handing over a customer to a tired clerk, hurried forward to greet me, his manner implying that my entrance was some sort of an event. I had become used to this aroma of deference. "What can I show you, Mr. Paret?" he asked. "I don't know. I'm looking around," I said vaguely, bewildered by the glittering baubles by which I was confronted. What did Maude want? While I was gazing into the case, Mr. Garner opened a safe behind him, laying before me a large sapphire set with diamonds in a platinum brooch, a beautiful stone, in the depths of it gleaming a fire like a star in an Arctic sky. I had not given Maude anything of value of late. Decidedly, this was of value. Mr. Garner named the price glibly. If Mrs. Paret didn't care for it, it might be brought back or exchanged. I took it with a sigh of relief. Leaving the store, I paused on the edge of the rushing stream of humanity, with the problem of the children's gifts still to be solved. I thought of my own childhood, when at Christmastide I had walked with my mother up and down this very street, so changed and modernized now, recalling that I had had definite desires, desperate ones, but my imagination failed me when I tried to summon up the emotions connected with them. I had no desires now. I could buy anything in reason in the whole street. What did Matthew and Morton want? And little Biddy? Maud had not spoiled them, but they didn't seem to have any definite wants. The children made me think with a sudden softening of Tom Peters, and I went into a tobacconist's and bought him a box of expensive cigars. Then I told the chauffeur to take me to a toy shop, where I stood staring through a plate-glass window at the elaborate playthings devised for the modern children of luxury. In the center was a toy man-of-war, 3 feet in length, with turrets and guns and propellers and a real steam engine. As a boy I should have dreamed about it, schemed for it, bartered my immortal soul for it. But if I gave it to Matthew, what was there for Morton? A steam locomotive caught my eye, almost as elaborate. Forcing my way through the doors, I captured a salesman, and from a state bordering on nervous collapse, he became galvanized into an intense alertness and respect when he understood my desires. He didn't know the price of the objects in question. He brought the proprietor, an obsequious little German, who, on learning my name, repeated it in every sentence. For Biddy, I chose a doll that was all but human. When held by a young woman for my inspection, it elicited murmurs of admiration from the women shoppers by whom we were surrounded. The proprietor promised to make a special delivery of the 3 articles before 7 o'clock. Presently the automobile, after speeding up the asphalt of Grant Avenue, stopped before the new house. In spite of the change that house had made in my life, in 3 weeks I had become amazingly used to it. Yet I had an odd feeling that Christmas Eve as I stood under the portico with my key in the door, the same feeling of the impersonality of the place which I had experienced before. Not that for one moment I would have exchanged it for the smaller house we had left. I opened the door. How often in that other house I had come in the evening seeking quiet, my brain occupied with a problem, only to be annoyed by the romping of the children on the landing above. A noise in one end of it echoed to the other. But here, as I entered the hall, all was quiet. A dignified, deep-carpeted stairway swept upward before me, and on either side were wide, empty rooms, and in the subdued light of one of them I saw a dark figure moving silently about. The butler. He came forward to relieve me deftly of my hat and overcoat. Well, I had it at last, this establishment to which I had for so long looked forward. And yet that evening, as I hesitated in the hall, I somehow was unable to grasp that it was real and permanent. The very solidity of the walls and doors paradoxically suggested transientness. The butler, a flitting ghost. How still the place was, almost oppressively still. I recalled, oddly, a story of a peasant who, yearning for the great life, had stumbled upon an empty palace, its tables set with food in golden dishes. Before 2 days had passed, he had fled from it in horror back to his crowded cottage and his drudgery in the fields. Never once had the sense of possession of the palace been realized. Nor did I feel that I possessed this house, though I had the deeds of it in my safe and the receipted bills in my files. It eluded me, seemed, in my bizarre mood of that evening, almost to mock me. You have built me, it seemed to say, but I am stronger than you, because you have not earned me. Ridiculous. When the years of my labor and the size of my bank account were considered. Such, however, is the verbal expression of my feeling. Was the house empty after all? Had something happened? With a slight panicky sensation, I climbed the stairs, with their endless shallow treads, to hurry through the silent hallway to the schoolroom. Reassuring noises came faintly through the heavy door. I opened it. Little Biddy was careening round and round, crying out, "Tomorrow's Christmas! Santa Claus is coming tonight!" Matthew was regarding her indulgently, sympathetically, Morton rather scornfully. The myth had been exploded for both, but Matthew still hugged it. That was the difference between them. Maud, seated on the floor, perceived me first and glanced up at me with a smile. "It's father," she said. Biddy stopped in the midst of a pirouette. At the age of 7 she was still shy with me, and retreated towards Maud. "Aren't we going to have a tree, father?" demanded Morton aggressively. "Mother won't tell me, neither will Miss Alsop." Miss Alsop was their governess. "Why do you want a tree?" I asked. "Oh, for Biddy," he said. "It wouldn't be Christmas without a tree," Matthew declared. "And Santa Claus," he added for his sister's benefit. "Perhaps Santa Claus, when he sees we've got this big house, will think we don't need anything and go to some poorer children," said Maud. "You wouldn't blame him if he did that, would you?" The response to this appeal cannot be said to have been enthusiastic. After dinner, when at last all of them were in bed, we dressed the tree. It might better be said that Maud and Miss Alsop dressed it, while I gave a perfunctory aid. Both the women took such a joy in the process, vying with each other in getting effects, and as I watched them eagerly draping the tinsel and pinning on the glittering ornaments, I wondered why it was that I was unable to find the same joy as they. Thus it had been every Christmas Eve. I was always tired when I got home, and after dinner relaxation set in. An electrician had come while we were at the table, and had fastened on the little electric bulbs which did duty as candles. "Oh," said Maud, as she stood off to survey the effect, "isn't it beautiful? Come, Miss Alsop, let's get the presents." They flew out of the room, and presently hurried back with their arms full of the usual parcels from Maud's family in Elkington, from my own relatives, from the Blackwoods and the Peters, from Nancy. In the meantime I had had my own contributions brought up, the man of war, the locomotive, the big doll. Maud stood staring. "Hugh, they'll be utterly ruined," she exclaimed. "The boys might as well have something instructive," I replied. "And as for Biddy, nothing's too good for her." "I might have known you wouldn't forget them, although you are so busy." We filled the 3 stockings hung by the great fireplace. Then, with a last lingering look at the brightness of the tree, she stood in the doorway and turned the electric switch. "Not before 7 tomorrow morning, Miss Alsop," she said. "Hugh, you will get up, won't you? You mustn't miss seeing them. You can go back to bed again." I promised. Evidently this was reality to Maud, and had it not been one of my dreams of marriage, this prepping for the children's Christmas, remembering the fierce desires of my own childhood. It struck me, after I had kissed her good night and retired to my dressing-room, that fierce desires burned within me still, but the objects towards which their flames leaped out differed. That was all. Had I remained a child, since my idea of pleasure was still that of youth? The craving for excitement, adventure, was still unslaked, the craving for freedom as keen as ever. During the whole of my married life I had been conscious of an inner protest against settling down, as Tom Peters had settled down. The smaller house from which we had moved, with its enforced propinquity, had emphasized the bondage of marriage. Now I had 2 rooms to myself, in the undisputed possession of which I had taken a puerile delight. On one side of my dressing-room, Archie Lamberton had provided a huge closet containing the latest devices for the keeping of a multitudinous wardrobe. There was a reading lamp, and the easiest of easy chairs, imported from England, while between the windows were shelves of Italian walnut, which I had filled with the books I had bought while at Cambridge, and had never since opened. As I sank down in my chair, that odd feeling of uneasiness, of transience and unreality, of unsatisfaction I had had ever since we had moved, suddenly became intensified. And at the very moment when I had gained everything I had once believed a man could desire. I was successful, I was rich, my health had not failed, I had a wife who catered to my wishes, lovable children who gave no trouble, and yet there was still the void to be filled, the old void I had felt as a boy, the longing for something beyond me. I knew not what. There was the strange inability to taste any of these things, the need at every turn for excitement, for a stimulus. My marriage had been a disappointment, though I strove to conceal this from myself. A disappointment because it had not filled the requirements of my category, excitement and mystery. I had provided the setting and lacked the happiness. Another woman, Nancy, might have given me the needed stimulation, and yet my thoughts did not dwell on Nancy that night. My longings were not directed toward her, but towards the vision of a calm, contented, married happiness I had looked forward to in my youth. A vision suddenly presented once more by the sight of Maude's simple pleasure in dressing the Christmas tree. What restless, fiendish element in me prevented my enjoying that? I had something of the fearful feeling of a ghost in my own house and among my own family, of a spirit doomed to wander, unable to share in what should have been my own, in what would have saved me were I able to partake of it. Was it too late to make that effort? Presently the strains of music pervaded my consciousness, the chimes of Trinity ringing out in the damp night, the Christmas hymn, Adeste Fidelis. It was midnight. It was Christmas. How clear the notes rang through the wet air that came in at my window. Back into the dim centuries that music led me, into candle-lit Gothic chapels of monasteries on wind-swept heights above the firs, and cathedrals in medieval cities. Twilight ages of war and scourge and stress and storm and faith. O come all ye faithful! What a strange thing, that faith whose flame so marvellously persisted, piercing the gloom, the Christmas myth as I had heard someone once call it. Did it possess the power to save me? Save me from what? Ah, in this hour I knew, in the darkness the danger loomed up before me, vague yet terrible, and I trembled. Why was not this thing ever present to chasten and sober me? The thing was myself. Into my remembrance, by what suggestion I know not, came that March evening when I had gone to Holder Chapel at Harvard to listen to a preacher, a personality whose fame and influence had since spread throughout the land. Some dim fear had possessed me then. I recalled vividly the man and the face of Herman Krebs as I drew back from the doorway. When I awoke, my disquieting, retrospective mood had disappeared, and yet there clung to me, minus the sanction of fear or reward or revealed truth, a certain determination to behave, on this day at least, more like a father and a husband, to make an effort to enter into the spirit of the festival and see what happened. I dressed in cheerful haste, took the sapphire pendant from its velvet box, tiptoed into the still silent schoolroom, and hung it on the tree, flooding on the electric light that set the tinsel and globes ablaze. No sooner had I done this than I heard the patter of feet in the hallway and a high-pitched voice, Biddy's, crying out, "It's Santa Claus!" 3 small flannel-wrapped figures stood in the doorway. "Why, it's father!" exclaimed Morton. "And he's all dressed," said Matthew. "Oh!" cried Biddy, staring at the blazing tree. "Isn't it beautiful?" Maud was close behind them. She gave an exclamation of delighted surprise when she saw me, and then stood gazing with shining eyes at the children, especially at Biddy, who stood dazzled by the glory of the constellation confronting her. Matthew, too, wished to prolong the moment of mystery. It was practical Morton who cried, "Let's see what we've got." The assault and the sacking began. I couldn't help thinking as I watched them of my own wildly riotous Christmas morning sensations, when all the gifts had worn the aura of the supernatural, but the arrival of these toys was looked upon by my children as a part of the natural order of the universe. At Maud's suggestion the night before, we had placed my presents, pièce de résistance, at a distance from the tree, in the hope that they would not be spied at once, that they would be, in some sort, a climax. It was Matthew who first perceived the ship, and identified it by the card as his property. To him it was clearly wonderful, but no miracle. He did not cry out, or call the attention of the others to it, but stood with his feet apart, examining it, his first remark being a query as to why it didn't fly the American flag. Its ensign was British. Then Morton saw the locomotive, was told that it was his, and took possession of it violently. Why wasn't there more track? Wouldn't I get more track? I explained that it would go by steam, and he began unscrewing the cap on the little boiler until he was distracted by the man-o'-war, and with natural acquisitiveness started to take possession of that. Biddy was bewildered by the doll, which Maud had taken up and was holding in her lap. She had had talking dolls before, and dolls that closed their eyes. She recognized this one, indeed, as a sort of super doll, but her little mind was modern, too, and set no limits on what might be accomplished. She patted it, but was more impressed by the raptures of Miss Alsop, who had come in and was admiring it with some extravagance. Suddenly the child caught sight of her stocking, until now forgotten, and darted for the fireplace. I turned to Maud, who stood beside me, watching them. "But you haven't looked on the tree yourself," I reminded her. She gave me an odd, questioning glance, and got up and set down the doll. As she stood for a moment gazing at the lights, she seemed very girlish in her dressing gown, with her hair in 2 long plaits down her back. "Oh, Hugh!" She lifted the pendant from the branch and held it up. Her gratitude, her joy at receiving a present, was deeper than the children's. "You chose it for me?" I felt something like a pang when I thought how little trouble it had been. "If you don't like it," I said, "or wish to have it changed—" "Changed!" she exclaimed reproachfully. "Do you think I'd change it? Only, it's much too valuable." I smiled. Miss Alsop deftly undid the clasp and hung it around Maud's neck. "How it suits you, Mrs. Paret!" she cried. This pendant was by no means the only present I had given Maud in recent years, and though she cared as little for jewels as for dress, she seemed to attach to it a peculiar value and significance that disturbed and smote me, for the incident had revealed a love unchanged and unchangeable. Had she taken my gift as a sign that my indifference was melting? As I went downstairs and into the library to read the financial page of the morning newspaper, I asked myself, with a certain disquiet, whether, In the formal, complicated, and luxurious conditions in which we now lived, it might be possible to build up new ties and common interests. I reflected that this would involve confessions and confidences on my part, since there was a whole side of my life of which Maude knew nothing. I had convinced myself long ago that a man's business career was no affair of his wife's. I had justified that career to myself, yet I had always had a vague feeling that Maude, had she known the details, would not have approved of it. Impossible, indeed, for a woman to grasp these problems. They were outside of her experience. Nevertheless, something might be done to improve our relationship, something which would relieve me of that uneasy lack of unity I felt when at home, of the lassitude and ennui I was wont to feel creeping over me on Sundays and holidays. End of section 22. Section 23 of A Far Country by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 20. I find in relating those parts of my experience that seem to be of most significance, I have neglected to tell of my mother's death, which occurred the year before we moved to Grant Avenue. She had clung the rest of her days to the house in which I had been born. Of late years, she had lived in my children, and Maude's devotion to her had been unflagging. Truth compels me to say that she had long ceased to be a factor in my life. I have thought of her in later years. Coincident with the unexpected feeling of fruitlessness that came to me with the Grant Avenue house, of things achieved but not realized or appreciated, was the appearance of a cloud on the business horizon, or rather on the political horizon, since it is hard to separate the two realms. There were signs, for those who could read, of a rising popular storm. During the earliest years of the new century, the political atmosphere had changed. The public had shown a tendency to grow restless, and everybody knows how important it is for financial operations, for prosperity, that the people should mind their own business. In short, our commercial romantic pilgrimage began to meet with unexpected resistance. It was as though the nation were entering into a senseless conspiracy to kill prosperity. In the first place, in regard to the presidency of the United States, a cog had unwittingly been slipped. It had always been recognized, as I have said, by responsible financial personages, that the impulses of the majority of Americans could not be trusted, that these, who had inherited illusions of freedom, must be governed firmly, yet with delicacy. Unknown to them, their presidents must be chosen for them, precisely as Mr. Watling had been chosen for the people of our state, and the popular enthusiasm manufactured later. There were informal meetings in New York, in Washington, where candidates were discussed. Not that such and such a man was settled upon. It was a process of elimination. Usually the affair had gone smoothly. For instance, a while before, a benevolent capitalist of the Middle West, an intimate of Adolf Scherer, had become obsessed with the idea that a friend of his was the safest and sanest man for the head of the nation, had convinced his fellow capitalists of this, whereupon he had gone ahead to spend his energy and his money freely to secure the nomination and election of this gentleman. The Republican National Committee, the Republican National Convention, were allowed to squabble to their heart's content as to whether Smith, Jones, or Brown should be nominated, but it was clearly understood that if Robinson or White were chosen, there would be no corporation campaign funds. This applied also to the Democratic Party on the rare occasions when it seemed to have an opportunity of winning. Now, however, through an unpardonable blunder, there had got into the White House a president who was inclined to ignore advice, who appealed over the heads of the advisers to the populace, who went about tilting at the industrial structures we had so painfully wrought, and in frequent blasts of presidential messages enunciated new and heretical doctrines, who attacked the railroads, encouraged the brazen treason of labor unions, inspired an army of muckrakers to fill the magazines with the wildest and most violent of language. State legislatures were emboldened to pass mischievous and restrictive laws, and much of my time began to be occupied in inducing, by various means, our courts to declare these unconstitutional. How we sighed for a businessman or a lawyer in the White House! The country had gone mad, the stock market trembled, the cry of corporation control resounded everywhere, and everywhere demagogues arose to inaugurate reform campaigns in an abortive attempt to clean up politics. Down with the bosses, who were the tools of the corporations. In our own city, which we fondly believed to be proof against the prevailing madness, a slight epidemic occurred, slight, yet momentarily alarming. Accidents will happen, even in the best regulated political organizations, and accidents in these days appeared to be the rule. A certain Mr. Edgar Greenhalgh, a middle-aged, mild-mannered, and inoffensive man who had made a moderate fortune in wholesale drugs, was elected to the school board. Later on, some of us had reason to suspect that Perry Blackwood, with more astuteness than he had been given credit for, was responsible for Mr. Greenhalgh's candidacy. At any rate, he was not a man to oppose, and in his previous life had given no hint that he might become a troublemaker. Nothing happened for several months, but one day, on which I had occasion to interview Mr. Jason on a little matter of handing over to the railroad a piece of land belonging to the city, which was known as Billings Bowl, he inferred that Mr. Greenhalgh might prove a disturber of that profound peace with which the city administration had for many years been blessed. "Who the hell is he?" was Mr. Jason's question. It appeared that Mr. G's private life had been investigated, with disappointingly barren results. He was, seemingly, an anomalistic being in our Nietzschean age, an unaggressive man. He had never sold any drugs to the city. He was not a church member, nor could it be learned that he had ever wandered into those byways of the town where Mr. Jason might easily have got trace of him. If he had any vices, he kept them locked up in a safe deposit box that could not be located. He was very genial, and had a way of conveying disturbing facts, when he wished to convey them, under cover of the most amusing stories. Mr. Jason was not a man to get panicky. Greenhalgh could be handled all right. Only, what was there in it for Greenhalgh? A nut difficult for Mr. Jason to crack. The two other members of the school board were solid. Here again the wisest of men was proved to err, for Mr. Greenhalgh turned out to have powers of persuasion. He made what in religious terms would have been called a conversion in the case of another member of the board. An hitherto staunch old reprobate by the name of Muller an ex-saloon keeper in comfortable circumstances, to whom the idea of public office had appealed. Mr. Greenhalgh, having got wind of certain transactions that interested him extremely, brought them in his good-natured way to the knowledge of Mr. Gregory, the district attorney, suggesting that he investigate. Mr. Gregory smiled, undertook as delicately as possible to convey to Mr. Greenhalgh the ways of the world, and of the political world in particular, wherein it seemed everyone was a good fellow. Mr. Greenhalgh was evidently a good fellow, and didn't want to make trouble over little things. No, Mr. Greenhalgh didn't want to make trouble. He appreciated a comfortable life as much as Mr. Gregory. He told the district attorney a funny story, which might or might not have had an application to the affair, and took his leave with the remark that he had been happy to make Mr. Gregory's acquaintance. On his departure, the district attorney's countenance changed. He severely rebuked a subordinate for some trivial mistake, and walked as rapidly as he could carry his considerable weight to Monahan's saloon. One of the things Mr. Gregory had pointed out incidentally was that Mr. Greenhalgh's evidence was vague, and that a grand jury wanted facts, which might be difficult to obtain. Mr. Greenhalgh, thinking over the suggestion, sent for Krebs. In the course of a month or two the investigation was accomplished. Greenhalgh went back to Gregory, who repeated his homilies, whereupon he was handed 100 or so typewritten pages of evidence. It was a dramatic moment. Mr. Gregory resorted to pleading. He was sure that Mr. Greenhalgh didn't want to be disagreeable. It was true and unfortunate that such things were so, but they would be amended. He promised all his influence to amend them. The public conscience, said Mr. Gregory, was being aroused. Now, how much better for the party, for the reputation, the fair name of the city, if these things could be corrected quietly, and nobody indicted or tried. Between sensible and humane men, wasn't that the obvious way? After the election, suit could be brought to recover the money. But Mr. Greenhalgh appeared to be one of those hopeless individuals, without a spark of party loyalty. He merely continued to smile, and to suggest that the district attorney prosecute. Mr. Gregory temporized, and presently left the city on a vacation. A day or two after his second visit to the district attorney's office, Mr. Greenhalgh had a call from the city auditor and the purchasing agent, who talked about their families, which was very painful. It was also intimated to Mr. Greenhalgh by others who accosted him that he was just the man for mayor. He smiled and modestly belittled his qualifications. Suddenly, one fine morning, a part of the evidence Krebs had gathered appeared in the columns of the Mail and State, a new and enterprising newspaper for which the growth and prosperity of our city were responsible. The sort of revelations that stirred to amazement and wrath innocent citizens of nearly every city in our country. Politics and graft infesting our entire educational system, teachers and janitors levied upon, prices that took the breath away paid to favored firms for supplies, specifications so worded that reasonable bids were barred. The respectable firm of Ellery and Knowles was involved. In spite of our horror, we were Americans, and saw the humor of the situation, and laughed at the caricature in the Mail and State, representing a scholar holding up a pencil and a legend under it, "No, it's not gold, but it ought to be." Here I must enter into a little secret history. Any affair that threatened the integrity of Mr. Jason's organization was of serious moment to the gentlemen of the financial world, who found that organization invaluable and who were also concerned about the fair name of their community. A conference in the Boyne Club decided that the city officials were being persecuted and entitled, therefore, to the very best of counsel, in this instance, Mr. Hugh Paret. It was also thought wise by Mr. Dickinson, Mr. Gorse, and Mr. Grierson, and by Mr. Paret himself, that he should not appear in the matter. An aspiring young attorney, Mr. Arbuthnot, was retained to conduct the case in public. Thus, capital came to the assistance of Mr. Jason, a fund was raised, and I was given carte blanche to defend the miserable city auditor and purchasing agent, both of whom elicited my sympathy, for they were stout men and rapidly losing weight. Our first care was to create a delay in the trial of the case in order to give the public excitement a chance to die down, for the public is proverbially unable to fix its attention for long on one object, continually demanding the distraction that our newspapers make it their business to supply. Fortunately, a murder was committed in one of our suburbs, creating a mystery that filled the extras for some weeks, and this was opportunely followed by the embezzlement of a considerable sum by the cashier of one of our state banks. Public interest was divided between baseball and the tracking of this criminal to New Zealand. Our resentment was directed not so much against Commissioner Greenhalgh as against Krebs. It is curious how keen is the instinct of men like Grierson, Dickinson, Tallant, and Scherer for the really dangerous opponent. Who the deuce was this man Krebs? Well, I could supply them with some information. They doubtless recalled the Galligan case, and Miller Gorse, who forgot nothing, also remembered his opposition in the legislature to House Bill 709. He had continued to be the obscure legal champion of oppressed labour, but how he had managed to keep body and soul together I knew not. I had encountered him occasionally in court corridors or on the street. He did not seem to change much, nor did he appear in our brief and perfunctory conversations to bear any resentment against me for the part I had taken in the Galligan affair. I avoided him when it was possible. I had to admit that he had done a remarkably good piece of work in collecting Greenhalgh's evidence, and how the erring city officials were to be rescued became a matter of serious concern. Gregory, the district attorney, was in an abject funk, in any case a mediocre lawyer. After the indictment he was no help at all. I had to do all the work, and after we had selected the particular railroad judge before whom the case was to be tried, I talked it over with him. His name was Notting. He understood perfectly what was required of him, and that he was for the moment the chief bulwark on which depended the logical interests of capital and sane government for their defence. Also, his re-election was at stake. It was indicated to newspapers, such as the Mail and State, showing a desire to keep up public interest in the affair, that their advertising matter might decrease. Mr. Sherrill's great department store, for instance, did not approve of this sort of agitation. Certain stationers, booksellers, and other businessmen had got cold feet, as Mr. Jason put it, the prospect of bankruptcy suddenly looming ahead of them, since the Corn National Bank held certain paper. In short, when the case did come to trial, it blew up, as one of our ward leaders dynamically expressed it. Several important witnesses were mysteriously lacking, and 2 or 3 school teachers had suddenly decided to take a trip to Europe. The district attorney was ill and assigned the prosecution to a mild assistant, while a skeptical jury, composed largely of gentlemen who had the business interests of the community and of themselves at heart, returned a verdict of not guilty. This was the signal for severely dignified editorials in Mr. Tallant's and other conservative newspapers, hinting that it might be well in the future for all well-meaning but misguided reformers to think twice before subjecting the city to the cost of such trials and uselessly attempting to inflame public opinion and upset legitimate business. The Era expressed the opinion that no city in the United States was more efficiently and economically governed than our own. Irregularities might well occur in every large organization, and it would better have become Mr. Greenhalge if, instead of hiring an unknown lawyer thirsting for notoriety to cook up charges, he had called the attention of the proper officials to the matter, etc., etc. The Pilot alone, which relied on sensation for its circulation, kept hammering away for a time with veiled accusations. But our citizens had become weary. As a topic, however, this effective suppression of reform was referred to with some delicacy by my friends and myself. Our interference had been necessary and therefore justified, but we were not particularly proud of it, and our triumph had a temporarily sobering effect. It was about this time, if I remember correctly, that Mr. Dickinson gave the beautiful stained glass window to the church. Months passed. One day, having occasion to go over to the Boyne Iron Works to get information at first hand from certain officials, and having finished my business, I boarded a South Side electric car standing at the terminal. Just before it started, Krebs came down the aisle of the car and took the seat in front of me. "Well," I said, "how are you?" He turned in surprise and thrust his big bony hand across the back of the seat. "Come and sit here." He came. "Do you ever get back to Cambridge in these days?" I asked cordially. "Not since I graduated from newspaper work in Boston. That's a good many years ago. By the way, our old landlady died this year." "Do you mean—" Granite Face, I was about to say. I had forgotten her name, but that homesick scene when Tom and I stood before our open trunks, when Krebs had paid us a visit, came back to me. "You've kept in touch with her?" I asked in surprise. "Well," said Krebs, "she was one of the few friends I had at Cambridge. I had a letter from the daughter last week. She's done very well, and is an instructor in biology in one of the Western universities." I was silent a moment. "And you never married, did you?" I inquired, somewhat irrelevantly. His semi-humorous gesture seemed to deny that such a luxury was for him. The conversation dragged a little. I began to feel the curiosity he invariably inspired. What was his life? What were his beliefs? And I was possessed by a certain militancy, a desire to smoke him out. I did not stop to reflect that mine was, in reality, a defensive rather than an aggressive attitude. "Do you live down here, in this part of the city?" I asked. No, he boarded in Fowler Street. I knew it as in a district given over to the small houses of working men. "I suppose you are still a socialist?" "I suppose I am," he admitted, and added, "At any rate, that is as near as you can get to it." "Isn't it fairly definite?" "Fairly, if my notions are taken in general as the antithesis of what you fellows believe." "The abolition of property, for instance." "The abolition of too much property." "What do you mean by too much?" "When it ceases to be real to a man, when it represents more than his need, when it drives him and he becomes a slave to it." Involuntarily, I thought of my new house, not a soothing reflection. But who is going to decree how much property a man should have? Nobody. Everybody. That will gradually tend to work itself out as we become more sensible and better educated and understand more clearly what is good for us. I retorted with the stock, common-sense phrase. If we had a division tomorrow, within a few years or so, the most efficient would contrive to get the bulk of it back in their hands. That's so, he admitted. But we're not going to have a division tomorrow. Thank God, I exclaimed. He regarded me. The efficient will have to die or be educated first. That will take time. Educated? Paret, have you ever read any serious books on what you call socialism? He asked. I threw out an impatient negative. I was going on to protest that I was not ignorant of the doctrine. Oh, what you call socialism is merely what you believe to be more or less crude and utopian propaganda of an obscure political party. That isn't socialism, nor is the anomalistic attempt that the Christian socialists make to unite modern socialistic philosophy with Christian orthodoxy socialism. What is socialism, then? I demanded, somewhat defiantly. Let's call it education. Science, he said smilingly. Economics and government based on human needs and a rational view of religion. It has been taught in German universities, and it will be taught in ours whenever we shall succeed in inducing your friends, by one means or another, not to continue endowing them. Socialism, in the proper sense, is merely the application of modern science to government. I was puzzled and angry. What he said made sense somehow, but it sounded to me like so much gibberish. But Germany is a monarchy, I objected. It is a modern scientific system with monarchy as its superstructure. It is anomalous, but frank. The monarchy is there for all men to see, and some day it will be done away with. We are supposedly a democracy, and our superstructure is plutocratic. Our people feel the burden, but they have not yet discovered what the burden is. And when they do? I asked, a little defiantly. When they do, replied Krebs, they will set about making the plutocrats happy. Now plutocrats are discontented and never satisfied. The more they get, the more they want, the more they are troubled by what other people have. I smiled in spite of myself. Your interest in plutocrats is charitable, then? Why, yes, he said. My interest in all kinds of people is charitable. However improbable it may seem, I have no reason to dislike or envy people who have more than they know what to do with. And the worst of it was he looked it. He managed somehow, simply by sitting there with his strange eyes fixed upon me, in spite of his ridiculous philosophy, to belittle my ambitions, to make of small worth my achievements, to bring home to me the fact that in spite of these I was neither contented nor happy. Though he kept his humour and his poise, he implied an experience that was far deeper, more tragic, and more significant than mine. I was goaded into making an injudicious remark. Well, your campaign against Ennerly and Jackson fell through, didn't it? Ennerly and Jackson were the city officials who had been tried. It wasn't a campaign against them, he answered, and considering the subordinate part I took in it, it could scarcely be called mine. Greenhalgh turned to you to get the evidence. Well, I got it, he said. What became of it? You ought to know. What do you mean? Just what I say, Paret, he answered slowly. You ought to know, if anyone knows. I considered this a moment more soberly. I thought I might have counted on my fingers the number of men cognizant of my connection with the case. I decided that he was guessing. "I think you should explain that," I told him. "The time may come when you'll have to explain it." "Is that a threat?" I demanded. "A threat?" he repeated. "Not at all." "But you are accusing me." "Of what?" he interrupted suddenly. He had made it necessary for me to define the nature of his charges. "Of having some connection with the affair in question." "Whatever else I may be, I'm not a fool," he said quietly. "Neither the district attorney's office nor young Arbuthnot had brains enough to get them out of that scrape. Jason didn't have influence enough with the judiciary, and as I happen to know, there was a good deal of money spent." "You may be called upon to prove it," I retorted rather hotly. "So I may." His tone, far from being defiant, had in it a note of sadness. I looked at him. What were his potentialities? Was it not just possible that I should have to revise my idea of him, acknowledge that he might become more formidable than I had thought? There was an awkward silence. "You mustn't imagine, Paret, that I have any personal animus against you, or against any of the men with whom you're associated," he went on after a moment. "I'm sorry you're on that side, that's all. I told you so once before. I'm not calling you names. I'm not talking about morality and immorality. Immorality, when you come down to it, is often just the opposition to progress that comes from blindness. I don't make the mistake of blaming a few individuals for the evils of modern industrial society. And on the other hand, you mustn't blame individuals for the discomforts of what you call the reform movement, for that movement is merely a symptom of a disease due to a change in the structure of society. We'll never have any happiness or real prosperity until we cure that disease. I was inclined to blame you once, at the Capitol that time, because it seemed to me that a man with all the advantages you have had and a mind like yours didn't have much excuse. But I've thought about it since. I realize now that I've had a good many more advantages than you, and to tell you the truth, I don't see how you could have come out anywhere else than where you are. All your surroundings and training were against it. That doesn't mean that you won't grasp the situation some day. I have an idea you will. It's just an idea. The man who ought to be condemned isn't the man that doesn't understand what's going on, but the man who comes to understand and persists in opposing it." He rose and looked down at me with the queer, disturbing smile I remembered. "I get off at this corner," he added rather diffidently. "I hope you'll forgive me for being personal. I didn't mean to be, but you rather forced it on me." "Oh, that's all right," I replied. The car stopped and he hurried off. I watched his tall figure as it disappeared among the crowd on the sidewalk. I returned to my office in one of those moods that are the more disagreeable because conflicting. Today, in particular, I had been aroused by what Tom used to call Krebs's crust, and as I sat at my desk, warm waves of resentment went through me at the very notion of his telling me that my view was limited and that therefore my professional conduct was to be forgiven. It was he, the fanatic, who saw things in the larger scale, an assumption the more exasperating because at the moment he made it, he almost convinced me that he did, and I was unable to achieve for him the measure of contempt I desired, for the incident the measure of ridicule it deserved. My real animus was due to the fact that he had managed to shake my self-confidence, to take the flavor out of my achievements, a flavor that was in the course of an hour to be completely restored by one of those interesting coincidences occasionally occurring in life, A young member of my staff entered with a telegram. I tore it open and sat staring at it a moment before I realized that it brought me the greatest honor of my career. The banker personality in New York had summoned me for consultation. To be recognized by him conferred indeed an ennoblement, the star and garter, so to speak, of the only great realm in America, that of high finance, and the yellow piece of paper I held in my hand instantly remagnetized me, renewed my energy, and I hurried home to pack my bag in order to catch the 7 o'clock train. I announced the news to Maude. "I imagine it's because he knows I have made something of a study of the coal roads situation," I added. "I'm glad, Hugh," she said. "I suppose it's a great compliment." Never had her inadequacy to appreciate my career been more apparent. I looked at her curiously, to realize once more with peculiar sharpness how far we were apart. But now the resolutions I had made, and never carried out, on that first Christmas in the new home, were lacking. Indeed, it was the futility of such resolutions that struck me at this moment. If her manner had been merely one of indifference, it would, in a way, have been easier to bear. She was simply incapable of grasping the significance of the event, the meaning to me of the years of unceasing, ambitious effort it crowned. "Yes, it is something of a recognition," I replied. "Is there anything I can get for you in New York? I don't know how long I shall have to stay. I'll telegraph you when I'm getting back." I kissed her and hurried out to the automobile. As I drove off, I saw her, still standing in the doorway, looking after me. In the station, I had a few minutes to telephone Nancy. "If you don't see me for a few days, it's because I've gone to New York," I informed her. "Something important, I'm sure." "How did you guess?" I demanded, and heard her laugh. "Come back soon and tell me about it," she said, and I walked, exhilarated, to the train. As I sped through the night, staring out of the window and into the darkness, I reflected on the man I was going to see. But at that time, although he represented to me the quintessence of achievement and power, I did not by any means grasp the many-sided significance of the phenomenon he presented, though I was keenly aware of his influence and that men spoke of him with bated breath. Presidents came and went, kings and emperors had responsibilities and were subject daily to annoyances, but this man was a law unto himself. He did exactly what he chose and compelled other men to do it. Wherever commerce reigned, and where did it not, he was king and head of its holy empire, pope and emperor at once, for he had his code of ethics, his religion, and those who rebelled, who failed to conform, he excommunicated, a code something like the map of Europe, apparently inconsistent in places. What I did not then comprehend was that he was the American principle personified, the supreme individual assertion of the conviction that government should remain modestly in the background, while the efficient acquired the supremacy that was theirs by natural right. Nor had I grasped at that time the crowning achievement of a unity that fused Christianity with those acquisitive dispositions said to be inherent in humanity. In him the lion and the lamb, the eagle and the dove, dwelt together in amity and power. New York, always a congenial place to gentlemen of vitality and means and influential connections, had never appeared to me more sparkling, more inspiring. Winter had relented, spring had not as yet begun, and as I sat in a corner of the dining room of my hotel, looking out on the sunlit avenue, I was conscious of partaking of the vigor and confidence of the well-dressed, clear-eyed people who walked or drove past my window with the air of a conquering race. What else was there in the world more worth having than this conquering sense? Religion might offer charms to the weak, yet here religion itself became sensible and wore the garb of prosperity. The stonework of the tall church on the corner was all lace, and the very saints in their niches who had known martyrdom and poverty seemed to have renounced these as foolish, and to look down complacently on the procession of wealth and power. Across the street, behind a sheet of glass, was a carrosserie where were displayed the shining yellow and black panels of a closed automobile, the cost of which would have built a farmhouse and stocked a barn. At 11 o'clock, the appointed hour, I was in Wall Street. Sending in my name, I was speedily ushered into a room containing a table, around which were several men, but my eyes were drawn at once to the figure of the great banker, who sat, massive and preponderant, at one end, smoking a cigar, and listening in silence to the conversation I had interrupted. He rose courteously and gave me his hand, and a glance that is unforgettable. "It is good of you to come, Mr. Paret," he said simply, as though his summons had not been a command. "Perhaps you know some of these gentlemen." One of them was our United States Senator, Theodore Watling. He, as it turned out, had been summoned from Washington. Of course I saw him frequently, having from time to time to go to Washington on various errands connected with legislation. Though spruce and debonair as ever, in the black morning coat he invariably wore, he appeared older than he had on the day when I had entered his office. He greeted me warmly, as always. "Hugh, I'm glad to see you here," he said, with a slight emphasis on the last word. My legal career was reaching its logical climax, the climax he had foreseen, and he added to the banker that he had brought me up. "Then he was trained in a good school," remarked that personage, affably. Mr. Barber, the president of our railroad, was present, and nodded to me kindly, also a president of a smaller road. In addition, there were 2 New York attorneys of great prominence whom I had met. The banker's own special lieutenant of the law, Mr. Clement D. Grolier, for whom I looked, was absent, but it was forthwith explained that he was offering that morning a resolution of some importance in the convention of his church, but that he would be present after lunch. "I've asked you to come here, Mr. Paret," said the banker, "not only because I know something personally of your legal ability, but because I have been told by Mr. Scherer and Mr. Barber that you happen to have considerable knowledge of the situation we are discussing, as well as some experience with cases involving that statute, somewhat hazy to lay minds, the Sherman antitrust law." A smile went around the table. Mr. Watling winked at me. I nodded, but said nothing. The banker was not a man to listen to superfluous words. The keynote of his character was dispatch. The subject of the conference, like many questions bitterly debated and fought over in their time, has, in the year I write these words, come to be of merely academic interest. Indeed, the very situation we discussed that day has been cited in some of our modern textbooks as a classic consequence of that archaic school of economics to which the name of Manchester is attached. Some half-dozen or so of the railroads running through the anthracite coal region had pooled their interests, an extremely profitable proceeding. The public paid. We deemed it quite logical that the public should pay, having been created largely for that purpose, and very naturally we resented the fact that the meddling person who had got into the White House without asking anybody's leave, who apparently did not believe in the infallibility of our legal Bible, the Constitution, should maintain that the anthracite roads had formed a combination in restraint of trade, should lay down the preposterous doctrine, so subversive of the rights of man, that railroads should not own coal mines. Congress had passed a law to meet this contention, suit had been brought, and in the lower court the government had won. As the day wore on, our members increased. We were joined by other lawyers of renown, not the least of whom was Mr. Grolier himself, fresh from his triumph over religious heresy in his church convention. The note of the conference became tinged with exasperation, and certain gentlemen seized the opportunity to relieve their pent-up feelings on the subject of the President and his slavish advisers, some of whom, before they came under the spell of his sorcery, had once been sound lawyers and sensible men. With the exception of the great banker himself, who made few comments, Theodore Watling was accorded the most deference, as one of the leaders of that indomitable group of senators who had dared to stand up against popular clamour. His opinions were of great value, and his tactical advice was listened to with respect. I felt more pride than ever in my former chief, who had lost none of his charm. While in no way minimizing the seriousness of the situation, his wisdom was tempered, as always, with humour. He managed, as it were, to neutralize the acid injected into the atmosphere by other gentlemen present. He alone seemed to bear no animus against the author of our troubles. Suave and calm, good-natured, he sometimes brought the company into roars of laughter, and even succeeded in bringing occasional smiles to the face of the man who had summoned us, when relating some characteristic story of the queer genius whom the fates, undoubtedly as a practical joke, had made the chief magistrate of the United States of America. All geniuses have weaknesses. Mr. Watling had made a study of the president's, and more than once had lured him into an impasse. The case had been appealed to the Supreme Court, and Mr. Watling, with remarkable conciseness and penetration, reviewed the characteristics of each and every member of that tribunal, all of whom he knew intimately. They were, of course, not subject to advice, as were some of the gentlemen who sat on our state courts. No sane and self-respecting American would presume to approach them. Nevertheless, they were human, and it were wise to take account, in the conduct of the case, of the probable bias of each individual. The President, overstepping his constitutional Newtonian limits, might propose laws. Congress might acquiesce in them, but the Supreme Court, after listening to lawyers like Grolier, and he bowed to the attorney, made them, he might have added, without responsibility to any man in our unique republic that scorned kings and apotheosized lawyers. A Martian with a sense of humour witnessing a stormy session of Congress would have giggled at the thought of a few tranquil gentlemen in another room of the Capitol waiting to decide what the people's representatives meant, or whether they meant anything. For the first time since I had known Theodore Watling, however, I saw him in the shadow of another individual, a man who, like a powerful magnet, continually drew our glances. When we spoke, we almost invariably addressed him. His rare words fell like bolts upon the consciousness. There was no apparent rift in that personality. When, about 5 o'clock, the conference was ended and we were dismissed, United States Senator, railroad presidents, field marshals of the law, the great banker, fell into an eager conversation with Grolier over the canon on divorce, the subject of warm debate in the convention that day. Grolier, it appeared, had led his party against the theological liberals. He believed that law was static, but none knew better its plasticity, that it was infallible, but none so well as he could find a text on either side. His reputation was not of the popular newspaper sort, but was known to connoisseurs, editors, financiers, statesmen, and judges. to those, in short, whose business it is to make themselves familiar with the instruments of power. He was the banker's chief legal adviser, the banker's rapier of tempered steel, sheathed from the vulgar view save when it flashed forth on a swift errand. "I'm glad to be associated with you in this case, Mr. Paret," Mr. Grolier said modestly as we emerged into the maelstrom of Wall Street. "If you can make it convenient to call at my office in the morning, we'll go over it a little, and I'll see you in a day or two in Washington, Watling. Keep your eye on the bull," he added with a twinkle, "and don't let him break any more china than you can help. I don't know where we'd be if it weren't for you fellows." By "you fellows" he meant Mr. Watling's distinguished associates in the Senate. Mr. Watling and I dined together at a New York club. It was not a dinner of herbs. There was something exceedingly comfortable about that club, where the art of catering to those who had earned the right to be catered to came as near perfection as human things attain. From the great, heavily curtained dining room, the noises of the city had been carefully excluded. The dust of the avenue, the squalor and smells of the brownstone fronts and laddered tenements of those gloomy districts lying a pistol-shot east and west. We had a vintage champagne, and afterwards a cigar of the club's special importation. "Well," said Mr. Watling, "now that you're a member of the Royal Council, what do you think of the King?" "I've been thinking a great deal about him," I said, and indeed it was true. He had made perhaps his greatest impression when I had shaken his hand in parting. The manner in which he had looked at me then had puzzled me. It was as though he were seeking to divine something in me that had escaped him. "Why doesn't the government take him over?" I exclaimed. Mr. Watling smiled. "You mean instead of his mines and railroads and other properties?" "Yes, but that's your idea. Don't you remember you said something of the kind the night of the election, years ago? It occurred to me today when I was looking at him." "Yes," he agreed thoughtfully. "If some American genius could find a way to legalize that power and utilize the men who created it, the worst of our problems would be solved. A man with his ability has a right to power, and none would respond more quickly or more splendidly to a call of the government than he. All this fight is waste, Hugh, damned waste of the nation's energy." Mr. Watling seldom swore. "Look at the president. There's a man of remarkable ability, too, and those two oughtn't to be fighting each other. The president's right, in a way." "Yes, he is, though I've got to oppose him." I smiled at this from Theodore Watling, though I admired him the more for it, and suddenly, oddly, I happened to remember what Krebs had said, that our troubles were not due to individuals, but to a disease that had developed in industrial society. If the day should come when such men as the President and the great banker would be working together, was it not possible, too, that the idea of Mr. Watling and the vision of Krebs might coincide? I was struck by a certain seeming similarity in their views, but Mr. Watling interrupted this train of thought by continuing to express his own. "Well, they're running right into a gale when they might be sailing with it," he said. "You think we'll have more trouble?" I asked. "More and more," he replied. "It'll be worse before it's better, I'm afraid." At this moment a club servant announced his cab, and he rose. "Well, good-bye, my son," he said. "I'll hope to see you in Washington soon, and remember, there's no one thinks any more of you than I do." I escorted him to the door, and it was with a real pang I saw him wave to me from his cab as he drove away. My affection for him was never more alive than in this hour when, for the first time in my experience, he had given real evidence of an inner anxiety and lack of confidence in the future. End of section 23.